Morning. I had a headache this morning, so I slept in, tried to sleep off the headache, and I feel better. And yeah, it seems like today's hearing is going to be kind of long today. But you know what? The good thing about being in the replay group, you get to speed up just a tiny bit, and then you get to forward through the parts where nothing's really happening. So that's what we're going to do, and that's why I don't mind being the replay crew. But I hope you guys are having a good day. Yesterday, we covered the Sarah Boone motions hearing, and the reason why it continued on to today, although I think it's a good idea because it ended up being really long, it seems. But yesterday, the defense, it seems like they forgot to provide the court a copy of their motion, and the state replied to it. And the judge is like, listen, state, I see that you're objecting to item blah, 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 but I don't know what the hell you're objecting to because I don't know what these items are. And the state's like, well, sometimes I get motions that come directly to me that I see that aren't going to the court. So ask the defense team. And the defense team is like, well, okay, hold on. Let me look through my stuff really quick. Hey, Barbara, you got the stuff over there? Oh gosh. Okay. You know what, Judge? Can we talk about this later? So a little bit of disorganization, probably because there's so many people working on the team and they have so much work. Hi, can you see my dog right next to me? He's being so nosy right now. Are you being so nosy? You're so nosy. He's trying to steal my sandwich. That's why I haven't eaten my sandwich yet. You already got a little tiny piece. That's all you get. So today, we're going to continue with, I believe it's with the objections to the evidence. It was the state objecting to the defense's evidence, and then I don't know if it's going to happen the other way around because I think we already did that yesterday. And then someone, shout out to Gundam Girl in my Discord. Stop it, he's trying to steal my food. Shout out to Gundam Girl in my Discord who kind of like gave me a little bit of a recap of what happened today. So it seems like they're going to continue addressing that motion and then maybe discuss snacks because Sarah Boone wants to have some snacks in the courtroom. I mean, she asked for 2 juice boxes, some Pop-Tarts, some peppermints, some chips, and I forgot what the other one was, but basically all junk food, okay? I'm like, just have a nice breakfast, have a good lunch, and then have a great dinner. You know, you don't need to be snacking on like all that junk food or whatever. But, having candy in the courtroom is kind of nice, especially if you're kind of just sitting there bored and you want some flavor in your mouth, I guess. I don't think there's anything wrong with candy in the courtroom. Hi, everyone. How's it going? So, I don't know. Gundam Girl said they might go live again today after they're done with some jury stuff. I don't know. Maybe opening statements. I feel like that's really hopeful, but we'll see what happens. Ta-da! Now, what sucks about this, what sucks about being the replay crew, if I don't already have the live stream up, this is what I usually do. I have the live stream up so the captions save. For some reason, once the live stream is over, the video has to kind of like take some time to process, and then the captions aren't available until hours later. So I'm sorry, no captions. And then also, I wanted to correct something. You guys ever say something that's incorrect or forget to do something at work and then you'll remember hours later, like maybe taking a shower or something? So that's what happened to me. Yesterday, I think I incorrectly said you just need one person in the jury to acquit. What I meant was you just need one person in the jury to believe you in order to get a mistrial. So I don't know, that randomly came in my mind. I was like, oh shit, I said that. It's recorded somewhere, but I ain't fixing it. So I'm making the correction today. What? No snacks? May not have Capri Sun and Pop-Tarts, but you got your coffee? I mean, I'm sure she can have coffee too. I'm sure she can have a coffee on her table, have some water. I'm sure that's fine. Also, I zoomed in on Sarah Boone today. I think she's got eyeliner on. Rod, thank you so much for the 111. Thank you for the support. Hi, lady. How are you doing today? Good morning. Go Lucky. How are you? You feel like the defense is completely organized? I feel like it's how Owens is all the time. I'm trying to give him a little bit of credit because I'm just thinking maybe, he came on this case so late. There's so much, he's been inundated with so much discovery. There's a lot going on, probably because, Sarah Boone might not be the easiest client. And he's got other people that are working different parts. So I'm sure there's disorganization because of that. I don't know. Maybe he is normally an organized guy. And, this is just a tough one for him. I'm trying to give a benefit of the doubt, but we'll see. As the trial progresses, we'll see. But I do see the disorganization for sure. All right, y'all. Let's Sarah Boone's coming in today, and let's see what happens. Let's see what we got. Also, I think Sarah Boone has eyeliner on. I don't know who gave her eyeliner. Sometimes if you just put eyeliner on and then you don't do the rest of your face, it looks really not cohesive. At first, I thought she maybe just had like some like thick lower lashes, but I was like, no, I think it's eyeliner. Because you can see the eyeliner, I think, drawn in, and it doesn't look, it looks very like detached. It's not like very blended. I don't know. I feel like she didn't need eyeliner. I think she looks great without the fucking, well, not looks great, but she looks fine without the eyeliner and stuff like that. But I think she has eyeliner on because now it's just kind of like dark underneath. And it's like, usually you got to kind of balance it out with the top portion as well, but maybe a little bit of eyeliner or eyeshadow and then some mascara, really balance it out so it looks good. But if you just draw just eyeliner on the bottom, like you would do in high school or middle school, it's just kind of like, it looks okay. But I don't know. I feel like she could have been fine without the makeup. Hi, Kiki. How are you doing today? Meat Popsicle, Fire Nitros, Madison. Hello, hello. He came on in the case 40 days ago and he'll never let us forget it. Judge. I don't know if you know, but I came on the case 40 days ago. Okay, 40 days ago. All right. Y'all been on this case for like 5 years now. I just got on this case. Well, the judge is like, well, I just got on this case 6 months ago, sir. Hi, Sick. How are you doing today? First time. Oh my God. Thank you so much for catching the live. I've been following this whole trial via your channel, but I've never made it to a live. Hello. Good morning. Hello. It's like wearing just like foundation and like no other makeup. Lol. Yeah, I would say if you do want to clean up your skin a little bit, you could do like the sheer foundation or you could do the concealer. Oh, are we starting? I think I need to boost the audio up, right?
Your full name and date of birth for the record for me.
Okay. All right. We're starting it up now. Depends on who talks. He talks pretty slow, so we could 1.5 him, but I think the state does a really good job of talking fast, I think. She looks way too happy. I don't know. She probably thought she was going to get her snacks approved, okay? She was like, I want my Capri Sun. I want my Lunchables. Approve it. Pop-Tarts.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit and a yellow blouse. She is in custody. However, she is not being shackled for the purposes of the trial based on the court's prior findings. We're here to conclude the
She ain't got the shock shackles.
Objections as identified in the state's response to defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. The court has reviewed the objections and the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. Anything else we need to address, state, before we begin addressing those objections?
Judge, I do not see a written order from yesterday's rulings on the court's website. I want to make sure I am crystal clear as to what the court has said is going to occur during the trial regarding opening statements by either party and so on and so forth, so that I am not in violation of any motions in limine or any case law that presides.
You could tell Mr. J was a good student. Mr. J is like, I just want to make sure I'm doing things correctly, Judge.
Over what I can say or not say.
Okay. Madam Clerk. Were you anticipating a written order on the motions in limine?
I felt like I heard you say everything that I anticipated was going to be put at least on court minutes by the clerk's office. I wasn't anticipating to type a written.
Okay, that's what I wanted clarification on. Thank you.
But I just do want crystal clear clarification as to what we are both doing, because based on that, I have some things that I would like to get on the record.
I just want to say, Aaron, I didn't have time to do the thumbnail today, so I just scrubbed through 3 places and was like, okay, that's it. We're taking that one. I did the thumbnail really quick today, okay? I had no time. I was like walking my dog, trying to eat my breakfast right now and try to get here as soon as I can.
For post-conviction matters.
Sure. All right. Madam Clerk is pulling up the file now, sir. Give us a moment.
Give us a moment.
You did not.
Madam
Clerk has advised that court minutes were not prepared for the ruling from yesterday due to it taking place during the trial and jury selection.
Yeah, she's like, I had to go on my lunch break, and then we had to do jury selection. Boring.
So it would have been Madam Court Reporter. So I would have to beg and plead if she's able to get me a copy of what it was so that it can be re-reviewed so that we're all on the same page for that.
Thank you.
Hi, Folky.
Madam Court Reporter, how long do you think that would take you? Is that acceptable? Can we address it at 1:30 before we
Makes it very difficult
I have the court minutes, Mr. J. I got you. I'll forward it to your email.
to prepare for opening statements when I don't know what I can say.
No, I agree with you, and I'm not trying to, submarine anybody or put anybody in an appropriate box,
I
but
understand, but I need to know what I'm going to be allowed to say.
I don't disagree. But is 1:30 acceptable?
No.
Okay, well then, short of taking a break right now and having her create it, I don't know what else to tell you.
Can we finish jury selection? Mr. Henderson's going to take a minute. I guess we start at 10:30 or 11, and that's going to spill into probably late afternoon before we actually get a jury pick. Can we just agree on Friday morning?
Bro, no one. The microphone is so far, we can't hear anything.
Starting opening statements, that gives her time.
do see problems.
Had how much time the state said, or the defense said they were going to need for the purposes of their questioning. So, Mr. Henderson, how much time do you think you're going to need, sir?
Hour and a half, 2 tops.
Okay.
And then you've got for each juror.
I'm going to forward through this since nothing's really happening. He wants his court minutes, and they're just trying to figure out time.
Correct.
I believe we checked in, right?
That's correct.
But that's gonna take.
We can't even hear anyways.
Mr. J?
I just need that ruling so that with enough time to prepare.
I understand. So the way I see it is we've got a couple of options. We can, and there's no good way to cut this up. One, we can wait on the objections, which I know you do not want to do. Or we can stop now. Madam Court Reporter can provide a rough draft of what was ordered yesterday. And we can go over it and review it, make sure that we're all on the same page as to what the court's ruling orally was yesterday as to the various motions in limine.
Nope.
Then we can continue with jury selection, or then we can pick up with the objections. I'm amenable to however it is you want to proceed. I understand your concerns of running afoul with the motion in limine. I totally understand that. But it will take her some time to prepare this.
I'm fine with either letting her do that now or letting her do that after we argue this hopefully last pending motion in limine, but prior to getting into jury selection so that I have time to rework what my opening statement will be based on the ruling during Mr. Henderson's voir dire.
Let me then ask this question. Assuming we get a jury this afternoon, what are the concerns with starting tomorrow morning with openings? Is it due to out-of-state witnesses that may be unavailable or because of their schedules?
I feel like if we have time, we should at least get into preliminary instructions and opening statements and use every waking moment we have to not waste these jurors' times until 5 o'clock today.
Okay, all right. Madam Court Reporter, how long do you think it would take you? Is that acceptable as opposed to in print? She could go back and pull back the audio from and re-review it and just provide it to us now? Sure. Okay, all right. Then we'll take a short recess. Just let us know when you're prepared to give us that ruling and then we'll go from there. Anything else?
Okay.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. We get appearances for the state.
James over Sarah Boone. County Ministers of Sarah Boone.
Zoom. Make my heart.
Okay, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Ms. Boone, a third of your defense team is not present at the moment. Are you amenable to proceeding without Mr. Beck being here? Okay,
Where Mr. Beck at? Where'd he go?
thank you very much. Oh, that cures itself.
Oh, Mr.
Counselor?
Beck.
Thank you. Record reflect that Mr. Beck has just entered the courtroom. All right, courts had the opportunity to review the excerpts from the motion in limine hearing from yesterday. And my understanding is both the state and the defense were provided copies of same. Mr. J, is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, is that accurate? Okay. The courts reviewed it. Are there any questions with regards to the court's rulings on that motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
My understanding is that based on
Judge, was it emailed to us? Give us 1 minute.
Sure.
I didn't know.
Madam Clerk's providing you a printed copy, sir.
Okay, we'll speed through this. We just want to make sure that everything
Bless you.
good.
Have you had the opportunity to review that excerpt yet, Mr. Owens? All right, go ahead and take a look at it.
I think my mom is trying to swindle me. She's like, Amazon have sofa. Like, bitch, what you want? You want money now? You're so annoying. Every time I see my mom, she usually goes quiet. It's not until I see her, she's like, I need this. I need that. Parents.
Okay. All right, Mr. J, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. We are referring to a rough draft printout that the court reporter made. It's 4 pages of part of your rulings from, there were several motions yesterday, but in this one, it's on page 1, lines 22 through 24. Part of the court's ruling was it's indisputable that an overt act needs to be provided under the Holland case by the Florida Supreme Court prior to battered spouse syndrome evidence coming in. And perhaps the state wasn't clear in its request, and I apologize if I was not in our motion, though, but paragraph 24 of the state's motion includes a quote from the Holland case. However, before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. Holland versus State, 916 Southern 2nd, 750, page 760 of that opinion, a Florida Supreme Court case from 2005, which was quoting Quintana, Quintana versus State, 452 Southern 2nd, 98, page 100, a Florida first DCA case from 1984, also quoting Williams versus State, 252 Southern 2nd, 243, 246 is the page, Florida fourth DCA, 1971, Reed, REID versus State, 213 Southern 3rd, 1110 at page 1111. Florida 5th DCA 2017. Rudin versus State, 182 Southern 3rd, 724 at page 726. Florida 1st DCA 2015. So what we were asking for is, in addition to the battered spouse syndrome expert testimony to not be mentioned prior to an overt act being laid, was any evidence of the victim's character, including reputation or prior bad acts. We apologize if that was not clear, since the
I thought that's what the judge ruled, because he implied that in order to when you have a self-defense, when you have a self-defense argument, with that comes with the privilege of being able to, talk about the other person's characters, their prior bad acts, talk about like the injuries and all that stuff. I remember him saying that, and then I remember the judge ruling that unless Sarah Boone testifies, then the expert is not able to mention anything about battered spouse syndrome. That's what I remembered.
The motion is titled the battered spouse syndrome evidence, but the backbone and basis of that battered spouse syndrome is obviously prior bad acts by the victim. So we are seeking a pretrial ruling as well on the admission of prior bad acts, specific bad acts, or reputation evidence of the decedent.
Thank you. Response.
I just have one question as to what time. Are we talking about for Dyer? Are we talking about opening statement? At what
You're talking about the trial.
time are we talking about?
During testimony in the trial.
That was my takeaway.
Okay, he's absolutely correct.
Okay, then the motion's granted. So the court's going to rely on that specific excerpt in Holland, 916-72750, at pinpoint 760 through 761. Beginning with, as a general rule, evidence of a victim's character is inadmissible to prove actions in conformity with it on particular occasions, section 90.40414 statutes. However, when a claim of self-defense is raised, a defendant may introduce evidence of a victim's character to establish who the aggressor was, or that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide. Internal citations omitted. However, before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an, quote, overt act by the brackets victim, end bracket, at or about the time of the bracket incident, end bracket, that reasonably indicated a need for bracket self-defense, end bracket, internal citations omitted. That's the standard. So hearing no objection from the defense, the motion will be granted.
Judge, and just my understanding, I'm clear on the record. It's just procedurally correct.
I mean, it's good, dot your I's, cross your T's. Now, here's the thing, though. What is going to be the overt act that the defense is going to put forth? Because yesterday he mentioned, well, the overt act could have been Mr. George sticking out his fingers out of the suitcase. And I was like, but he was trying to get out. He's in a suitcase. He's trying to unzip himself. If his fingers were even out, if we even believe that the fingers were even out, which I don't believe the fingers were out. Because remember, the detective said that if you look in the video, it seems like the zippers are kind of like closed shut. It doesn't look like there's any gap for anyone to stick any fingers out or anything like that. I don't know. I mean, he went up there and conceded pretty quickly. So let's see if the defense came up with something. Like, Sarah, give us something, okay? Give us something. Or maybe go up there and, maybe change her testimony. I'm not saying they said that, but, I feel like that's what she's going to have to do.
Usually, before we can put evidence of that, there has to be a claim of self-defense. That has to come from someone, and in this case, we all know that has to come from the judge.
Received and understood. Any other clarifications for the purposes of opening or trial based on the court's oral rulings on the state's motions in limine yesterday?
No, Your Honor. And then the only other thing that we beg of the clerk of the court and the court is just that we can have some written rulings, even if it's just minutes from all the motions that were ruled upon yesterday, at some point, for the record, for the 6th DCA.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Anything further from the state before we proceed with the objections? Defense.
Judge, yes. Just my overall understanding is that the motions and the orders that the court has made apply to trial and the organization or the flow of the evidence at trial. Certain things have to be presented before certain witnesses can testify. It has nothing to do with Lord Dyer nor opening statement.
That is correct, and the court ruled specifically on that yesterday. And that's in the excerpt that was provided to you and your co-counsel. All right, thank you.
I also believe part of the court's ruling was that the testimony that was proffered, the expected testimony of the defendant that was given to the experts, I believe the court's position was if that is the testimony, then that is not an overt act.
Mm-hmm.
The court's statements yesterday speak for themselves. I'm not going to rehash that matter today. Anything else, Mr. J? Anything else, defense? All right, let's proceed with these objections. The court again has had the opportunity to review that Fifth Amended Reciprocal Discovery Exhibit list filed by the defense, I believe back on October the 2nd or the 3rd, and the court was provided yesterday the actual exhibit list itself and the state's response and objections to same. There's no need to go over the items for which the state has no objections. So, state, I would ask you just to provide as the ones that you have objections for, and I have notes with regard to all of them. So you may proceed, sir.
One by one, I assume?
I think that's the easiest way to go. I know we start with item 1 and then go to 3, 4, et cetera. So we can ping pong it back and forth from there.
All right. Regarding item number 1 on the Fifth Amended Reciprocal Discovery Exhibit list from the defendant, I do not believe we have received those records.
Response from the defense.
You're referring to 1A1?
We're referring to 1. 1A is all the state's evidence that you believe you can use, and I labeled that as paragraph 0 in my response. So specifically talking about your paragraph that you labeled 1, certified medical records from Advent Health Orlando, paren, not yet received by the defense, paren. It's not yet received by the state, paren.
The defense has not received those records.
Okay. Motions or the objection is sustained. Moving to 3. Are these the 550 pages that we addressed yesterday?
My belief, and again, none of the exhibits are numbered as they get disclosed to the state. They're not Bates numbered. I do that myself. But what I have and what I believe is States 2 was 81 pages of records regarding treatment by...
I'm not talking about 2. You don't object to 2. Talk about 3?
Well, I do need to talk about 2 now because
okay.
This morning, after having previously already been given 81 pages of records that purport to be from Winter Park Advent Health regarding treatment of Sarah Boone over a variety of different dates spanning 2018 to 2020. After having received those, reviewed those, and made my decision on not objecting, this morning I was given a thumb drive from the defense which contained 119 JPEGs rather than a single PDF with 119 pages. A JPEG, for the record, is a digital picture. They were upside down, they were sideways. I got them all formatted. I was able to read them while we were waiting for Madam.
We read a motion that was filed by the state yesterday where the state essentially said that Sarah Boone admitted it to the expert. I don't remember if it was the state's expert or the defense's expert, but basically the one that does the evaluation to see if they qualify for battered spouse defense. And Sarah Boone told them that she hit George with a baseball bat, but I think she minimized it because I think she hit George all over in the suitcase. I think she beat him. However, she said that, oh, I hit his fingers. I'm like, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if you hit just his fingers. I think you know how sometimes when you lie about something and you'll tell the truth about like a small part, but then you'll deny the bigger part. But you think admitting just to a small part is good enough for the other person and that they'll believe you. Like, oh my God, this person admitted to doing this. Well, I guess you must be telling the truth. No, I think Sarah Boone, I think she beat him, man, because he had like a ball on his head. He had like bruises all over. Dan Russell, if she testifies, I bet she will lie. Yep. Dan, oh my God, Dan, thank you so much for the $4.99. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Because here's the thing. This is what we're getting so far. And Sarah Boone, when she goes up there and testifies with her evidence and all that, she needs to do a really good job at painting the picture that she was a victim. Because from what we're seeing so far, and probably because we have more information because of the letters and all the batshit crazy stuff that she's been doing after getting arrested. But the picture that we see so far is that Sarah Boone seems like an aggressor, but also a victim at the same time. She seems like the type of person who was very controlling of George. George didn't have a phone. I don't know. The state brought up, something about George not being able to look at porn, that Sarah Boone would accuse him of like cheating. And maybe he was, I don't know. And that, it seems like if George wanted to call his family members, if George wanted to do anything, it had to go through Sarah Boone. She had to be the one that cleared him, whether it's like using her iPad, using the phone. I don't know. It seems like it was kind of a controlling relationship. Like, I'm sure George fucked up. And I'm sure Sarah used that as ammunition. It's like, hey, George, you're a fuck up. So allow me to control your life because you're such a fuck up. You're unable to do it yourself. I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to take care of you. But I think she also used it against him, I don't know, but that's the picture that I'm seeing right now. Now, it could be different when she testifies. Maybe we'll see a different side. But, initially I just thought, okay, they're both just abusing each other. They seem batshit crazy. But, yeah, that's what I got. I don't know what my stream bot is. Yeah, what is he doing? He's on lunch break right now or something? Let me go check up on him.
Court reporter. They do not appear to be completely the same as what has been previously provided by the defendant in regards to Winter Park's Advent Health treatment of Ms. Boone. So I just want to be clear that now, since the state's response, there has been some sort of change in what those records purport to be, and we are objecting. We are requesting a Richardson hearing regarding the 119 JPEGs that we were provided this morning in regards to defendant's exhibit number 2.
Okay. At this point in time, the court is going to proceed with a Richardson hearing. Defense?
Judge, referring to our paragraph 2 in the defense fifth amendment reciprocal discovery exhibit list.
Correct. My understanding, based on what Mr. J just provided, and based on his response, is that there were 81 pages provided to the state on or about September 27, 2024. The state had no objection to those. The state further identified that this morning a thumb drive of 119 JPEGs, evidencing something else, was provided. And under the mandates of the 6th District Court of Appeal, based on Young v. State 369 Southern 3rd 1243, I am required to conduct a Richardson hearing. The court is conducting a Richardson hearing at this time.
Judge, the 81 pages that
The 81 pages are not at issue.
I understand that they were given Sarah Boone from the Advent Health report. The 119 pages, my understanding is we thought we had sent them previously. We realized yesterday or last night that we had not sent them, so we provided those to the state as soon as we were aware that we had not given them.
And what do the 119 pages evidence?
Their medical records from the hospital relating to Sarah.
Okay, I'm going to try to boost the audio up because I'm going to make it really loud, so the judge might be really loud. Just FYI for you guys who are on headphones.
Over a period of time, so obviously that's going to be whittled down depending on her testimony and whether or not it would cooperate. Her testimony that she suffered an injury at the hands of George Torres.
Maybe Mr. Owens is like, you know what? I don't want YouTube hearing me anyways.
I need more specifics than that. I don't have a time frame. I don't have when. I don't have what.
Well, it's going to have to be matched up with the dates that she was injured, which would coincide with the...
But that all goes to the irrelevancy issue. We're conducting a Richardson hearing at this time. So I need to address the inadvertence or willfulness of the discovery. I need to address whether it was trivial or substantial. And if I don't know what's in these 119 pages, it's difficult for the court to determine whether or not this is a trivial or substantial matter. Are these items that were previously produced in the 81 pages? Are they different? Are they different events? Are they different injuries? Are they different things?
That's I don't know.
Moreover, I need to make a determination as to whether this violation had an impact on the ability for the state to properly prepare for trial. Those are the 3 prongs that I need to address.
Judge, my understanding is the first 81 pages were medical records of Sarah Boone that we had gotten from one of the previous lawyers that we had sent to the state. The other medical records were those that we had requested directly from the hospital that we got last week or late last week, and we just failed to immediately provide those.
When did you receive them last week?
I'm not sure, Judge. I have to get my secretary. I can take a break and let me find out from my secretary when we'll receive it.
Okay. I'm going to continue with the balance of the objections, and we'll circle back on the issue with regard to this objection so that you can provide when, where, how, what.
My staff is
Understood.
texting her.
All right. I'll make a note to circle back to this issue. Moving to number 3, is this the Advent Health Winter Park Jorge, not yet received by the defense? State's response reveals a motion in limine was filed regarding this motion. Is that the 550 pages that we addressed yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor, the state still has not received a whittled down exhibit that they plan to introduce at trial.
The
Owen says, I want all 550 pages in.
court ruled on that yesterday regarding the blood alcohol content records, and the narrative would be admissible.
I'm still waiting for those particular pages to be disclosed to the state.
Okay.
You want the exact pages that those?
Yes.
The DAC and the narrative are on?
That's what's going to be offered into evidence at this point in time.
Yeah.
We'll work on that right now.
Appreciate it.
I've got staff here in the courtroom. They can work on it.
So as with regard to the state's objection to item 3, that was
You know, I do feel bad for his paralegals. Sorry, I don't think they're paralegals, but he calls them assistants, I think, or paralegals. I feel bad for them because it must be a shit show. Usually, if it's like a shit show at the top, it trickles his way down and it gets even worse.
previously ruled upon yesterday. Is that the same with regard to the state's objection as to item number 5, certified medical records, Advent Health, Ultimate Springs, George?
I believe so, without being able to tell. Advent Health, it just seems to all come from Altamont Springs, the records. So I believe that is all encompassing, but so we don't have an objection other than the ones previously noted for 3 and 5.
Okay, thank you. Moving now to item number 6, certified medical records, Orange County Jail, not yet received by the defense. I'm assuming they also have not yet been received by the state.
I think, did we address number 4? We went from 3 to 5?
Oh, I apologize. You're correct. 4, certified medical records, Advent Health, Altamont Springs, Sarah, not yet received by the defense. I'm assuming also then state you have not received them?
I believe the only records until this morning that I had was the 81 pages from Winter Park disclosed on September 27th, 2024. If there is something that they have from Advent Health, Altamont Springs, I don't believe I have that.
Defense.
Judge, we have not yet received those records. We had Sarah Boone sign a medical release, and we have sent requests to the various medical facilities asking for records, and we're just waiting on a response.
The objection sustained.
Brown cinnamon sugar? No. Oh my God. Oh, no.
Moving to 6, certified medical records, Orange County Jail, not yet received by the defense. I'm assuming they have not yet been received by the state either.
Last night, after business hours, I received 382 pages of jail records.
More records? Oh, poor Mr. J. Mr. J's like, am I going to be receiving hundreds and hundreds of pages every night during jury selection?
Records regarding Ms. Boone. Once again, I had to spend my personal time reviewing these records. Of the 382 pages, probably fewer than 5% refer to her mental health.
Wow.
And the psychiatric treatment that gets provided to inmates at the Orange County Jail. The other 95+% of these records is all about physical treatment, COVID tests, things I won't outline here unnecessarily since I do not believe these records will come in, but all of the things that you would
I wonder if that's a tactic sometimes. Like, you know what? Let's just inundate the other side with a fuck ton of paper. Set it all. Relevant or not. Set it all. Or it's like the defense, you know, they were too lazy to go through it or didn't have time to. So they're like, you know what? Let's just send it over for now. Just send it over for now. Let the state deal with it.
expect a middle-aged inmate to have to go through for the course of 4 years. The state just is having great difficulty understanding what, if any, pages of these records are relevant. On page 135, there's records from part of her intake procedure on February 26th, 2020. On page 137, that's the initial screening when she came into the jail on February 25th, 2020. Page 137 and 138 include this initial intake screening. But from there, we get pretty far removed in time, pretty far removed in relevance. So the state is objecting to the introduction of these records. Even her intake screening on pages 135 through 138, I don't understand the relevancy of it. She indicates panic symptoms. She's semi-cooperative, has poor insight, unrealistic expectations, wants holistic treatment, doesn't like being housed alone. The screening on 225, Goes through alcohol abuse, yes. Type, spirits, not wine. Last used, 2/23/20, several times a week. The intake screening also includes a history of violence towards others, yes. So there's no psychiatric treatment records for treatment for trauma. Any of the recognized trauma diagnoses in the DSM-5, PTSD, or any of the other trauma symptoms that can be diagnosed, there's no records of any treatment of that. It's just the anxiety, which, having read the expert depositions, I'm sure you understand that that was pre-existing before the jail. So our objection is we don't understand the relevance of these records. They do not go to her subjective state of mind on February 23rd, 2020.
Someone mentioned this yesterday, that maybe the defense is just trying to inundate the state with so much shit that the state will be like, you know what? Okay, maybe we need to continue. Not going to happen.
They do not go to help us understand whether somebody in her position was objectively reasonable on February 23rd, 2020. And quite frankly, most of it's just embarrassing and irrelevant. And it would bog the jury down, much like 487 pages of Jorge Torres's records. There's just a lot of COVID screenings and blood test results, and we struggle to see the relevance, Judge.
Thank you. Response?
Judge, it's similar to the state about 10 days ago, sending me over 500 pages.
Oh my God, Mr. How many times are we going to go back and forth? You know what? Remind us. How long have you been on this case again? Just remind me. Remind me. How many days have you been on this case?
Addressed that yesterday. It's not germane to the issue.
As soon as I got the medical records, I sent them to the state. He mentions anxiety was pre-existing. Now, that's not what their expert, Dr. Werner, opined in her deposition, that the anxiety she may be suffering from at the jail was from being in the jail. So there are questions about that, but generally you get these records, as you know, when you have a forensic psychologist that's trying to evaluate a patient.
What is the relevance of these records? What do COVID tests have to do with anything in this case? What do blood tests have to do with anything in this case? If they don't, then what of these 382 records, 382 pages of records are relevant?
I'm trying to tell you.
What specifically is relevant? What page? What date? What document? You're not answering my question, Counselor.
I didn't say we were going to introduce these records.
They are listed on your exhibit list. The state is taking the position that these may be sought to be entered into evidence.
I don't intend on introducing these exhibits, this exhibit into evidence. I intend on potentially the doctors, the experts, Dr. Werner, Dr. Harper, to rely on these records.
The depositions of all
When you have the stellar child and then when you have the troublemaker child.
three doctors predate their request for these records. So it's pretty unclear whether any of these experts have already reviewed these records. Now we're going to have to address, when do I get to depose their doctor, Dr. Harper, if she has not reviewed these records yet. When do I get to depose her? Who's going to pay for the expedited costs for the transcripts? What relevance is it to her if she hasn't reviewed these records? They got these records post-deposition, post-evaluation. The last date that I believe she saw Ms. Boone was September 30th or October 1st. And then we took her deposition either the 1st or the 2nd. So this is also a problem, even if it's just going to be relied upon and not introduced. And I appreciate them letting us know that they don't seek to introduce these records into evidence. Because, of course, experts can rely on inadmissible evidence if within the course of that area of expertise it's the type of evidence that's routinely relied upon. But how are these records relied upon if they acquired them after we've done all the depositions? Now, Dr. Harper did say that she relied upon some jail records during her deposition. State didn't have those at the time. I don't know what the date span is of the records that she did review at the time of her deposition. So now we have new issues to confront. And we would like to know whether or not their experts have been provided these new records so that we can address that.
Mr. Owens?
Judge, I don't want to delay the trial. I'll wait. I will not have Dr. Harper review.
So she has not yet reviewed these yet, correct? Okay.
No, I don't want to get in a situation where we're going to take another deposition. So I'll wait. I will not have her review.
Okay. State with...
That was the only purpose.
Okay. So state, understanding that tactical decision and that Dr. Harper is not reviewed and seemingly will not be relying upon these experts, does that cure any concerns that you have?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then based on counsel's representation, the court's not going to sustain or overrule the objection, as the defense has identified they are not going to be seeking any of these 382 pages into evidence. Moving now to
If I was Mr. J, I'd be like, why the fuck did you send them over? Oh my God.
8, 9, 10, and 11, there's no issue with regard to the body cam footage, but there is to the police report itself. What is your response to that, Mr. Owens?
Judge, the arrest reports are not listed as evidence in itself, but the reports may be used to refresh the officer's memory if needed during their testimony.
Okay. Does that cure that understanding?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So based on Mr. Owens' representation, as those items will not be sought to be moved into evidence or received into evidence, but only for the purposes of refreshing a recollection, the objection is not sustained nor overruled, as they're not going to be sought to be entered into evidence. Moving to Exhibit 17. No, I'm sorry, 16. 16 is a repeated of 11, so the court's going to adopt its, similarly with regard to that exhibit. Mr. Owens, are you only going to be seeking the arrest report for the purposes of refreshing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so court same ruling with regard to Exhibit 16 as with 9, 10, and 11. Moving to 17, the jail calls involving defendant and third parties. State, anything else to add other than your written objection?
No, Your Honor.
Response?
The defendant is not intending to introduce the jail call.
Okay, the objection is sustained. 18, prior criminal history of George Torres not yet received by the defense. Has the state received that?
Other than the arrest history that has resulted in interaction with the state attorney's office, we have not. He's not a testifying witness. So obviously we have to provide, if they can't get it through due diligence, rap sheets of witnesses, but he's not a witness. So we have not done anything other than had discussions about the prior interactions with the state attorney's office.
Okay. Response, Mr. Owens.
Judge, we're referring to the prior record involving Sarah that Sarah's aware of.
Okay.
I know he had some priors in Pennsylvania and maybe Massachusetts. We're not referring to those. We're only referring to the ones involving incidents involving Sarah.
I'm just trying to understand, are they seeking to introduce some sort of paper, or is this just the broad notification that Ms. Boone, when she testifies, will be testifying about any prior incident of violence that she wants to regarding the decedent, because you can't rebut it?
Well, I remember that they told her she was not allowed to put makeup on because the jailhouse didn't want to deal with it. She's got eyeliner on. I don't know what happened. Maybe they're just doing it anyways. Fuck the judge's order.
What is it? Is this oral testimony? Because this is an exhibit list, so that's my confusion. Because if it's oral testimony, that may be a different critter once the overt act is established under Holland.
Judge, she's going to testify to it, and then it kind of ties into that evidence being used to refresh the officer's testimony. The officer's testimony, we believe, is going to corroborate Sarah Boone's testimony without the injuries, photographs, the officer visibly observing injuries on her. That's the nature of this. So I don't think there is going to be anything about prior criminal history other than what she's testifying to.
Okay, so there's not going to be any documentary or physical evidence that's provided, informations, charging affidavits, a criminal history report, anything tangible that's going to be offered to establish that criminal history other than Ms. Boone's testimony? Is that your position?
Yes, unless there's some dispute about that, that we have to cooperate and ask the court to take some judicial notice that there was a case file that was set up to handle that criminal prosecution.
Okay. Mr. J?
I don't know that papers generated by a government agency is relevant. The disposition of the papers that were generated by some government agency is relevant. What's relevant is if there is an overt act that gets testified to, prior instances of violence by the decedent that she is aware of. That doesn't open the door to hearsay. That doesn't open the door to any of these things that he seems to be referring to, whether it's criminal rap sheets, which is what I believed he was referring to, or police reports, or state attorney records of no bills, or I don't know. Based on his last statement, I don't know what we're talking about now, but we do have hearsay objections to, I thought we were talking about physical exhibits, and that's what our objection would be to believing that what was represented was a criminal rap sheet.
Judge, part of battered spouse syndrome and Dr. Brennan,
Sarah.
I assume Dr. Parker will testify about it, Dr. Warren will testify, is this feeling by a victim of being battered that she has nowhere to turn. That his family can't help her, she has no group.
Something about her feeling like she's battered. She has nowhere to turn. family can't help her. His family can't help her.
The state attorney dropped 3 of the charges. 3 separate times George Torres was arrested, charged with violence against Sarah Boone. And her request, she wanted them dropped. That's part of the syndrome. But in addition, in her mind, she felt like the state attorney had let her down. They could not, they dropped 3 of the cases, so she felt helpless that there was some outside entity that would protect her. That ties into her state of mind as to whether
Something about her feeling helpless. No one was able to protect her.
she felt an imminent threat at the time of this event. So that may become relevant depending on what Dr. Harper says, Dr. Williams says about that, what Dr. Brandon says about that, as to whether or not she felt helpless because the state attorney's office was not prosecuting George Torres when she was.
Something about it might be relevant, but he's not sure. Depends on what Sarah Boone says. It might be relevant what the state prosecutor did by, I guess, dropping the charges against George at the time. I think that's what he's trying to say. It's kind of funny how the defense doesn't know what's going to be relevant and what's not going to be relevant. It's like, it's your defense. It's your client. I don't know. It's like they're acting like they don't talk to Sarah Boone and like, oh, we don't know what she's going to say when she goes up there on the stand. Who knows what she's going to say? It's like, is that true that you don't know what she's going to say? Or do you guys not prepare? I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
But that all sounds like oral testimony. And again, this goes back to this is an exhibit list. What are the exhibits? Tangible, physical.
We may want to introduce something in a court record indicating that the state attorney dismissed the case.
Okay. What does that have to do with prior criminal history? Because that's the topic here. Prior criminal history of George Torres Jr. not yet received by the defense. That's the line item in your exhibit list.
I will withdraw the prior criminal history.
Okay. All right. So based on counsel's representation of the withdrawal, the court will not sustain or grant the objection. Does that clarify that for you, Mr. J?
Thank you.
All right. Moving now to
It's like we could have just withdrawn 5 minutes ago, but no, we had to go back and forth. And it's like, you know what? You're right, Judge. Let's withdraw it.
19, Orange County Sheriff's Office investigative workup report. Response.
Has to be used to refresh the officer's memory if need be during their testimony.
Okay. With that understanding, Mr. J?
Yes, I'm not clear what a workup report is, but if it's not sought to be introduced into evidence, then I will accept that representation.
Okay. So accepted. Your objections overruled based on counsel's representation. The investigative report workup will not be offered into evidence, but merely for refreshing. Moving to 21, all court orders in all Orange County criminal cases regarding George Torres. State. Any further argument?
I believe we went from 19 to 21 without addressing 20.
Oh, I apologize. I had the wrong, I color-coded this and I miscolor-coded this one.
We don't intend to introduce anything on 20.
Okay, then based on counsel's representation of withdrawing that, the court will not rule on that objection. Moving to 21, anything further, because we kind of addressed this as well with number 19. Anything further, argument state.
Okay.
Anything further, argument?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection as to, as this point in time, because if a declination of prosecution may have been filed, that may be relevant based on Ms. Boone's testimony. So I'm going to overrule your objection at this time, assuming the overt act concept is placed into evidence. Moving to 22, family law case file Boone v. Boone, case number 2017 DR 01660-0. I understand the state's objection as to relevance and hearsay. Response?
Judge, Brian Boone, we anticipate is going to testify for the state, and he testified for the defense, and he may be considered an adverse witness or a hostile witness, and so we may attempt to establish either bias on his part based on some of the documents or orders in the court record, or we may reflect.
So he said something about Brian Boone is going to testify for the state for the defense. He might be an adverse witness. So we need to possibly establish some bias.
For impeachment purposes, the fact that he has not complied with some of the orders, and that the reason being is because of his feelings for the defendant. You know, he's now got full custody of their son, and has had full custody for 4.5 years. That was not the agreement they originally had.
Him not being compliant on some orders. I'm not too sure what orders. And then he has custody of the son.
And he was ordered to pay alimony, which he has failed to do as a result of being incarcerated. So there's litigation going on. Brian Boone has counsel, Sarah Boone does not, and that divorce, but
What does
he says,
what does the non-payment of alimony have to do with what's happening in a family case?
well, Judge, that goes to his testimony, that goes to his credibility, whether or not he can be impeached, that her in the position that she's in now, he's biased. and to show that he's biased, that he has not paid alimony for
So he's biased against Sarah Boone because he didn't want to pay her alimony.
$1,000 a month for a number of years, that he's just failed to comply with the court's order. That shows his personal bias or feelings towards Sarah.
Kranik uses the orange highlighter for anything that's irrelevant. That's the whole page.
Response?
Sounds like this is ongoing pending litigation that has not been decided by a circuit court judge in the Ninth Circuit Family Division. I can certainly understand why one may believe they don't need to pay alimony when their spouse is incarcerated. I can certainly understand why somebody may believe they don't need to pay child support when their spouse is incarcerated, and they would probably want to seek legal redress about those issues. And it sounds like it's all ongoing.
Are there any orders from the court in that case addressing the non-payment of alimony and that being contemptuous or in violation of any court order?
No.
Oh, did she want her alimony while she's in jail so she could use that money to buy things from the jail?
Oh, they were divorced. I think there was a marital settlement agreement that was attached to the final order. Brian Boone did open the case back up to move the child to Gainesville, which has happened. And then my understanding is there's still some issues. I think she was given some kind of a notice of the hearing coming up. She's not represented. I don't represent her.
Is there, so if there's no order in the court file finding there's a violation of an order to pay alimony, what is?
Well, there's a final order about his obligation to pay alimony, and I think if he gets on the stand, I'm going to ask him, but you haven't paid her alimony like you were ordered to do so. I can go into, under cross-examination.
But it sounds like there's pending litigation, including a relocation and I don't know because it's not my case. I haven't looked at it.
That's been decided. He has been able to relocate. I don't know all the ramifications. I'll look at the court file. I think we had subpoenaed the custodian of the records of the court file. I'll look at it and I'll let the court know and the state know.
Can you all approach this for a moment?
I boosted up the audio because Mr. Owens wasn't speaking to the microphone, so I try to make it so I can hear him. Is the audio good for y'all? What is up with Stream Elements? What is that? Enter a message. Oh, I see it. How did that happen? Man, I wish I could hear what they're talking about. All right, I'm just being nosy right now. Trial TV said Sarah's remarking the word important over and over and over again. Are they in the courtroom? Technically, they're not paralegals. I think he said one is a consultant and the other one is an attorney. SES reporter on important too. So she's just writing important on all the documents. And then Owens is crossing it out and writing irrelevant. Maybe that's why Owens submitted 550 pages of the
I thank you all both for your arguments and clarifications. Based on the court can overrule the objection at this time for the reasons discussed at sidebar. Moving now to 23, the policies and procedures of the Orange County Sheriff's Office regarding Miranda. Have those been received by you, Mr. Owens?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm no longer seeking to introduce those.
Okay, all right. Based on counsel's representation, court takes no action on the state's objection.
Same with 24.
Based on that representation, court takes no action. Moving to 25, records from Tealwood Park Apartments.
Judge, we never received what we wanted. We're not seeking to introduce that.
Okay. Based on counsel's representation of not seeking to utilize it, court takes no action on that objection. Moving to 27.
26, the defense does not intend to introduce any of the 911 calls.
Okay, all right, thank you. Moving to 27, the video footage of the arrest on February 25, 2020.
The defense has not received that. The state may have it in their possession. It appears there's news footage of Sarah Boone in handcuffs being escorted.
State, do you have such an item in your possession? News footage?
Have we seen that?
Not that I know of.
All right, but we have not received it, so we don't have the evidence.
Okay, all right. Based on it not being received, court's going to sustain the objection. Moving to 29, the iPhone photo file name. Not going to read it, it's very long.
Judge, I do not intend to introduce 29.
Okay. And the court takes no action based on counsel's representation. Moving to 32, iPhone photo. Yeah, I'm sorry, sir.
29, what is the ruling?
There is none, as the defense has advised they are not seeking to enter it into evidence. 32, another iPhone photo file name. It's very long, so I'm not going to read it.
Defense does not intend to introduce.
Okay. As such, the court will not take any action on that objection. 33, another iPhone photo file name. Court's not going to read it because it is too long.
Defense does not intend to introduce.
Based on counsel's representation, court takes no action on the objection. Moving to 48, another iPhone photo file name, 505 period JPG underscore embedded underscore 1 underscore 772.
We would stipulate.
The objection is sustained based on stipulation. Moving to 59 and 60. I understand your objection, State. Any response?
Any and all exhibits previously listed by the state?
Yes, sir.
Are Court TV and Law and Crime, are they both streaming it? I checked, I didn't see it pop up.
Judge, Mr. J is a smart lawyer with a lot of experience. He's board certified. He's filed this motion in limine to disallow the battered spouse syndrome twice. And yesterday, we were forced to disclose the overt act that constituted our defense that tied in.
You were forced to disclose the overt act? Barely. You mean the fingers? The finger thing?
With the self-defense. And so tactically, he was able to get us to that posture, so he knows our defense and how we're coming at it. The problem is...
Wait, that was the best that they had? The fingers? That's the reason why Mr. Henderson didn't want to say what the overt act was? I thought it was because he didn't know what the overt act was. I thought he was just like, I don't know, I wasn't there for the deposition. I have no idea. It seems like maybe they did know, or maybe he didn't know and Owens knew. And they're like, fine, reveal the Holy Trinity.
The state, tactically, we were forced to disclose the overt act that constituted our defense that tied in with the self-defense. And so tactically, he was able to get us to that posture, so he knows our defense and how we're coming at it. The problem is the state has not been forced to give the details of what they allege Sarah Boone's overt acts or non-acts.
I need to clarify something. There was no forcing yesterday. The court reviewed Dr. Harper's deposition, and there was no overt act that she had testified to. She was specifically inquired about any imminent fear, and there was no response to those questions. The word overt act did not appear in any of the 4 or 5 sessions that she had with Ms. Boone. And state was seeking, as we addressed yesterday in limine, to prohibit that.
I disagree with that. That was his deposition. He tried to control the witness. He kept cutting her off. He wouldn't let her finish explaining. I certainly wasn't going to do it. She's going to testify in trial about it. It's not my fault that he felt like he got the answer he wanted and he moved on. He didn't ask for any elaboration about that. But that's going to come out. But I understand that's all you had. But we had to do that. The state has not had to do that. And I understand under the Sixth Amendment that we have a right, the accused has a right to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. And the problem with that boilerplate information is we don't know what they're claiming that she actually did, overt act or omission, that constituted second-degree murder. So because of that, we have to list everything because we don't know. It's like he wants to know. He wants the court to make rulings so that he can...
Oh, God, is he going to go back to wanting the... Do you remember Mr. Owens, who wanted there to be a... Oh, what was it called again? What was it called again? Oh, fuck, what was it? He wanted the state to provide them with a statement of facts or something like that because he wasn't sure what angle the state was going to take at, what they were alleging. I don't know, to me, I thought it was pretty clear, but he wanted to have like a statement of facts or whatever it's called. And then the judge was like, no, I think. Or did they allow him to give, or did they allow that? I don't know. I feel like I'm hearing this argument. I feel like we've heard this before. All right, let's see where he's going. Statement of particulars. Yeah. Is that where we're going?
Everything, because we don't know. It's like he wants to know. He wants the court to make rulings so that he can tweak his opening statement based on the court. The same with us. We don't know how to respond to their opening until they give it because we don't understand the full nature of what they're alleging Sarah Boone did to constitute second-degree murder. So in an abundance of caution, we've got to list everything that may be relevant, but we don't know yet because we haven't heard. I would like to renew, they've renewed their motion on battered spouse. I would like to renew my motion for a statement of particulars. So that
I was right. I'm a psychic. Or I pre-watched this. Okay, I'm pretending like I didn't know he was going to ask for a statement of particulars. Okay, all right, sorry. My breakfast is processing right now. I'm absorbing all the sugars here.
So in an abundance of caution, we've got to list everything that may be relevant, but we don't know yet because we haven't heard. I would like to renew, they've renewed their motion on battered spouse. I would like to renew my motion for a statement of particulars so that I could know, the defense team could know what it is exactly that the state attorney is alleging that Sarah did or did not do that constitutes second-degree murder. It's a serious charge. This is not, it's a unique case. It's not something that happens every day. And that's why we believe that it was proper under that rule of a statement of particulars so that we could be informed about what it is exactly that they claim that she did criminal so that we could prepare a defense. Mm-hmm. And it goes to directly to this point, which is they want to know why we want these documents and what documents specifically are y'all going to use. Well, it's difficult to tell when we don't know what we're accused of.
Mm-hmm.
Any response, Mr. J?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. J. Mr. J is like, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Mr. Owens, Mr. Cacciatore, myself, and Dr. Werner all sat together within 5 feet of Sarah Boone the first week of October and heard the final version. It's not very dissimilar from the version of Dr. Harper, but Dr. Werner's deposition was provided to the court previously for our motion in limine. I don't understand the position they're taking that they were forced to show their cards when Dave Cacciatore and myself and Mr. Owens and Dr. Werner were all there together to hear her version. And her version is, it was all fun and games. It was Sunday fun day. He gets into the suitcase. We're all laughing. I zip it shut. We're still laughing. There comes a point in time when he says, I can't breathe. This triggers her based on her past abuse, no overt act that day. And she begins violently doing the things to the suitcase that she says she did, whacking him with the baseball bat on his fingers. And now, after being the initial aggressor, now after having committed a forcible felony or two, now after having put Mr. Torres in a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm, she says, well, she realizes now if he gets out after these things that I've done to him, I'm in big trouble. And it's my understanding that we have had this discussion and that if that is the proffered testimony, that that is not going to amount to an overt act, which will allow for reputation evidence, past incidents of violence, or the battered spouse syndrome evidence. That they weren't forced to show their hand. I was there, the rules of criminal procedure allowed me and Mr. Cacciatore to be there and to witness this evaluation. So that being said, we're not abusing the system. We're not doing anything that we're not allowed to do, and we're making every effort to make sure that we understand how this trial is going to go down and how they, and Ms. Boone understands how the trial is going to go down, because my understanding of how it's going to go down is she's going to have to testify to the specific events of that day, and right up when she comes to the point to saying, and when he said, I can't breathe, the state attorney, Mr. J, is going to object. He's going to ask to approach. He's going to say, Judge, there's been no change in her testimony, unless there is. Then that's a whole different bag of worms.
There might be. Guys, remember, Sarah Boone had 4.5 years to come up with this final version of the story. 4.5 years. 4.5 years. No more that it was an accident. No more it was an accident. It's like, no, I was triggered. I did it on purpose.
But if there's been no change in her testimony, Judge, we got a ruling prior to this that there's been no overt act testified to. Now we're going to object to her answer of because of the past violence, and we're going to object to any further attempt to bring in prior violence, reputation evidence, or battered spouse evidence. I just want everybody to be clear and on the same page about that. Now, in regards to their request, a renewed request for a statement of particulars, they've had the discovery for several years. This is the state's case. A video that starts at 11:12:45 p.m. on 2/23/2020. Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, stupid. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah, I can't effing breathe, baby, seriously. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me. Sarah, 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 laughter.
Oh, you know this is going to be in his opening statement, because I think because we thought the trial was going to happen so many times, he probably practiced opening statement. I feel like this is definitely going to be an opening statement. He's doing such a good job at it.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Laughter. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. Laughter. That's on you. Sarah, unintelligible, drunken, slurred words. Laughter. Sarah, 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 I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, F you. I can't effing breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the F up. Sarah, shh. That's our case. That is an evinced, depraved mind, conscious disregard for whether
Ooh, I got goosebumps just listening to him say that.
he lives or dies, whether she put him in there or not. She let him remain for 2 minutes during that video. And then at 11:23:03 p.m., there's another 22-second video, and it just zooms in on the suitcase. Sarah. So that is a second-degree murder case when the medical examiner comes in and says, George Torres died from positional asphyxiation and the asphyxiation from being in a confined space. And eventually, after Lord knows how many breaths, he expired in that suitcase when she went upstairs and went to bed. But in addition to those statements, we now have her new statements, which are she intentionally violently shook the suitcase, threw it upside down, hit him with a bat, committed.
That's what I said. I was like, we have new things now. Like she said, I don't know why she would admit to all these other things. I guess because she really wanted to show that she was triggered, and in order to show that she was triggered, she had to show that she acted on being triggered. But I feel like it made it worse for her by giving a statement about how she beat him while he was in the suitcase with the baseball bat and all stuff, and shaking it and flipping it. Like, we knew the flipping part because it was in a different orientation depending on the picture of the video you look at. But she was like, oh yeah, I also did this, I also did that. I'm like, wow, you just really made it way worse for you. Good luck with the jury.
Violently shook the suitcase, threw it upside down, hit him with a bat, committed independent forcible felonies. And that's going to be corroborated by the medical examiner's testimony to all the blunt force trauma to both sides of his face and his mouth. That is a second-degree murder case. That is what we're going to be presenting. This is a portion of what I will be telling the jury this afternoon.
Any rebuttal?
Yep, and Mr. J is like, wasn't it obvious? Wasn't it obvious, Mr. Owens? You don't need a statement of particulars. Get out of here.
I wanted that in writing weeks ago. She was assessed, Sarah Boone, the defendant, was assessed at the Orange County Jail a couple of weeks ago by Dr. Warner. Their rebuttal, State Senator. The characterization that Mr. J just gave about her testimony, I do not agree with. There was 4 of us there. Dr. Werner, 5 of us there. Dr. Werner, Sarah Boone, myself, and the 2 prosecutors.
Okay.
The mistake we made was not recording that assessment. Because I can't testify to what she said. The 2 prosecutors can't testify to what she said. The only 2 people that can testify to what she said is Dr. Werner and Sarah Boone.
Oh, do they not have a person there that transcribes it?
We dispute their characterization of what she said. That's just going to have to be testified to by Sarah Boone and then Dr. Werner.
Oh, man.
And jury, while we're here, they are going to have to decide who to believe and what happened. But that is a jury question that we're all going to have to wait for. I appreciate the prosecutor giving me the evidence he intended to introduce to prove second-degree murder. It was something I was asking for a couple of weeks ago. Thank you.
For the same reasons that the court identified when we had the hearing on the original motion for particulars, the court relies on its same ruling in the case law identified at that time. The renewed or tennis motion for a statement of particulars is denied. The state's objections as to paragraph 59 and 60 are also overruled. The only other issue to address then is the Richardson violation. Court's going to take a short recess, and we'll address that as promptly as possible. It is 5 till 11. I still intend on moving forward with jury selection this morning. We will be moving to 23, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm just making sure I'm clear on 60.
I feel like when an attorney gets badly owned, they do a really good job at acting like they didn't and acting like, see, I told you I wanted that from day one. You could have just given it to me. You could have said that to me in day one. Had you provided it to me. Oh, gosh. Mr. J.
Our request was that prior to the testimony of any of the listed witnesses, which I listed only by initials, that we have the opportunity to depose them and we address the cost of expedited transcripts. And I just want to make sure.
But you see, Mr. J did way too much of a good job there. It was too much of a good job. So I do think that she is going to tweak her testimony. I don't think she's going to say that she was like triggered and then out of rage attacked George with the bat. I don't know. I think she's going to try to say, oh man, so like I was triggered and I was like worried and like I flipped the suitcase. And then that's when I realized that his fingers were coming out and I didn't know what to do because like he was telling me he's going to kill me, he's going to come after me. So I had to take the baseball bat. I had to hit his fingers to make sure he doesn't come out because I was so worried. Oh my God, I had no idea what I was doing. I don't know, man. I think she's going to like tweak it like that. I think she's going to make it seem like she was really scared that the fingers were coming out and that she was about to be killed at that moment. Because Mr. J did a really good job at showing Sarah Boone being a triggered, as depraved person that when she was triggered, she started beating him crazy with a baseball bat. But I think she's going to change her story. She's going to change her story than what she said in the meeting with when he was talking about when she met with the state's expert. Oh man, because I think she probably just saw what a good job he did to convince the jury.
They meant to overrule that request.
I apologize because I was just looking at what was articulated in the exhibit.
Well, here's the thing: when people are impeached, they're just like, "Oh, I don't think that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it like that. It sounds bad, I know, but that's not what I meant."
List, which was any and all relevant reciprocal discovery to be obtained through ongoing.
Liars don't care about impeachment, man. Liars will lie all day, every day. They don't care about impeachment, okay? They do not care about impeachment. They'll lie every day, all day. Look at Amber Heard. Lied all day, every day on the damn testimony, And then when they were trying to impeach her, she's like, well, like, especially trying to get her with the audio recordings. I didn't mean it like that. That's not what it says. It's like everyone can hear what exactly it says, your tone, your voice, everything. And they'll still go up there and they'll continue to lie and act like nothing happened.
Investigative efforts. What's your response, Mr. Owens, with regard to these persons identified in the state's objections who may be called and deposing them?
Well, the state listed a bunch of witnesses on October 3rd. So if the court allows the state to do this and take the depositions, then we ought to be allowed to take the depositions of their witnesses they listed later.
I believe those are the same witnesses that they've listed in regards to the prior incidents. The deputies that went out on the call-outs and the cases that resulted in cases to the state attorney's office and 911 dispatchers.
Okay. Is that
What does impeach mean? So if Sarah Boone testified in the stand and the state finds that she's lying about something, they can impeach her lies on the stand with her prior statements that she made, whether it's like interrogations or whether it was like in depositions. So if she's lying about, let's say she said, oh, I went to bed last night and I went to bed. It was fine. I wasn't triggered. Well, the state could be like, well, actually, in your deposition 2 years ago, you said that you were triggered. What do you mean? Are you saying you're not triggered, that you weren't triggered? Because you're saying different things now. So that's basically what impeachment means. And then also someone said, why do I think she recorded initially? Because I think she wanted to humiliate him. I think she thought it was funny. I think she's just a sicko and she's fucking stupid. She forgot that she recorded it. They even tried to delete it, it seems. It seems like she even tried to delete it. I think she's just sick. She's just a sick person.
Is that accurate, Mr. Owens? That October 3 states list?
We don't dispute that they should be allowed to depose them, but they've been listed by both parties, whereas these people are unilaterally listed by the defendant.
Judge, again, I'm not complaining. Been on the case 45 days. As we have gotten witnesses or found witnesses, Billy Lane or whoever else was trying to locate him on my team, we have tried to disclose them. Based on what Sarah Boone has asked us, I want this witness, I want this witness. We've made attempts to comply with her request. Whether or not we're going to call them, the law says, the case law says, Sarah Boone has a right to trial, Sarah Boone has a right to testify, Sarah Boone has a right to appeal. I believe those are the three fundamentals. But the defense lawyer makes the decision about which witnesses to call. So although she may want some witnesses, she's asked us to find them and list them and locate them, which we've done. That doesn't mean that I have to call them. And it may not, we may not call many of those that she wants to, but I believe my right to do that and to.
Look at her face. Look at her face. How dare you not call the people that I want you to call? James Owens, like, it's my right. If I don't want to call those people, I mean, they might not be relevant.
Present our defense with our witnesses is paramount, and she does not have the right.
Okay, thank you. All right, court's going to take a brief recess to address this and the Richardson violations. We'll be in a short recess. Thank you.
So I don't know if the court's going to come back. I mean, maybe it's 1:35 right now. Here's what we got from Kathy Russin from Lone Crime. The judge has more than a dozen arraignments to handle this morning. That he will handle the final motions in Sarah Boone, which we will stream. After that, they will continue with Vaudier. I expect the jury to be chosen by the end of the day. Sarah Boone enters the court ahead of day 4 with jury selection and motion hearing. Update: all parties want to have openings today. That could happen this afternoon. Hashtag Sarah Boone. Hashtag we can't hear the defense. Hashtag fix the audio. Hashtag turn your microphone on. Hashtag Elaine. I think it's just a micro. It's like when they stand, you can't really hear what they're saying. You got to take the microphone and make it closer. I don't know, or just like sit down when you're talking to the judge, I guess. But that's probably awkward to do. All right, so they're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're back in session for a little bit, and we'll see if they do opening statements today. Let's see. I don't know. That's what the audio was really bad in the beginning, but Mr. J said, hey, if we have the time, let's do opening statements today, because I don't want to waste the jury's time. I want to use the most time as I can with the jury. And I agree with him. Just do the opening statements today if you can. And both sides were down for that. I know, being a judge, God, you got to be so patient. He is a very patient judge.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
William J.
Defense.
So, James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Dickerson for Sarah Boone.
All right, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from earlier this morning. All right, it is 11:24. With regard to the Richardson hearing, with regard to item 6 in the defendant's Fifth Amended Reciprocal Discovery List, the court is going to reserve and have that hearing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Wait, we're going to have another hearing tomorrow? Then how can we have opening statement? Oh, gosh. Okay, hold on.
Hearing with regard to item 6 in the defendant's Fifth Amended Reciprocal Discovery List, the court is going to reserve and have that hearing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Defense is to provide an edited version of only the records that pertain to anxiety or their lack of that thereof to the state before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Judge, number 6 was adjourned by agreement.
Okay. Did that happen when I was not here?
No, it happened earlier while we were here.
Then what specifically was the Richardson violation for then, if it wasn't for number 6? And I apologize.
Number 2 was the 119 new JPEG pages, according to be from Winter Park Advent Health, and they're a little bit different than the 81 pages that I previously received.
Okay. So the ruling remains the same. Court's going to reserve, address the Richardson hearing tomorrow, and you were to provide an edited version of those records that you seek to offer into evidence. Mr. Owens, before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Regarding the paragraph number 2, regarding the Winter Park Advent Health records, the 119 that we gave him this morning.
That is correct, sir. With regard to the witnesses that have been identified by the defense in paragraph 60 of the state's response, those witnesses will be excluded if not deposed prior to being called as witnesses, and the defense shall pay for any and all expedited transcripts.
All right, Judge, the same should apply to them. There were 3 people that they gave us late that we didn't have before: Rachel Fenner, Meredith McCaskill, and Victoria Shelton.
State response.
Meredith McCaskill is an FELE analyst that is substituting for an analyst that is unavailable during the trial period. So in an effort to not continue the case, we got a substitute analyst. So that's our reason for the late disclosure on her. And who were the other 2?
Rochelle Fenner and Victoria Shelton.
And those are the 911 dispatchers. If we end up having to call them, then that's fine. We will pay for the expedited transcripts. And what I would expect will not be lengthy nor expensive.
Okay. Has the FDLE analyst that was originally set to testify been deposed in this matter?
Mr. Cacciatore does not believe that the defendant ever deposed that person.
Okay. Any other positions, Mr. Owens? Okay. All right. State will afford the same opportunity to the defense as provided by the state to the defense. Court's going to be in recess. It's 11:27. Hang on. Juror number. Yes, let me address that. Can I have the thing again, please? If you all still have yesterday's sheets from jury selection, Madam Clerk has advised that Jury Services has told us that juror in seat 25, wearing badge 63, called. Sick child? The nephew that she cares for is ill, and that she is not here due to caring for that child. He is not here due to caring for that child. State's response.
Apparently, there were 3 people on the potential jury list who didn't even show up yesterday. I'm like, what happens when you don't show up? Don't you get like a letter from the court saying you're in trouble?
If any.
For cause.
So stipulated, juror number 25, wearing badge 63, will be struck for cause. We'll advise the Jury Services to call them and tell them they do not need to report. With regard to the order tennis motion, as to Ms. Boone's request for snacks, the order tennis motion is denied. Ms. Boone is being provided all the same services as to any other inmate being transported for the purposes for trial.
Sorry, Ms. Boone, you ain't special. You just like everybody else.
Anything else we need to address, State, before we report back to 23 at 1 p.m.? Defense?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Court's off the record.
I wonder if she even heard that her snacks were denied. I felt like she was too busy. No snackies for you. I saw those shackles. No snackums. Hello? Oh no. Come on now.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Court's off the record.
I don't know. I don't know if they're paralegal. The Asian person and then the white lady, they're like James Owens' assistants for this case. I want my Pop-Tarts. I don't know. I just feel like, was it James Owens who asked the judge for the snacks? I wonder if he didn't even want to, but he just did it anyways, just to appease Sarah Boone. Or if he was just like, okay, let's try. It just sounds like a ridiculous request. Yeah, I thought it was serious if you don't show up for jury duty. Do we have a video footage of that? I thought there was. Oh man, imagine getting if you got your bag of dry squid, if that was approved, everyone's gonna hate you. I love dry squid. So good. You get startled. It's because she knows you're there. She's looking right into your soul. Trying to steal your rock collection. There she goes. There she goes again. All right, so maybe opening statements today? What do we think? Do we think there's gonna be opening statements today? Let's just do a poll. Not like we have that much knowledge to go off of. Do you think opening statements will be today? Yes. No. Maybe. Actually, no. Maybe sucks. I'm taking that option. Or do yes and no. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. Let's listen to Brian Boone's interview. I'm gonna get some water. I will be right back. Oh, also, we moved the vlogs to our second channel. Feel free to check it out. Check out the second channel. Is it gonna work? There you go. There you go. I'll be right back. Oh, wait, I don't want to leave it on the screen.
And that she
You guys want to watch the jury selection process? I mean, that way we can know what's going on, I guess. How is everyone? Let's see. Let's see what's going on in the Sarah Boone case right now. So Trial TV, they are live streaming the jury selection process. Trial TV. Let's see what's going on over there.
And number 3, I think everybody should vote.
We're
Okay?
getting closer.
Now, I want to talk to you about the trial process, and this is voir dire. And voir dire means to speak the truth. This is my only opportunity that I will have to talk to you. Okay? Because once these proceedings start, it is against the rules of conduct for us to have any communication with you on either side, being on the state side, being on the defense side. So if you were to run into us or see us somewhere and we don't look at you or we don't acknowledge you, we're not being rude. Okay?
Do you think they've selected the jury yet? What's going on here? I don't know. Trial TV got the live stream footage. So remember when we were watching? There was another trial that I was watching, and which trial was it? Was it Chad? Was it Lori Vallow? It was a trial that happened within the past like 6 months. 9 months maybe. And they did live stream the jury selection process. They just don't show the jury. But it was, oh no, it was in June, because I remember I was supposed to do jury duty and I was getting really nervous at the potential questions that they would have to ask me. I'm like, I'm nervous. I just want to know, are we getting close?
We're just following the rule. And it gets ingrained in us because this afternoon, when I came up the elevator, it was a couple of people with jury badges on. I made sure I didn't say anything. Okay? But that's the reason. But for a trial, I break it down to it being 4 fundamental rights. And these 4 fundamental rights apply to everyone. They would apply to me if I was on trial. They would apply to you if you were on trial. They would apply if you had a loved one or a friend on trial. Today and for the rest of this trial, they apply to Miss Sarah Boone. And the first one of these fundamental rights you've already heard about. But sometimes people say things differently. And the first one is the presumption of innocence. We've all heard that term, correct? Raise your paddles if you've heard that term. You probably heard it enough yesterday. But prior to yesterday, I'm sure you've heard that term before. Is that correct? Could you raise your paddles if that's correct? And all of you have said that you can presume Ms. Boone to be innocent. Okay? That means at some point in time, and the judge is going to read you an instruction, and I believe the judge already did yesterday, that presumption of innocence means that you believe that she is innocent.
Top Park Media disagrees. She's not innocent. Okay, well, it seems like they're still doing the questioning of the jury. I kind of want to finish watching Brian Boone, and then I'll keep tabs on, when they're going to be done with this, I guess. I'm going to have it on my second monitor. But let's finish watching the Brian Boone interview. Brian Boone. Let's see. Brian Boone. Brian Boone. Brian Boone. It was crazy. What is it called again? When you reveal your greatest, what's it called again? It's like, it was like their superpower. When you reveal your ultimate superpower. What's the word that I'm looking for? Brian Boone. Brian Boone. Where's Brian Boone at? Brian Boone. Brian Boone. Brian Boone. Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Weekend.
Yeah, well,
Like it's every other weekend.
how it's supposed to work.
Your ultimate form? Maybe? There's one that I'm looking for. Because the way the defense brought it up today, they made it seem like, man, we were like that was like our ultimate what's up with that motherfucker? Origin story? No. It's like when you're going against someone, when you're about to fight someone, and then you don't want to reveal all your cards, but you have like a secret weapon. Oh yeah, secret weapon. Maybe that's something else. Like secret weapon, something like that. Like your secret weapon. Your ace up your sleeve. Yeah, something like that. Your trump card. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yes. Because the defense made it seem like, oh man, that was our trump card, the finger sticking out. Now they know what we're going to go for. Now they know what the overt act was. It's like, ew, that wasn't even a good one. The finger sticking out. Like when he brought it up yesterday, when Mr. Henderson brought it up yesterday, I was like, oh no. Did he just come up with that on the fly? Oh no. It's not even a good one. It's not even a good one. Amazing she didn't take a plea. Oh yeah, I was actually listening to, was it Law and Crime or Court TV or one of the true crime channels, and they mentioned, it's an attorney that covers true crime stuff. MTS, I think? I don't remember. But they mentioned that Sarah Boone probably would only have to serve 85% of it. So here's the math. They offered her 15 years. She's already served about 4.5 years. And if she only needs to do 85% of 15 years, that means she would only have a couple more years to go? Well, not a couple, but maybe 4, 6 years to go in terms of the potential of facing life in prison or a minimum 22 years. She really thinks she's innocent. No, it wasn't uncivil law. Let me see. It was. See, that was yesterday. Did I watch it yesterday? It was, True Crime MTN. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. Sometimes you don't have to serve the full 100% of your sentencing. That's what they said. 85%.
Tuesday.
You think she's mentally insane for not taking the plea? Stubborn person. Shows how narcissistic and delusional she is. Delusional for sure. Narcissistic. Interrogation. Body cam. She a liar. She wants to throw of getting away with it. She'd have to earn the good time for early release. I don't think she has that in her. I think she's a narcissist who can't accept that she got caught. She just, you know what? She's dumb. She dumb. 85% she's good in prison. All right, y'all. So yesterday we started listening to the Brian Boone interview. I have not listened to this yet. We're going to continue where we left off yesterday, but when I put the video together, I'll make sure to have the beginning and then the rest of it. That way it's not split into 2 streams. Also, I have the jury selection video up on my screen, and I'll let you guys know what's going on with it. What's going on with the jury selection? We'll see what's up.
And I sat in my car until people showed up, and
Okay.
it's kind of where we've gone from there. So,
Okay. So you called her about 5 or 6 times before she answered.
yeah, which completely normal.
Normal to you. Okay. The rotation real quick. So Monday, Tuesday, she'll have them. Wednesday, Thursday, you'll have them, and then you rotate each weekend.
Yeah, well,
Like it's every other weekend.
how it's supposed to work. Generally, it's 1 or 2 times, maybe a week. I think she had him last Tuesday was the last time he was actually over here.
And spent the night.
Yes.
Okay.
It's probably another week before that.
What's your son's name?
Lucas. Lukas.
L-U-K. And Boone.
Yeah.
You think he stayed here last Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was last Tuesday.
Was
I I agree, man. The defense is a shit show. I don't know what is going on over there, but I just keep excusing it as, oh, they got on the case last minute. The caseload is huge, and they're trying to struggle. Their client's probably difficult. I don't know. It does seem like a shit show.
Well then, okay. So you technically have him more than she does. Is that where you're getting?
Yeah,
okay.
that's why I said I was going to the lawyer.
So even though that's how
to get
it's
things
supposed to be, you still have him.
Yeah,
the
it's not a good day. George is in a bad mood, or whatever else reason. I think sometimes just she wants to stay up and drink and can't really do that if she's got to wake up and take him to school the next day.
Right.
Any number of different reasons. So.
Okay. How long have you known Sarah?
Since, let's see here, I was probably 23 or so when we met.
Oh wow.
Something like that.
Since you were 23?
Yeah, so probably, 20 years.
20 years?
We dated for quite a while, and then got married, whatever it was, 12, 13 years ago, something like that. Well, I guess 12, 13 years ago before the divorce, so I guess like 14, 15 ago, something like that, maybe.
Okay.
I wonder why he married Sarah. What about her back then? Maybe she was a completely different person back then, because he did mention that she might have changed when she got pregnant. That's what I'm wondering. How could he stand it? I don't know. Because I feel like if you're a piece of shit in your 40s, you were probably a piece of shit in your 30s, in your 20s. Or if you're a good person in your 20s and 30s and something really bad happened to you that made you change. But I don't know, man. You probably was a piece of shit, like, all throughout.
What can you tell me about her?
I don't, she's generally not, she can get a bit violent when she drinks. Not to this kind of extent. I don't know what happened exactly. But,
right. No, I'm just looking for.
But that was part of it. The alcohol has gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. That's one of the main reasons why I divorced her. I just couldn't deal with it. It got to the point where, on weekdays she'd go out, and I guess the George person is one of the people she had met, because I separated at one point and went over to my parents' house to live for a few months, and I guess she met him over at the pool place or something like that. But I'd come back and we were in therapy trying to work it out, and on a weeknight when he's got school the next day, I've got work the next day, she was out till 3 o'clock in the morning when the bar closes, and she'd bring people back over on the back porch. One time some random person walked in my house and started screaming for Sarah at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to sleep. I just couldn't get over it.
So did you still live here?
No. I bought her out of our house.
Okay.
I was going to just sell it and move, because I kind of want to go back to College Park, which is where I'm from, but I thought it would be maybe easier for Lucas if I just bought her out and kept that house, so he had a little bit of continuancy, kind of.
Understandable.
Oh, man. Imagine having to share your child with fucking Sarah Boone, dude. So sad.
That's what I ended up doing, and then she moved right down the street here, so.
And how long would you say the alcoholism has been a part of her life?
Wait, did I have the wrong screen on the entire time? Oh my God, that's embarrassing. I'm sorry. Well, I guess you're not really seeing anything anyways. Yeah? There's no video happening anyways? Oh, lady, so embarrassing. Yesterday, I forgot to change my screen. I had the video that I was watching zoomed in, and I forgot to unzoom it out. I was like, oh my God. No one told me. There was no captions.
It's always been a part of her life. It seemed to have gotten worse and worse. I think more or less kind of since we had Lucas. And I think a lot of it was the fact that she kind of, I guess, maybe felt trapped or something.
Okay.
That, before that, whenever she wanted, you're outside having a drink, oh, I want to go play pool, you go over across the street, you play pool for a little bit. Yeah. That's not happening anymore when she got a kid.
Right.
So.
How old's your son?
He is 9. So, but, she started just getting really angry when she drank a lot. She said last night she fell asleep. There were plenty of times where she just basically passed out from drinking. So
Remember what she told the detectives, that she doesn't even drink. She doesn't even get drunk. She can't get drunk. She only drinks because George drinks and because she's trying to appease him. Remember, that's what she said. Some people are unhinged in their 20s. I was unhinged in my 20s. I was definitely unhinged in my 20s. So that's because I was with unhinged people growing up.
So you've witnessed her pass out from drinking.
oh yeah.
Okay. And when she passes out, is she like out cold?
Oh, she's out.
Like how difficult would it be to like wake her?
Well, I mean, if I were to like shake her or something,
Right.
I could probably wake her up. But me making a phone call or noise probably wouldn't do it.
Okay. And would she be like in the middle of doing something and just like out cold?
If you watch the two videos closely, her sandals are together in the first video. But if you look closer on the second video, not only is the suitcase flipped, but one of her sandals was thrown at the suitcase.
Or would she
No,
like go to bed
Yeah,
and
it would
just be out cold?
Yeah, she wouldn't like fall over or anything. It would be more of a lay down and then she just out.
Right. Okay. What do you know about her and George's relationship, if anything?
It was. I mean, I think she had him arrested like 5 or 6 times for domestic violence. I mean, he's stuck a steak knife in the back of her leg one time.
Okay. He's been arrested. So has he always been the one that gets arrested, or has she ever?
She was also one of the times.
Okay.
One of the times, both of them were arrested. But all the others have been him. But the very next day, she's in there trying to get him bailed out. So
Right.
I don't know. Basically, they get drunk, they get in a fight, she gets upset, she calls the cops. I mean, granted, I saw lots of black eyes, bruises.
On her?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, there definitely was. Now,
Would you see George as much as you would see him or her?
I hardly ever saw him.
You hardly
I honestly, I didn't like being around either one of them.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Not just not being around George, but he's like, I didn't like being around either of them. They both suck. Do you think opening statements will be today? We have 75% that says no. 25% hopeful saying yes. 276 votes.
To be honest, and him more so. So, why is that?
But you know what's crazy? So Jem says she literally hit a man in the suitcase with a bat. She is a psychopath. She told the property manager that things were good between them. And that the property manager was like, yeah, I actually didn't hear any complaints about them. Seems like things were quiet and good for a while. And then this happened. Same thing that she told the detective. She said things were good between them. Things were good. No one was fighting. No one was hitting each other. And then this happens. So that's why I think she was simmering. I think it's possible that things were good between the two of them for a couple of weeks. And then she was simmering on all the past stuff that he did to her. She was able to get in the suitcase, or she beat him in there, or he willingly went in there. And then once he got in there, she's like, fuck yes, you're mine now. I'm going to do whatever I want to you. I'm going to torture you. And that's what she did. She like tortured him. I just want to know if the state is going to say she beat him and then put in the suitcase, or is the state going to say, we don't know how he got in the suitcase, but we do know that he was in the suitcase and he does have bruises on him.
Just, I don't know. It's my ex-wife. She made me really mad with everything. How the whole divorce went down, and just, I mean, the way she acted and the way she changed and the way they both are, I mean, what it's done to Lucas and everything else. He's nobody I cared to see. Let me put it that way. I mean,
Like when she was drinking, all the emotions came out of her.
it's not like I really went out of my way to, like, it's just not.
When you guys do drop-offs or anything, is it always through the school, or would you like have to come here and see them, or no?
No, it's pretty much always during the school. Now sometimes she would come over or something like that. Sometimes he would be driving, but I mean, he would just stay in the car. She would come in. So I mean, I really wouldn't see him.
So it's not like you have like conversations with George. Okay.
No, I mean, maybe a few times when they've drunkenly called me at night because she was telling me she needed to escape because of whatever's going on, or she's put him on the phone, but I don't know.
When's like the last incident that you recall of there being like a domestic dispute between her and George?
I mean, she told me like a week ago she had to escape from the house and wanted me to come pick her up. I told her I wasn't going to because I'm just tired of it happening. I mean, it was midnight. I mean, child's trying to sleep and just...
Right.
Honestly, I don't always believe her when she said these things were going on, and...
She called you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, apparently she went back inside and slept well. Was in a fine mood the next day. I guess didn't really remember calling me, so I don't know if it was just...
brought up again?
If it was just she wanted to come over to... I don't know, she keeps on trying to come over to, like, hang out or something like that, or... she'll come over to spend time with Lucas rather than actually just having him over here like she's supposed to, but she wants to come over there and play with him. And so I'm not sure how real that was. Last time I know there was an actual physical confrontation. It's probably been a little while because this last time George got arrested, I know he was on pre-trial, whatever, something. I don't know. He had a parole officer. He had a domestic violence class. He's like...
So that's the last time, basically the last time he was arrested was the last physical altercation that you recall?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, but I think so.
And you have any idea what year or month that may have been?
Back a few months, maybe?
A few months ago?
Yeah, something like that, maybe. I don't think it was incredibly long.
Okay. Like around the holidays of last year, before the holidays?
I think it was probably before the holidays.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
Because oddly enough, there was like a 3-week period where she actually had Lucas all the time she was supposed to because he was in jail for a month or something like that.
Okay.
Because they wouldn't let him out.
Yeah.
I know. I can't wait for opening statements. I can't wait for cross-examination. Sarah Boone.
And you said when she drinks that she can get physically aggressive.
She can. I mean, she did it to me a lot where she'd hit me and stuff like that. I mean, she's tiny. I mean,
What do you mean hit though? Like open hand smack you or like try and punch you?
Yeah, she'd punch me. I mean, more arms. She many times would use her claws. I mean, I had scratches on my neck at times, on my arms. I mean, things like that where she'd dig with her claws.
Okay.
I never got that.
Remember, George had scratch marks all over his back. What did Sarah Boone say? Sex thing. Brian Boone, her ex, punched me, used her claws, dig her claws into me, scratches on my neck, scratches on my arms.
Drunk and I had restraint. I never touched her back. I think George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So I mean, for all I know, all the times he got arrested, she started it. I don't know. I wasn't.
Did you hear what he said? Whew! When Brian Boone testifies, he is gonna fucking well done grill the shit out of her. Holy crap. I hope she has some good witnesses, man. I don't know, man. It's a rough one for her.
Touched her back. I think George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So I mean, for all I know, all the times he got arrested, she started it. I don't know. I wasn't there, so. But I know she could get violent at times.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. It wasn't anything I don't know, too much. I mean, just.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you don't feel like she was a huge.
It's crazy because Brian Boone speaks so casually about this because this is just something that he's just lived with. He's just used to this.
Threat, I'm assuming, right? No. Yeah, like you could handle yourself.
Yes.
Does she drink daily?
I think pretty much.
Okay. And do you know like her drink of choice?
That would be vodka.
Vodka.
Or wine, but vodka is the big one.
And does she or George have a job?
No. She hasn't worked for over 2 years. Well, I guess you could maybe call what he's got a job. He worked at the Ace Hardware up across the street here.
Okay.
Which is now going out of business.
Okay.
He kind of off and on worked there. When he did work, it was 15, 20 hours a week, something like that. I mean, my alimony and stuff basically pays for where they lived. So, I mean, they didn't need a ton, but, I mean, she was always calling to borrow money. And but, it's been like 2 years since she got a job. She keeps on telling me she's looking. She's always finding the good opportunities and everything, but...
Right.
Okay.
Final Fantasy. Oh my God, is Brian Boone a Final Fantasy fan? I was like, what is that noise? Is that Final Fantasy 14 launching up again on my desktop?
Opportunities and everything, but...
Right.
Okay.
Do you want to take it?
It's my dad. Just
Sure,
one second.
yeah.
Hey.
He's a Final Fantasy fan.
Well, just wait. I'm talking with the detectives right now, and I should be heading out here soon. Someone come get him, okay? Is John out? Oh, okay. Is he awake? Okay, good. Okay, well, I should be up there very soon. Okay, bye. Sorry.
Okay. We were just on the phone with someone. Okay. When you came over here, I know you said that she called you freaking out saying he was dead. Did she give you any more, like, did you ask why or how?
She told me that they were playing last night or something, and he got in the suitcase and she fell asleep.
Okay.
That's all she told me, so I don't know anything beyond that.
I wonder if she planned this. I wonder if she planned to get George drunk and say, "Hey, George, let's start donating stuff. Go get that suitcase, George. Go get that suitcase." I do wonder, because it's gonna be hard for the state to prove that. I don't think they're gonna prove that, but I do wonder if she did plan this, or if this was just kind of like a spur of the moment, like opportunist thing. Like, oh, George is drunk. Oh, there's a baseball bat here. Oh, there's a suitcase right there. Well, I wonder what I can do with all this.
Okay.
And I really didn't talk to her much because I came inside. I told her you need to call the police, and then I came back out, and I think she went on the back porch to smoke a cigarette, so I didn't even really talk with her much.
Oh, like she was going outside this. Did you see her take a cigarette?
Yeah, she was going outside with a. Well, I also know when the cops showed up, she kept on telling them she had a cigarette burning out there, and she needed to go put it out.
Okay.
But they were keeping her away from stuff, I guess.
Right. Okay.
But she wanted me to come back there with her. I was like, I'm going out here. I don't really want to be in here, so.
Right. And that's when she went to call 911.
Well, she called 911 while I was in there. I was standing right in the foyer area.
Okay.
And I mean, it was apparently a pretty quick conversation, and that's when she started to go that way, and I just told her I'm going out front, so.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so they were playing, and she went upstairs.
Can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys list me the YouTube channels that has footage of the Sarah Boone body cam footage? I'm trying to remember which one it was. Not SKR, not caricatures. There's another one, and he's an attorney in Florida, or previous attorney, and I think he uploaded a 2019 body cam footage. I just remember his username, and I'm trying to find it on YouTube. Throw me some names.
And went to bed.
I don't know where she went. She just told me she went to sleep.
Or she went to sleep. Okay, you don't know where.
I don't know where.
You didn't ask more questions.
I didn't ask more questions. I leave that to you.
Not Bruce Rivers, not Bruce. This is the attorney that met with Sarah Boone. But his username is not his name. It's like a different... No, not lawyer you know.
Guys.
Yeah. No problem.
Hey, I'll let you know when I'm done talking to these guys, okay? Hello? That's okay. All right. Never mind. Okay, bye. I'll call you when I'm leaving.
Oh, what's that noise? What is this music?
I've been in there. I haven't even really been over here lately.
So it's been a long time.
It's probably been at least.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm on the channel. Deep Dive True Crime. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Ignore my question. Ignore me.
Weeks, maybe.
Does Lucas play baseball or anything yet?
We've tried to get him into sports. He's not a big sports person, really.
Did you ever play baseball?
He didn't play baseball. Well, I mean, I had him like a t-ball set and stuff like that, and we'd play catch.
Was it like a plastic t-ball set, or what kind of equipment did you have?
Oh, no, this is when he was like 3 years old. It was a little plastic thing I had in the backyard.
Did you ever buy him any baseball bats or anything?
I bought one for over here that Sarah said for Lucas and George to like play with or something. That was like a year ago or something, maybe.
What kind of bat was it? Was it a wood bat?
Yeah, it was a wooden bat. I think it was like a junior size thingy. I don't know. It's something that I looked like.
Oh, she used her son's bat to beat George.
Kind of for his height or something, I think.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Would you mind if I took a picture of your call log to show
Sure.
that you've all the
Do you just want to
attempts?
see hers, or you, like zoomed in on hers so you can see all of those?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
perfect. So I'd say starting from today. I know her phone.
Did you text with her at all today?
Not today. I don't think
Yeah, I didn't know that it was her son's bat either.
I did today at all. Sorry. That was last night. She was drunkenly texting me.
Last night?
Yeah.
What time?
That was 11 o'clock at night.
11? Wasn't it 11 around the time that George was in the suitcase when she was filming it?
I think that was last night.
Last night was Sunday. What does it say?
Oh, that's Saturday. Never mind.
Saturday.
That was Saturday night when I was watching the baseball game.
Okay.
Yesterday was just that. She said her account was in the negative, so I transferred her a little bit of money to get her out of the negative.
She sent you. Oh, that was the morning. Okay, so she thanked you at 11:56 that morning,
Yeah.
right?
Sunday.
Okay. What's the last thank you? What time? Okay, so just a few
Yeah,
times.
yeah, and then that one at
She left
12:01.
at 12:01. Okay, so afternoon, Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the calls. Do you need like?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yep, I'll start from the top where it has her information. Go ahead. You could scroll down, and that's
could.
fine. Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Has Lucas ever told you anything about her, like witnessing anything between her and George?
He's heard arguments and things like that.
Poor
He's not a
Lucas.
big fan of staying over here, honestly.
Okay.
Just because they get in arguments and stuff like that. I don't think they've ever had a physical fight in front of him.
Okay.
But I know there's been arguments he's told me about.
Okay.
There's been times where I think things were starting to get to that point, and she has called me to come pick him up
Okay.
and bring him back over to my house. So
Yeah. Okay.
she's generally pretty good about having me come get him which leads to me not having a life because I can't ever do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't go anywhere because I'm too worried about something happening and me having to be over here quickly.
Man, and that sucks too. It sucks that like it sucks for Lucas that imagine if you don't even want to go to your mom's house, but you're like forced to have to go stay with her because like court orders, like you have to do like share custody or whatever. It's like, oh, I don't want to go to fucking mom's house, man. Mom's house sucks. Like they fight, they're drunks. Like why do I want to be there? I don't know. That sucks.
Yeah. Okay, do you have anything else?
Yeah, do you know if she's ever had any issues with drugs in the past?
To my knowledge, she's never really been a drug person. She's big on alcohol, but I don't think she's ever done. I mean, I think she told me like one time, like,
Why is he still taking care of her and sending her money? F that beach. I think he's in a really hard position because she also has partial, I guess, custody of their kid. So you want to make sure the mom is good in order for the mom to take care of the child a little bit better, right? So like you don't want her to have like a negative account, overdraft, whatever, that she can't afford to, like, I don't know, take her son out to eat and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I don't know how I would do that, because you would essentially have to treat Sarah Boone like a child. You would have to be like, okay, so today you're watching Lucas. Here's $20 for you to buy Lucas food. I don't know. I think he just also wanted to make sure that she was okay. That way she wouldn't pass on anything bad or negative to their son. Like if she's good, maybe she'll be better with her son. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. Her money management, not his problem. Yeah. Well, I think she was already getting the alimony, but it seems like she was getting extra money from Brian Boone whenever she needed. I feel like Detective Capsule would know the answer to if only George Torres Jr. has been arrested, because they run names through their police vehicle computer.
back before we got divorced, that at, I don't know, this bar thing over there across the street, near the Walgreens, whatever it's called.
Okay.
I've never been there. But somebody gave her a little bit of cocaine, like 2 years ago or something like that. But I've never known her to do drugs.
What about George?
No clue whatsoever.
She's never complained to you?
No. That's not to say these things don't happen, because I try to keep myself out of and away from them in general, but...
Right.
Which vehicle is yours?
The Prius right up here.
In front of us?
Yeah.
Why doesn't she have a job? Did we go over that? Probably because she's an alcoholic. Probably because she didn't want to work. Drinking. She had alimony money. She probably felt like she didn't need to.
What does that stand for?
That is what I got sent. I know it looks like a vanity thing. No, that's just this last time they, I guess, sent me a new plate, and that's what was on it.
Awesome. So you can make that up whatever you want it to be.
I could.
Tell them it's for racing. You're going to...
Yeah, that you're racing.
Yes, racing in my Prius.
I'm not saying you win. I'm just saying you race.
Oh, man. Okay. Anything else, Scott?
No.
Okay. Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we have not asked you? About either George or Sarah?
I don't think so.
When, I mean, you guys have been separated for, what do you say, 5?
We've been divorced about 1.5 years. We were separated a good 8 months before that or so. And we had been separated one other time before that, before we got back together, and we're trying to do therapy, which didn't work at all. So
how long has she been living in this apartment?
Ever since we got divorced. So
Just 1.5 years ago?
No, longer than that then. Because I took over the house. I moved in there and she moved here. Because I told her I was buying her out of the house. So I guess it has been longer than that. I think she just said she renewed, so maybe just past 2 years.
Did he really have to buy her out of the house, though? Because she didn't really contribute financially to the house payments. Did he need to buy her out? What I guess is because, like, she can say that when they married, she stayed home to take care of Lucas.
That may be right.
And that's why
I think she said she's been here like 4 years.
No, she's been with George. I don't remember what she said.
Yeah, she was with George before we were divorced. So
Yeah. Okay. And any time that you recall when you guys were together, and she would be drunk, did she always like resort to getting angry? Like, is she an angry drunk, or would she like?
Her main problem is she can't stop.
Okay.
I mean, she can't go out and have a glass of wine with dinner.
Right.
That's not a thing she can do, because once she starts drinking, she will continue drinking basically until she out.
She just goes to sleep.
Yeah.
If she were to be drunk, would she like want to play games with you? Like, did you guys?
Oh, there's a really good period where she is very good, but then she drinks past that and she gets into the angry bits.
Okay.
Angry drunk.
Okay. All right. Okay. Can you just raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This ends the recording 15:52 hours. Today's date is March 1st, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:41 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I am on the phone with, can you state your name, sir?
Brian Boone.
And I have a couple follow-up questions that I wanted to ask Brian Boone in reference to this case. Brian, just give me your date of birth for me.
5.
Okay. And do you promise and swear everything we're going to talk about is going to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a conversation about the incident and your involvement a few days ago, earlier this week, I believe on Tuesday. And after looking through Sarah's call logs, I noticed that she called you on February 23rd, which would be the Sunday night at around 23:46 hours, that's military time, but in normal time, that's 11:46 hours. Do you recall that phone call?
I do, well, somewhat. I was asleep when she called. So she woke me up. I was half asleep when I was talking to her. She did sound very inebriated.
Okay.
I don't remember what all I'm kind of used to her calling drunk late at night and things like that, so it didn't faze me as anything out of the ordinary. I basically just kind of got her off the phone and told her I'm going back to sleep and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. You said that she sounded inebriated, like she was drunk?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't sound like, it's hard. I was half asleep at the time. I don't think I remember hearing anything bad in the background or anything that would have caused me concern, but I don't really remember it that well.
Okay, but she was under the influence of alcohol based off of your knowledge of just knowing her and knowing when she's not under the influence.
Yeah. As soon as I heard her start talking, I almost kind of just zoned out away from it because she says all kinds of nonsense when she does this late at night, and I was trying to get her off the phone so I could go back to sleep. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm on the phone right now. You can get yourself dried off. Get yourself dried off. Your pajamas are right here, okay? Hold on, buddy. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
It's okay.
What?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Are you ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you remember her saying anything specifically about George?
I don't think so. I don't really remember. I really don't remember much of the conversation, honestly.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, and the phone conversation lasted for a little over 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken?
May have been, yeah.
Okay. And you said that it's kind of normal for her to call you late at night or just kind of whenever she's under the influence and she's kind of just babbling on.
I was looking in the comment. I feel bad for her son having that kind of mother. And I was like, yeah, the moment that Sarah Boone went to jail, Lucas, her son, probably started having more stable life. And that's what you need. You know, stabilization is very important when you're growing up. It sucks when you're living in a household that's like fucking batshit crazy.
And you have to try and get her off the phone.
Yeah,
If you don't
yeah,
want to
it's a thing that happens.
Okay. Okay, so you can't remember anything specific about what she may or may not have said, but she did sound inebriated. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
And you couldn't hear anything in the background,
Not that.
as far as
I
like
remember,
arguing or
no.
yelling or anything like that? You couldn't hear any of that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know where she was located? Did she ever say?
I was assuming she was at home.
Okay, but she didn't say.
I mean, she didn't have a lot of money. She didn't really go out anywhere, so I assumed she was at home.
Okay. But you wouldn't know where in the house she may have been?
No.
Okay, she didn't give you that information. Okay.
Not that I remember. It's
Yeah, he was probably known as Suitcase Mom in school.
possible she said something. I don't really remember, though.
Okay. All right, is there anything else that you think is important for me to know about that phone conversation?
I don't think so.
Does that typically, do you guys talk often? Like, in a day's time, like, do you guys talk daily?
More than I would like. Normally, anytime I'm calling.
Guys, I think the fat crows are here again. I don't know. I hear some noises. I have like fat crows that just like, I don't know what they're doing. They're like body slamming each other on the fucking roof or something. And it sounds like someone's just running around in my attic. That or I have like the parasite Korean person in my fucking attic right now, running around and shit, trying to terrorize us.
Calling her, it's to find out if she's actually going to be picking the child up like she's supposed to.
Right.
Like that next morning with me constantly calling.
Right.
She'll call to talk to Lucas, or sometimes when she's drunk, or she wants me to come pick her up because she's scared of George, or, I mean, any number of different things.
Okay, you're kind of like her call person, like she...
Yeah. It's gotten very old over the last couple of years, so I've started to just kind of ignore what she's saying and just try to get her gone as soon as possible.
Right.
Because, I mean, honestly, for a long time, I tried to help her out, give her refuge, get away from him, and she just kept bringing him back, and I eventually just gave up on the situation, so...
Right. Okay. All right, do you promise and swear everything that we have talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, this ends the recording at 16:47 hours.
Okay, that's it with Brian. That's it for Brian Boone. Like the video. All right, that's it with Brian Boone. Let's go over some of the history with Sarah Boone and George, since we are killing time and waiting for opening statements, which I don't know if it will even happen today. They're still doing the voir dire process. Let's tune in, see what they're up to right now. I'm behind.
And self-defense. Either deadly force or non-deadly force.
No, the
Do we
Booney Tunes.
understand that? Okay, because it gets a little tricky when you think about it. So she doesn't have to prove that she was. What's the instruction that's given? She doesn't have to prove that she was. They have to prove that she wasn't.
Okay.
Do we understand that? Can we all follow that?
Are we getting close to opening statements?
Is there anyone who thinks it should be a different way? Okay.
No? Nobody? Okay. All right. I'll keep tabs on this. All right, so let's go over Sarah Boone and Mr. George. I need my glasses for this one. No. They're crows. They're crows. They are fucking fat ass crows. We flew a drone up there and there was like a bunch of crows up there and they're pretty fucking fat. They eat well in my neighborhood. What happens is my neighbors does not like to close the lid fully on trash day. That shit just like dangles out. So the crows, they start picking in the trash and there's fucking trash everywhere. Oh my God, it's like a fucking shit show. That's how they get fat. They fucking eat all the, the fucking trash. That, and we have a lot of cats in our neighborhood, and our cats, they love to They like to kill the rats and all the little mice and all that stuff. So I think the crows be eating that too. Okay, they're fat ass crows. No, they're fucking huge. They're fat. I've seen them. They're big. Crows in LA are fucking huge, or at least crows in my neighborhood are huge. They are very well fed. I'll take a picture. They're huge. Or maybe they're not crows. I think they are crows. They're fucking huge. Ravens? I don't know, man. I don't think they're cool enough to be ravens. Maybe they are ravens. They're just huge. They're huge dudes. I try to be friends with them, but they're like, nope, I don't want to be friends with you. Get away from me, human. Because there's one crow that likes to sit on our palm tree, and he just sits there, and he just like poops on us. He does it while making eye contact with you. I'll take a picture. Y'all let me know if they're crows or they're fucking. I think they're crows. I don't think they're ravens. I think ravens are too cool. Crows are cool too, but ravens are. I think don't ravens look cooler? Let me see. Ravens v crow. Different bill, tail shape, flight pattern, and something else. Yeah, I think it's a crow. I don't think it's a raven. Raven. I don't know. Is it a raven? I actually don't know. Let's see. Common raven, common crow. A really big crow. Let's see. Ravens differ from crow in appearance by their large bill, tail shape, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Ravens are uncommon in populated urban area. I'm in a very populated urban area. If you see a really big crow in the city, the chances are good that it's really a crow and not a raven. Yeah, these motherfuckers are huge. Okay, they're fat. They're well fed. I think they're crows. Because when I used to live in downtown LA, we had crows that were almost the size of my corgis. They were huge. They had a nest across the parking garage from our apartment, and they were fucking big. They're big boys. Corey got them fentanyl crows. What are fentanyl crows? Yeah, I think they're fat crows. They're like, okay, I had to film it when they're jumping and running around, because sometimes when we're sleeping, it's like doom, 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 and I'm like, what is going on up there? What is going on up there? I don't know. I'll update you guys on my bird watching chronicles. Okay, it's either that or the Korean guy from Parasite is in my fucking attic. Because I remember I did go up there once, and there were empty water bottles and beer bottles, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this? I don't know, man. That's why I thought that there was somebody in our attic, but we have cameras everywhere in our house, so we would have caught them by now. You hear that? We would have caught you by now. I don't know. They might be up there. Okay. Oh, that's right. I wanted to look into the history of George and Sarah because we're stalling for time for opening statements. Now, before I tell you guys about Sarah and George, I want to tell you guys about Wingstop. Anyone here order Wingstop lately? Whether it's online, on the app, on the fucking website, because I didn't even want to get Wingstop yesterday, okay? Because for me, I'm trying to eat healthy, right? And so I called my husband, Dennis, and I was like, what do you want to eat for dinner? He's like, Wingstop. And I was like, oh my God, shut up. Why would you say that? Because the moment you say it out loud, you want it even more, right? So I'm like, fine, fuck, we'll just get Wingstop. Like, I don't want Wingstop because I'm trying to be healthy, but I guess we'll get Wingstop. So we fucking get Wingstop, but he was like, you know what? We'll do delivery because they're doing a special right now where the delivery is free. And I was like, okay, good. Because yesterday I woke up really early. I was really fucking tired. I worked after we stream in the morning. I woke up like 6 a.m., 5 a.m., 4 a.m., something like that. And then I had to edit the fucking video. And then I had to cook, clean, and do a bunch of other shit. And then finally, by the time I had time to get ready and relax, it was like, I sat there for like 20 minutes. And then we're talking about Wingstop, okay? So he was like, we can do delivery for Wingstop and you can just chill. I'm like, oh, thank God, I'm so fucking tired. And so Dennis goes in stream and I'm sitting there ordering the Wingstop. And Wingstop is really annoying because when you order it, it's like you got to do the flavors, the sauces, and it's really detailed. And I was also ordering extra for my roommate as well. So I put in the order for Wingstop and the fucking app says subtotal too high. And I'm like, subtotal too high? What kind of fucking company wants to limit your subtotal? Don't they want you to spend more money? And so I was looking at it, I was like, what's wrong with this? And then so I'm like trying to tinker with it, like, oh, it's one of those things that's just glitching. So I'm trying to tinker with it, and I spent 30 minutes trying to tinker with this stupid ass Wingstop app. So I finally gave up, and I went to my iPad. I didn't want to put in the whole order in because it was a very large order. So I go on my iPad, I put the order in, okay? And then same thing. It takes forever to put all the fucking order in because there's different sauces, blah, 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 blah. I put the order in and then same thing. Subtotal too high. And I was going crazy. I was like, oh my God, this is so fucking annoying, but it's already getting late and I don't know what else to eat. We've already agreed on a Wingstop, right? And then I went to my computer. I was like, you know what? It must be a mobile thing. The iPad, the iPhone, whatever, they just must not be working. So I went into my computer. I re-put in the stupid fucking order on my computer. The whole thing all over again. At this point, it's already been about an hour that I've been trying to order Wingstop. And the same thing happens. Subtotal too high. And so I go on Reddit. And I'm like, yo, Reddit, what the fuck is going on here? And people are like, oh, the Wingstop app sucks. You know, they did a new update, blah, blah, blah. I got this issue too. And then the people on Reddit weren't even giving tips on how to fix it. They were just talking shit about the guy's order. They're like, oh, the reason why you got this error is because you didn't get the honey mustard. Or I was like, God, I fucking hate you, Reddit. I fucking hate Reddit. So the issue was, it was delivery. I don't know why. For some reason, I couldn't put an order for delivery. So I was like, fine, I'll fucking go and pick it up. I hate picking it up, but I'll go and pick it up. So I put it in for a pickup order. And I get in the car, I bring Cheryl with me, and we're driving. And as I'm driving, I'm like, man, this fucking sucks. It's going to take forever for me to eat my food. But then I'm like, oh, wait. Oh, the Wingstop's coming up. Oh, God, it's actually really close to my house. Okay, that's not bad. So I'm pulling up. You know, we're slowly getting up there. I see, like, the Kohl's. I see the Wingstop. But then I look at my GPS. And I look at it. I'm like, something's off. I look at the Wingstop that's coming up. I'm like, it's like right there. But my GPS says 10 more minutes. I'm like, oh my fucking God, did I put in the wrong fucking Wingstop? So I put in the Wingstop that was double the amount of travel time than the Wingstop that was closest to my house. So instead of spending 15 minutes round trip with the Wingstop, I spent 30 minutes round trip with a stupid fucking Wingstop. I get there. Luckily for me, though, the food was ready. And I was like, oh, this is good. Usually I have to wait because Wingstop's a shit show, but the food was ready. The guy reads my orders, and I usually check through all of my food to make sure everything's good. But I open the bags, and I'm like, oh, there's a lot of shit in here. Must be good, okay? Because the guy read through every single fucking thing on the Wingstop order, and it was a very long list. So I take the Wingstop, I go home, we get home late, we eat dinner pretty late, and then we open the Wingstop order. And I'm like, something looks off. Something is off about my order. So we opened everything up, we got the wings. They were missing like 4 side orders. They were missing the large fries. How do you eat Wingstop without fries? I don't even like fries, but you gotta eat Wingstop fries. They didn't have the corn. They didn't have the carrot sticks. They didn't have the celery sticks. They were missing my shit. And I was like, oh my fucking God. So we call Wingstop and then we're like, hey, I just picked up my order. We're missing some stuff. And the guy's like, okay, well, we'll make it for you right now. I'm like, no. It's a 30-minute round trip. I'm not coming back. He's like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, do you want like store credit? And I'm like, okay, so how does store credit work? He's like, well, for store credit, you just have to take a picture of your food and then you just come later and then we'll just give you store credit. And I'm like, huh? And I'm like, no, I want a refund. And the guy was like, are you sure you don't want to just come and get it? I'm like, no, it's like a 30-minute round trip. And the guy was like, okay, well, my manager is on break right now, so I don't really know what to do. I'm like, okay. And so I'm like, okay, just put us on hold then. It's fine. We're eating. We're on hold. They hang up on us. We call them again. And then finally, this other person picks up. And then she was like pushing us to do store credit. But the store credit thing is stupid because I don't eat Wingstop often. And she's like, okay, well, here's the thing with store credit. We'll give you store credit. We'll write your name down, your information, but you have to redeem it within 2 weeks. I'm like, but I don't eat Wingstop every 2 weeks. I eat Wingstop like every quarter. I don't want to come back. And what if you guys don't even give me store credit? What if I get there, you guys don't even have my information in there? I'm not going to trust you now. And then they didn't want to process the refund because it was hard to get a manager to approve it and do the refund. And we're like on the phone with them for like, I don't know, like 30, 40 minutes, like, cause we're on hold. But that was funny. And then she's like, okay, well, I have to put you on hold if you really want a refund. I'm like, yeah, you want the refund. Yeah, it's a refund. She's like, okay, I have to put you on hold because I have to get the manager and get the code. I'm like, okay, fine. But anyways, that was Wingstop. Fucking Wingstop. And can I tell you something? It wasn't even worth it. The fucking wings were so fucking dry. It was so dry that when I bit into the wings, it hurt my teeth. That's how dry it was. And usually Wingstop's really good. Oh my God. So yeah, that was my thing with Wingstop. I think I just had to get it out there. Okay. I was venting. I needed to vent about Wingstop. The pizza app is just as shit. Listen, we don't eat Pizza Hut. No Pizza Hut for us. I haven't had Pizza Hut in so long, actually. Pizza Hut, I think I'd rather do the Domino's. Just do DoorDash. I don't know if they're on DoorDash actually. Oh, I think the reason why we didn't do DoorDash is because Wingstop had the free delivery thing. Because usually I don't like to do delivery because the fees are so crazy. It's like you have to pay for a delivery fee, but then in California you have to pay for like the $2.99 something fee, and then the $2 fee, and then another fee. So like your total amount of fees is actually like $20, and then you tip on top of that because you want to make sure you tip your delivery drivers, you know. But at that point, it's like the amount of fees and the tip is already half my order. I don't know. It was so funny. Oh, why didn't you call it in? No, it was. I put it in the app, or for the delivery. No, because we're trying to do delivery. That's why they don't do call in for delivery. Anyways, it was funny. It was really funny. But the thing was, it wasn't even good. I was so sad. Yeah. Usually, if I do food, we just do pickup because the fees are crazy. Unless you're really busy and then you're like, I can't be bothered. You know, I want the food to come to me. We'll do delivery once in a while. But for the most part, the fees are. It's crazy. It's a lot. I ordered pho and then this other Vietnamese dish. It was $20, but then after the fees and the tip and stuff like that, it was like $38, I think. And you're just like, or no, I felt like it was like almost double the price. And I was like, oh my God, it's so expensive. Why do people do delivery? I don't know what Pizza Ridge is. What the hell is a Pizza Ridge? I've never heard of Pizza Ridge. All right, guys. So yeah, Sarah Boone and George Torres. Let's talk about their history while we stall and wait for opening statements. You know what? I don't know if opening statement's going to happen today. Because right now, what time is it in the East Coast time? It's almost 3 o'clock. I mean, another 2.5 hours, maybe, possibly. Fat Burger. I don't think we have Fat Burger out here. I don't think so. So many chain foods quality is dropping. Usually Wingstop is really good. Usually it's really good. But here's the thing. When you mess up on a customer order and then you put them on hold for a million years, shouldn't you offer something, you know? Instead of refunding me what I'm missing, you should refund me what I'm missing and then maybe throw in a free brownie, you know? Like, oh, hey, I saw that you ordered a brownie. You know what? I got you. We'll give you that for free. I didn't even get a free brownie. It's a pizza joint that is both pizza buffet and it's a pickup delivery. Oh, we don't have that here. I don't know. You guys ever had Cece's Pizza before? That is a interesting place to go eat at. You will for sure. At least the location that I went to, there was always cockroaches on the walls. So whenever you would eat there, you'd be like, hey, there's a cockroach on the wall. And the guy would be like, oh, we'll give you a discount. It's like, yay. And that was like us in our early 20s. You got to pray for the cockroaches so you can get your discount. Okay, so George and Sarah Boone. Now, let's see what we got here. And then we'll watch the 2019 body cam footage, but it's a long video. We'll probably skim through, jump around, hop around like them damn crows up on my rooftop. All right, so we got photo crime charge, cash appearance on the record. This is from 2018 on July 25th. Let's see what's going on here. Sarah Boone. Brian Boone. Did he bail her out or something? Deposit her? Orange County Corrections received the sum indicated below on the behalf for deposit by Orange County Clerk, of course, for the charge of security for the appearance of defendant upon the conditions. We have 1 count of battery by strangulation, dating violence. Defendant shall appear in said court from day to day and term to term. Wait, so is this Sarah Boone? Sorry, I haven't looked at these documents in a couple of years, but I saved them all on my computer. Strangulation. Is she the defendant? Defendant Sarah Boone. Yeah, it seems like she was charged with battery by strangulation. All right, Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone arrest affidavit, strangulation. Let's see. Ms. Boone, Sarah Boone, July 25th, 2018. 40 years old, 5'3", 130 pounds. What do we got here? Page 2. All right. On July 25th, oh shit, is it? I'm sorry. Wait, why is it like that? There you go. Sorry. Let me... Ugh. This is not the best screen. It's like cut off. Should I zoom out? Let me zoom out. Zoom. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that? There you go. All right. On July 25th, 2018, at 1:52 hours, I responded to 4748 France Lane, number 3, Orlando, referenced a male kicked a female in the eye. I later determined this to be aggravated battery by strangulation and battery case, both being dating violence. Upon my arrival, I spoke to Sarah Catherine Boone, defendant number 1 / victim number 2. Sarah verbally stated she was at an unknown bar earlier in the evening when she was asked an unknown male for a cigarette. Her boyfriend, George Torres Jr., of 1.5 years, became upset since she was talking to another male and left the bar. They both went back to their residence located at 4748 France Lane and continued verbally arguing. Sarah was dragged upstairs by George. She was kicked her in the right eye. She was kicked in the right eye using, what the fuck? He kicked her? Who the hell wrote this report? She was kicked in the right eye using his right heel. Okay, so she was kicked in the right eye by George's right heel. Sarah was able to describe how she fell to the ground and or how she was dragged upstairs by George. Sarah refused medical treatment. Sarah refused to write a statement or sign any dating violence paperwork. After I spoke to Sarah, I spoke to George. George verbally stated they were both at the residence verbally arguing and have been consuming alcohol. They had been dating for 1.5 years and residing together for 1.2 years. George attempted to go upstairs and avoid Sarah. While George was walking upstairs, Sarah reached towards George's throat using both of her hands. Sarah placed both of her hands around George's throat and applied pressure to the extent that George was having difficulty time breathing. George was sitting on the steps and started kicking towards Sarah in an attempt to get her off of him. George believes he might have kicked Sarah in the face, but was not sure. George believed that if he did not kick Sarah off of him, she would have made him incapacitated due to being strangled. George refused medical treatment. George also refused to write a statement and or sign any dating violence paperwork. Both Sarah and George stated they had been dating for approximately 1 year, 6 months, and residing together for approximately 1 year, 2 months. The left side of George's neck has had red markings, small abrasions that is consistent with being strangled. Sarah's right eye is bruised, swollen from receiving an impact. Both Sarah and George allowed Deputy Ramirez Delgado to take pictures of their injuries. Delgado later uploaded the pictures to the DataWorks. Both Sarah and George received a victim's right booklet with my name and case number along with the photo injunction referral. Due to conflicting statements and injuries on both Sarah and George, I was unable to determine who is the primary aggressor. I placed both George and Sarah under lawful arrest and George was placed in the backseat of my patrol car and Sarah was placed in the backseat of Deputy Ramirez Delgado's patrol car. I informed both Sarah and George the charges are being placed against them, which they stated they understand. Due to both parties refusing to write statements and or signing any domestic violence documents, I was unable to complete a victim's request of confidentiality form, authorization for release of confidential information form, and written statements. Both parties stated they don't want to testify and or prosecute each other. Both Sarah and George were transported to the Orange County Booking and Receiving Center. George was booked and charged for battery, dating violence. Sarah was booked and charged for aggravated battery by strangulation, dating violence. Both Sarah and George stated they do not own any firearm. My body-worn camera was activated. Is this the body-worn camera that we're going to watch? Oh, no, hold on. There's one from 2018. And do we want to watch this? It looks creepy. Have you guys seen this? At first, I thought this was like some fake AI shit. Why does she look so That's her, right? That's her. There's the Ace Hardware bucket because George used to work at Ace Hardware. She's got a cigarette there. Why does she look so scary? Ben says this is why he believes George never abused Sarah. Sarah choked George. George lawfully defended himself from lethal force, no less. Crab Legs, who wants to bet that Sarah's reversing the story here? She accused George of cheating. Nicole, Sarah was shocked that she was arrested along with George. I haven't seen this video yet, but you have to watch them. Okay, I'll skip forward to the body cam part. This is from 2019. Oh, okay, we're in 2018 right now. Give me a second. All right, we'll work up our way there. We have a 2018 Sarah Boone income info. I think this is her filing for being a criminal of indigent status, where we can see her income. She has a take-home income of $300 paid weekly, I think. So she must be getting about $1,200 from Brian Boone for the alimony. She's got no for Social Security benefits, unemployment compensation. Actually, how come she doesn't get unemployment? Or does she file for unemployment and then expire? Because I don't think they can keep you on unemployment forever, right? It's only like a small time period while you're... Oh, I think you also have to actively show that you're applying for jobs. No union funds, no workers' comp, no retirements, pensions, no trusts, no gifts, no veteran benefits. No child support. I thought she does get child support. Child support and a regular support from a family member or spouse. I think she's supposed to hit yes for that. No rental income, no dividends of interest, no other incomes of any kind. Assets. No cash. Bank accounts, $400. She said she got CDs, equity in motor vehicle. Okay, so she's got a car. She's got a 2011 Kia. What does that say? Sorrente? I don't know. Kias. No savings, no bonds, no equities in real estate. She doesn't receive any temporary assistance for needy families, no poverty-related veterans benefits, no SSI, social supplemental security income. All right, so she gets about, I'm assuming this is from Brian Boone, $300 every week of alimony. We have a George Torres arrest affidavit. Okay, so now we're in 2019. Let's read. 2019, George. What do we have for George? 2019. Deputy J. O'Neill responded at 5:08 p.m. Apartment 3 for a battery call. When I arrived on the scene, I spoke to Sarah Boone, the victim, who stated that her boyfriend struck her. Sarah stated that she was beaten up in the face, head, legs, and arms. Sarah said that she begged George to stop, and George stated, "You are going to die." Sarah stated that George punched her in the head and flung her off the bed. Sarah stated this incident occurred due to George being upset about Sarah talking to a male. Sarah stated that she's been dating George for 2.5 years. I observed a lump that was red in color on the left side of Sarah's face under her hairline. She also had scratches on her right side of her neck. Sarah stated the lump was caused by George punching her. She was not sure if the scratches were from today. Sarah provided a sworn written statement. She desires prosecution and will testify in court. Sarah completed a domestic violence worksheet and was provided a victim's rights pamphlet. I then spoke to George. I observed scratches on the right side of George's neck. I asked George how he received the scratches. George stated he did not know. Really, George? Are you sure you didn't know? I then secured George into the handcuffs without incident and placed George into the back of my vehicle. I then read George's Miranda warnings from my issued Miranda warnings card. George agreed to speak with me. George stated that he did not strike Sarah and Sarah did not strike him. I took photos of both George and Sarah's injuries and uploaded them to DataWorks. Both Sarah and George refused medical attention. Due to Sarah and George being involved in a dating relationship of 2.5 years and George striking Sarah, causing visible injuries, I placed George under arrest for battery. So I think this is all the evidence that the defense wants to put in regards to George's history, Sarah Boone's maybe history as well. I don't know if they really want to include Sarah Boone being arrested. Here's an arrest affidavit. Is this a different one? 2019, August 28th. What day was this? Or what time was this? 7:54 p.m. I don't know if that other body cam. Let's see. When is this body cam? It says 6:18. Oh, this is from June. All right, let's I don't know, let's take a look at it, I guess.
Really like referring to her as that because it sounds like she's someone that kills suitcases. So
all right, so we're watching Conjean's YouTube channel. Sarah Boone's history, 2019 police body cam arrest of George Torres, jumping with joy. Part 1 of 2. Is that her jumping with joy? Oh, the Kia Sorrento.
Morning, ma'am. Can we talk to Jorge Jr.?
Oh, that's George's mom. Okay, I recognized her because she was on the news.
Junior Torres. Junior? Right? Or Jorge Jr. Yeah, Jorge Torres Jr. Morning, ma'am. Can we talk to Jorge Jr.?
He's working.
Okay. He's working?
Yeah, he's working. That's Aloma. I think you go this way and you go to Aloma.
Okay.
That's the Ace there.
Oh, he works at Ace Hardware. Okay, we're just
Oh, this is when he still had his job at Ace Hardware.
to speak to him about something that possibly happened yesterday. So, but he's at work right now.
Yeah.
We just want to have a chit chat with him. That's all.
Okay.
That's where he's at right now.
Yeah. I mean, I was wondering, he's an alcoholic.
Is he? Okay. Okay. All right.
do you hear what his mom said about it?
Oh, is that the original? Police called to Sarah Boone's apartment in 2019. Let me see if I can find that. Police called to Sarah Boone's apartment 2019. Oh, they found it. Is this it?
County, Florida jail.
If he's at work, we'll have
Junior? Wanna?
Your incident.
friendly conversation. Hey, can I speak to someone about something real quick? Junior Torres.
This is from Transparent Tea.
Jorge Junior.
Yeah, Jorge Torres Jr.
I haven't seen George in any of the videos yet. I have not.
Okay.
That's the ace there.
Oh, he works at Ace Hardware.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we're just here to speak to him about something that possibly happened yesterday. So, but he's at work right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just want to have a chit chat with him. That's all. That's where he's at right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I was going to let you know he's an alcoholic.
Is he? Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
And the lady that he's having problems, she has his ID, and she don't want to give it to him for a long time.
Okay.
He got everything.
Because he was just arrested, wasn't he?
Yeah, because I think arguing with her.
Yeah, something like that. Okay. Yeah, we just wanted to speak to him about something.
Man, his mom just looks so tired. She's like, yeah, I'm used to this shit. Yep, I'm tired. This happens all the time. I don't know, man.
Real quick, if he's at work, we'll have a chit chat with him at work, and we'll go from there. So, okay, man, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, sorry to bother you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Okay.
Y'all think that Owens is gonna get a book deal? What? Nah. Well, actually, maybe if he's getting close to retirement age. No, I meant unemployment when she wasn't incarcerated. All right, we're at the apartment. June 18, 2019, 5:29 p.m. Seems like they're figuring where the house is, maybe? Really? At one point in the body cam, he calls her name, and it sounds exactly like he did when he was in the suitcase. He gave me the chills. Ooh. This Sarah Boone?
So, I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
The fuck was that? What is wrong with her? Is she drunk right now? Do I have the video sped up? No, I was like, is it sped up or something? I don't know what's going on here.
So, I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
Told me
24 hours to
Yeah.
get a check.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do realize he's here, though, right?
Oh my, can we go back to the crow story? What the fuck is going on here? Ah! Oh god. Okay, so she acts like a child in order to get... This explains everything. This explains everything. She acts like a child to get away with things and to get things... I don't know, man. This is the manipulator. It's like kind of like the Jodi Arias manipulation. I'm gonna be very childlike so you can like listen to me and forgive me for what I did. And please, I think she's telling him not to arrest George, right? What the fuck? Okay. I was not ready for this. Okay. I'm ready. We're blah, 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 blah. We're ready.
So, I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
Told me
24 hours to
Yeah.
get a check.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do realize he's here, though, right?
322, 65.
Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
It was raining.
I did raining.
She said she had a drink. Not a drink. I don't know about that.
168, you come on in Cornerstone Road, you think the manager, or the store manager just broke.
No, don't close the door, because I gotta keep an eye on my guy. Yeah, it seems open.
It sounded like she said it's my favorite police officer, but I don't know.
Just No,
don't close the door because I gotta keep an eye on my guy.
Yeah,
it's involved.
Okay, well, disappeared in different directions from one of the area check. One of the Hispanic males.
Yeah, what's gonna happen?
Had tattoos all over him. No shirt, gray pants.
Yeah, I have to. He's here.
Other one, tattoos.
Yeah, you can stay right here. You can stay right here. He doesn't know that you call. He doesn't know how to
Another black male, no prescription, car QA, three white males. Reflecting an area check.
Wow, this is exactly how she acted in the body cam after George was found in the suitcase. Like these like facial expressions, like when she doesn't get what she wants, like, oh God.
Why did we have to? We left earlier. We respected your wish. Yeah, we respected your wish earlier, okay? But he's here. Okay.
24 hours.
That's the only reason why. Yeah.
I mean, you wanted to have him arrested. You wanted to have him prosecuted. What do you expect they were going to do? Is this for a separate incident or something?
You can stay right here. He doesn't have to know. He doesn't have to know. He doesn't have to know.
Management office 56 complaints. Transfer from both cases occurred last night.
Oh, here you can. You can sit back here. Stop ringing. It's just sprinkling. It's okay.
Like an 8 gray Chevy Malibu.
Go around the corner if you want.
Yeah, what's there?
Okay, but I'm literally begging you, don't.
Yeah, but you know he's gonna have to. No. Just stay here.
Don't come out here acting up. Okay.
There's nothing you can do?
There's nothing you can do.
Why?
Hey, just the law, it's the way the law is, alright? So.
I kind of want to give you a hug.
No, you don't need to give me a hug.
Oh, no, please don't be giving no hugs, man. 2019, police were called to the apartment of Sarah Boone and George several times. There's a body-worn camera from June 18. Sarah was arrested in 2020, second-degree murder. Brief blackouts were redacted by Orange County. The purpose of legal documents are to give background to the body cam. Several reviews of body cam from different officers give greater perspective, in my opinion. Rest in peace, George. Waiting for justice for you and your family.
Big and berry.
No, that's okay. No hugs today. Man, you go inside. Man, go inside. Go inside. Go inside. We have one comment. She's good. She's good.
Y'all ever seen that meme where there's something going down in your neighborhood and you're trying to be nosy, so you take a vacuum and start vacuuming outside? What's going on over there? Oh, I just happened to be here. I'm just vacuuming the sidewalk. What do you mean?
I'm trying to get her to go back inside because we're trying to do something over here. I know. I know, but I'm trying to keep you away from there. You're not listening. You keep coming outside. Just go inside. Just go inside. I have you come talk to you. Yeah, he'll come talk to you.
No, don't. Have Rachel come talk to you.
There you go. Have Rachel. There you go.
George, I'll do whatever I can.
Okay.
Take it easy. You hear me?
All right. What's your name again? I just said to stop. That's all I want you to... There you go. Go.
You know what? Because of how childish she acts, maybe they do play hide and go seek. Maybe they do play tag.
Go call Papa Mom.
Babe, I had no idea.
Jesus Christ. Go inside. Call Mom and Pop.
What?
You see the law enforcement?
Papa Mom.
Babe, I had no idea.
Jesus Christ. Go inside. Call Mom and Pop.
What?
You're not going to do anything for him. There you go.
They
Call
won't
Mom and Pop.
answer.
You can't do anything for him.
Go over there. Babe!
Stop screaming at him. See, she don't listen.
I know.
No. Go back inside. Go back inside. Go back inside. Jesus.
What? You found that your neighbor beat someone and severely held him hostage? Shit. Holy fuck. Were there like police all like outside posted? And a negotiator? It's fucking bad. I hope your neighbor's not your neighbor anymore. I hope they're gone.
Do you need Jesus right now?
I don't need Jesus. Go inside. Go inside. Why do you keep coming out here causing problems? Go inside and call Mom and Pop. There's nothing you can do for him out here. You're not going to hug him. You're not going to go talk to him. Just go inside. and call mom and pop.
How's Henry over there talking to him?
Henry's the property manager. He's acting.
My God. Yeah, Henry, why the fuck are you over there talking to Oh, man. What do we think of ex Brian Boone? I think Brian Boone is someone who is just sick, fed up with Sarah Boone, has to put up with her shenanigans because she's the mother of their son. She's got some sort of shared custody, and it's a fucking headache. But, you know, sometimes when you're with someone like this, it's like they're not 100% bad from the get-go. It's usually like a slippery slope, okay? Like, it's like they're sort of bad, and then it gets worse, and then it gets worse. Just like when you're like in an abusive relationship, right? It starts off with them yelling at you because you're talking to someone, and then it escalates to them pushing you, and then it escalates to them maybe slapping your arm, and then it escalates to them slapping you, and then close fist punching you, and then it escalates to even worse. Because like usually when you stay in those type of situations, it's like what happens is if they go from 0 to 100, then usually you're like, oh hell no, I'm getting out of this relationship, right? But if it's like a slow progress, what happens is your limit for what's acceptable just gets your tolerance just gets more and more, I guess. So that's why, you know, if anyone ever pushes you or is a little bit slightly violent, get the fuck out of there. Get the hell out of there. Unless you're willing to work with them. But it's usually really tough because they're not going to be 100% crazy from the get-go. It's going to slowly escalate, slowly and slowly and slowly. So I think Brian Boone was like, you know what? She's not my problem anymore in terms of I'm not with her. I don't have to deal with her drinking while we're in the relationship, blah, 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 her beating on me. However, he still had to deal with her because they had shared custody of their child. And she has no money. She's a drunk. She doesn't want to fucking work. He's got to pay her some alimony. She sometimes gets custody of the kid. He just has to make sure that everything's good. And, you know, like he said, he didn't even have a life because he would have to be on standby, essentially, just in case Sarah and George got in a fight and he had to go there and pick up Lucas. I don't know. It's just horrible.
Him questions. The deputy's asking him questions.
How's
There's nothing you can do for him out here. You're not going to hug him. You're not going to go talk to him. Just go inside and call mom and pop.
How's Henry over there talking to him?
Henry's the property manager. He's asking him questions. The deputy's asking him questions. Why is this?
What do you want me to do?
Ma'am, go inside. Call mom and pops. Let's go. You're not doing anything for him screaming here.
This is what the neighbors had to deal with. This is what the property manager had to deal with. This is what Brian Boone had to deal with. Yeah, she a fucking demon. So we'll get The Exorcist.
Why is this so hard for you?
What happened?
I need his father and his mother.
Take her inside. Take her inside. Maybe he'll show it to you.
His father's number and his mother's number.
Yes, I got
So I
both.
could give him a piece of the
I got both. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all gotta go. Okay, it's done when it's done.
Why are you screaming for?
Sarah, I need the number. She don't have it.
I feel bad for the security guard because the security guard is like, listen, I'm just a security guard for this property. Y'all are law enforcement. Y'all take care of Sarah Boone. The cop is like, security guard, come here, help me out here. Get her inside. I don't want to deal with her anymore. And the security guard's probably like, dude, you're fucking law enforcement. You enforce it. Poor Henry. Henry's just like, I'm just working here. I'm just a security guard for this fucking property. You deal with Sarah Boone.
Goodness gracious.
I have it.
I know. She's on something.
So they got domestic incident last week. He has a no contact order.
He has a no.
Period.
Okay.
I know how it feels to be locked up without a number.
Yeah.
Can you write his mother and his father's number?
Come inside.
Come on, let's go.
You need anything with me?
I need you to go inside in the past 5 minutes.
We need the phone number.
She just fucking bowed. Oh my lord. Oh my. I wonder if these you know what? If they want to bring in these body cam footages so badly, if the defense wasn't bringing these body cam footages so badly, please do. Please do. Let her get secondhand embarrassment for what she did years ago, okay? Let her be embarrassed in front of the jury. Holy shit.
Goodness gracious. All right, go.
George!
Yeah, you have to hurry up. It's about to pour.
That's sometimes.
Yeah, bud.
You need her for anything?
No, we don't. We have her information already. So here's what's gonna happen, bud. You're gonna take the ride back down, and because it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going to see a judge tomorrow morning. You won't be able to see her today. Okay? And it might be the same judge that gave the no contact order. Okay? Listen, from here on out, bud, until that case is resolved, you cannot come here, okay, or have contact with her, even if she invites you, okay? She called us earlier and told us that you guys had a no contact order, okay? She didn't want anything to do with you, like charges, nothing. But we told her because it's domestic, the state of Florida has to, okay? So, all right, bud, just make sure he's got nothing on him. Nothing there.
I know him.
Hey, you don't have anything on you, right, bud? No, okay. We'll make it as cordial as it can be, okay? We promise, man, all right?
Even though the wind is winding, you could hear Sarah Boone in the background. Oh my lord.
What do you say?
Sure. I'll do whatever I can.
I love you, babe. I'll take it easy. Don't you hear me? I love you. Call Papa and Mom. Tell them that I'm...
Hey,
No, y'all forget Sarah Boone is the real victim because she had to put up with this. She had to be the one to bail him out. She had to be the one to sacrifice her time to be with him and deal with him being arrested because of them fighting together. Remember, Sarah Boone says she's the victim. She's the one who had to deal with George. Poor Sarah Boone.
Sarah, call Papa and Mom.
I'll make him go over there and do it. Babe. I
No.
It's all right, babe. George, give me your mom's and your father's
Just
number.
stay here,
I don't know it. You don't know it? Ask. Tino, Sarah knows.
What's the charges against?
So the domestic battery charge that he got hit with last week or whatever it was, he was given a no contact order by the judge, okay? Whether she invites him or not,
I know.
Oh, okay. Violating the no contact order.
he knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning, okay? He's now back, and he knows.
Wait, hold on a second. Exactly. How did they know that George was with Sarah Boone? Did she set him up?
Invites him or not,
I know.
he knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning, okay? He's now back, and he knows by the keys he can't be any contact.
Wait, it sounds like what he said was it doesn't matter if George came because Sarah invited him and that he was here this morning. She called us and now he's... Dude, what the... Oh my God, did she set him up? Holy fucking shit. Imagine if this happened to you. Imagine, okay? What if... Let's say George and Sarah fought because Sarah instigated the fight. Sarah was the initial aggressor. George was either defending himself or, reciprocating some of the violence back towards her. She calls the cops. He gets arrested. She gets his no contact order. And then a week later, she invites him over. She calls the cops on him, say like, oh, George is here. And then they show up to actually enforce it because I was thinking, how else would the cops know that George is over here? How else would they know? And then now she's doing this whole display of emotion like, George, I love you. George, what can I do? George, what the fuck? This is like some crazy ass, if it happened this way, it's some crazy ass fucking manipulation. Oh my fucking God. You got this like master manipulator here who's just like toying with you and fucking with your mind. Initially, I was a little confused because I thought they were coming to arrest him. But then I was like, wait, it seems like he was already arrested a couple days ago. Why are they back here again? It's because she fucking called them because of the no contact order. Oh my God. And I think it could be a way to control him because now what is she going to do? She's going to rescue him. She's the rescuer now. Poor George is in jail. Sarah Boone is like, oh my God, I'm going to come and rescue you. I'll come and bail you out. I'll come and get you. Baby, I'll get the money for you. And then now he's going to be grateful to her because she was the one who rescued. Oh my God. This is like some fucked up shit. This is too much.
Can I get some money so you can make this phone call? No, he gets a phone call when he's down there. Yeah, he gets when he gets in. You don't have money? Well, if you have a piece of paper real quick, you can get it for me and we'll give it to him.
You don't know your mother's number? She had.
If you can get it real quick, we'll give it to him.
Can I get his mother's number and his mother's number?
And make sure that.
Okay, that was Transparent Tea. Thank you
If
so
you've
much
made it this far,
for the body cam footage. Jesus. And then we have 2 months later, or sorry, the next month. So George does get arrested again the next month. All right, Mr. George. Let's see what's happening here. George arrested August, is 8 August? Yes, August 28, 2019. And now it makes sense because remember in the interrogation video where she was just like, George is good because of me. I'm the one who does everything for George. I save George. George goes to his parole, blah, 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 because of me. George does this because of me. I bail him out. George is better because of me. Oh my fucking God, dude. This is how she made herself important. Yikes. All right, what's going on here? So this is about, what, the next month or so? Or 2 months? August 28, 2019, I responded to 4748 France Court, Florida, in reference to a battery. Upon my arrival, I made contact with the victim who did not require medical attention. The suspect was placed under arrest and transported to BRC. My investigation revealed, described relationship. Dating 3 years, lived together as if a family, children present. If so, was DCF contacted, blah, blah, blah. No. Injuries, weapons used. Victim had marks on the left side of her neck, photograph. Take photographs of the victim, suspect, and scene. Both victim and suspect were photographed. Other evidence obtained? No. If suspect was not arrested, why? Suspect was arrested. Is there an injunction or protection order placed? No. History of domestic violence. Here are some case numbers that they cited. Sarah Boone intentionally touched and struck the victim. Sarah Boone against the will. Oh, this is what Sarah Boone said, I think. Intentionally touched and struck the victim, Sarah Boone, against her will. Victim is a household member of the defendant due to the fact that they were presently residing together as if a family and are currently residing in a single dwelling unit. August 28th, 2019, approximately 8:14, I responded to said apartment in reference to a battery. Upon my arrival, I met with the victim/reporter, Sarah Boone, who I identified via Florida driver's license. She told me the following, both in a verbal and sworn written statement. On August 28, 2019, at approximately 8 p.m., Sarah Boone was in her bedroom sleeping when George woke her up, coming in the bedroom, screaming and angry. George continuously punched Sarah in the neck and pulled her hair. Sarah Boone threw George off the bed and she feared he was going to bang her head on the marble windowsill. I don't know, man. It's just so hard to believe these previous reports that Sarah Boone made because of the lies that she's told when she murdered him. So now going back, it's like, we don't even know if this shit even was true or not. Like, yes, she may have some bruises, she may have some scratches and stuff like that, but we don't know if it happened, if it went down the way that she said it happened. Sarah Boone and George has been dating since March 2016 for approximately 3 years. No children, thank goodness. They do not live in the same apartment. Oh, they do live in the same apartment as a family. During my interaction with Sarah Boone, she appeared angry. She was upset, continuously apologized, and stated how she was fed up with being hit. I observed marks on her left side of the neck under her jaw, an old bruise on her right eye that she said happened 3 days ago. Sarah Boone declined an offer of medical treatment on the scene, and prior to my arrival, I took digital photographs of Sarah Boone's injuries and submitted them to evidence under the case number via digital crime scene. Sarah Boone said she's not willing to testify or prosecute for this incident. I provided Sarah Boone with a booklet containing legal rights and remedies notice to victims and a business card containing the case number for this incident. During my interactions with George Torres, who I identified via his Florida identification card, he appeared active as if he was surprised to see deputies. I observed redness by his left eye. George declined an offer of medical treatment. I took digital photographs of George's injuries and submitted them into evidence under this case number via digital crime scene. I explained to George his Miranda rights and asked if he was willing to speak to me about the incident. George replied, yes. I asked George what happened tonight, and he continued to act surprised that I was talking to him. When I asked George what happened to Sarah, he stated, I do not know. When I asked how she got marks on her neck, he alluded to the fact that he gets hit all the time, and what is he supposed to do? And you know what? I think Brian Boone can probably back this part up, where Brian Boone is like, I wouldn't be surprised if she was the aggressor. All those times that George got arrested, wouldn't be surprised. When I said he called the police, he said he would not call the police on her. I asked if he gave her the marks in self-defense, and he said no. I asked if he hit her because she hit him, and he would not answer. I asked again what happened to the night, and he did not answer. And this goes towards to the property manager. The property manager said that Sarah Boone would go around telling everyone what George would do to her, show the pictures, show the videos. Meanwhile, George wouldn't say anything to them. George was pretty quiet about it. I placed George under the arrest for domestic violence and transported him to the booking and receiving center without incident. There's no additional information at this time. All right, what's going on in the courtroom? Is there a court break right now? Oh, God. Let's see. What's going on in the courtroom? Let's see. What was the last thing that they talked about? Hello?
Your sacrifice, your attention, most importantly, your honesty in answering the court's questions, the state's questions, and the defense questions over the last couple of days. We're going to excuse you for a few moments while we decide who may be able to serve as members of our jury in this case. Please do not leave this floor. There may be some of you that we need to speak to on an individual basis. And again, I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you as well over the last couple of days. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research regarding the charge, persons, places, or things that are involved. Do not have any communications with anyone else or amongst yourselves about any of those things. One last thing. You may see the state attorneys for the state and the attorney for defense outside.
This is Trial TV Live. It seems like they were live streaming the jury selection process.
Maybe in the same elevator as you over the next couple of weeks. They're not allowed to talk to you, and they may look away from you. They're not allowed to communicate or have any interaction with you whatsoever. If you make eye contact, they may shy away and look away from you. I promise you, they're not doing it to be rude or insensitive. They're just trying to avoid the sense of any impropriety while we conduct this trial. With that, I thank you again for your time and your sacrifice, and we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Do we think opening statements is going to happen? Whose head is this? Hello. Nice earlobes.
All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. We'll be off the record for a few moments for y'all to review your notes, use the facilities, take 15-minute recess. It is 3:30. We'll see you all at 3:45, and we can address any individual voir dire or charging conference at that time. Court's going to be in recess. Thank you.
I don't know. I think opening statements tomorrow. I don't know if they're gonna. I don't think it's enough time to do opening statements today. Because how long do you think opening statements will take? Probably like an hour for the state, and then maybe 30 minutes for the defense, right? Or actually, hold on a second. No, I don't think the state's going to be 1 hour. I think the state could be pretty short, actually. Maybe 30 minutes for both. Oh, wait, didn't the judge ask them how long something would take this morning? And then I thought they were talking about the voir dire process, but maybe they meant opening statements. Okay, well, I will keep checking up to see what's going on with the jury selection stuff. That was Trial TV Live. All right, back to the Boone. The Boone. What do we got? We got George's income information. He's also applying for the criminal indigent status. He has 0 dependents. Does he not? Oh, because he probably doesn't pay. Does he not pay for child support? Because he's got like 3 kids. Maybe the wives do. Okay, so he has a take-home income of $235 paid weekly. Total liabilities and debt, $800. Usually monthly? Yearly? I don't know what that says. Okay, that's all we got for George. And that's basically all I got. And then this is when all the other attorneys start withdrawing with Sarah Boone stuff. No! That's not yours. Nope. Trying to steal my sandwich. The bologna sandwich and like it? I don't know. I think Court TV said that Sarah Boone gets cookies and something. I had a Court TV thing up. Let's see. Where is it? Court TV. Is it this one? Might be this one.
Boone in court to the suitcase murder trial. Trial not opening up just yet. They're still working on getting that jury seated. They started on Monday. They're going to continue today. They have a motions hearing set for 9:30. Apparently still some outstanding motions, and then they're going to continue picking the jury in the afternoon. And in case you didn't hear, Sarah Boone filed a motion requesting snacks at her trial. And so we're going to get the answer from the judge this morning about that. Take a listen.
Yes, sir, Mr. Owens.
Oh, we have the we have the video of it. I've not seen the video yet. Oh, Mr. Owens. I wonder if he even wanted to do this.
Judge, my client tells me that they wake her up at 2:30 in the morning, and then she's kept in a holding cell until she's brought to court here at 6:30 in the morning, and then of course she's brought up around 9. And then she'll leave today about 5:30 or 6 and be in 2 different holding cells. She'll finally get to her dorm about 9 or 9:30. They stopped allowing showers after 9 p.m. She got there after that time, but they allowed her to shower since she hadn't had one.
That's good to know. Okay, she got to shower.
She's asking that, they get commissary there at the jail. She's asking that the officer that escorts her be allowed to bring her commissary. She's asking for 2 juice packs, 5 peppermints, 2 bags of chips, a bag of candy.
I mean, the peppermint makes sense because, when you're over there with your attorneys, the paralegals, the assistants, you got to whisper things over to them. You don't want to be like,
and a bag of either cookies or a Pop-Tart to allow her through the day. I think they serve them a peanut butter and jelly sandwich down in the basement at lunch, but she's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar, but she says she gets, like today, she's feeling tired and lethargic, and so she feels like those.
Wait, really? That's all she gets for lunch? A peanut butter jelly sandwich? Damn. Being incarcerated sucks. Peanut butter jelly sandwich. Actually, that's kind of like when I was in high school and you get detention. And when you get detention, the only thing that you can order from the school lunch is peanut butter jelly sandwich. You can't even get the turkey sandwich. Because usually the shitty foods are the turkey sandwich with the lettuce and the tomato and then the peanut butter sandwich. They're like, nope, you can't get the turkey. You gotta get the peanut butter. I'm like, oh, the peanut butter sucks. Oh, that's not even real food. It's nasty.
Those items during a break that she could have something like that to keep her energy level.
Does he drink coffee?
I'm asking for the court's permission that she be allowed to do that.
State, any response?
Not the state attorney's office and any of the parties involved.
Okay. I will speak to the captain of the jail if I can get a hold of her before 5 o'clock tonight and see what, if anything, we can do. I can't make any promises.
She saw the jury's lunch orders that I put her order in.
My understanding from the deputies is that there are 2 bagged meals which are given, which include cookies as well, that are provided for Miss Boone. And that's for all inmates that are stored downstairs during trials.
But what kind of cookies are we talking about? Like the soft, gooey, yummy cookies, or are we talking about the hard, nasty, crunchy cookies?
So I'll inquire of the jail staff if I can get a hold of them this evening, and hopefully have an answer, if any, tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
This woman is on trial accused of committing a murder, and she's concerned about her snacks. Snacks.
Oh, Julie! Way to rub it in Sarah Boone's face. Julie's like, haha, bitch, I got the snacks. It's what you don't got. Damn, they actually got her a Pop-Tart. Was that a Twizzler? Oh, Twizzlers are nasty. She got the peppermint. She got the chips. Damn, Julie, she's trying to... Way to shove it in Sarah Boone's face. Someone sent her the screen grab. Oh, Julie.
She's not going to the movies. She's going to her homicide trial. And she's being specific. She's going, I want, 5 peppermints. I want to have a Pop-Tart or some cookies, 2 bags of potato chips. Get real. This lady's unbelievable. What about the sadness she might feel for her boyfriend? George.
Sadness? I'm sorry, but Julie, I don't know if you saw the interrogation video in the body cam, but there was no sadness leaking out of her. No sadness whatsoever. It wasn't until 15 minutes into the interrogation where she pretended to leak sadness. Nope. She's like, I have to live without him now. Me. I have to live without him. Gosh, this sucks. Who am I going to bully around now?
George Torres, who lost his life, he doesn't get to eat anything. And by the way, the jail is sending over meals for her. My understanding, 2 meals to be sent over. So it's not like this woman is starving. She just must think she's special. Let's bring in our attorney guest to talk about this very seasoned.
Damn, Julie grilled her harder than I did. I don't think I was grilling that hard.
Trial attorney, he was a homicide prosecutor, Randolph Rice, on the program today. Randolph, can you believe this lady? The nerve.
She's gone through, what, 9 lawyers now, and this seems to be consistent with what she has done leading up to this point. I guarantee she had this conversation with her defense team. They probably told her, no, we're not going to ask the judge that, and she probably pushed back, and they thought, you know what, just to cover ourselves, we're going to ask the judge as...
That's what I'm thinking too, because I was thinking Owens was probably like, bro, you really want me to ask the judge this? Really? You know they're going to clip me on the fucking YouTube videos, right? You know there's going to be the headlines, right? Oh my fucking God. Corky, does the timeout channel points work across YouTube? No, because it would be too hard. No, I'm too lazy to do it. That's the answer. I'm too lazy to do it. Why are you trying to mess with Raid? What did Raid do to you?
Crazy as it may be, and I guarantee you this, the defense attorney was embarrassed to ask for that request. When he turned around, he looked like the most embarrassed person in the world because he knew how silly it was. He knew how ridiculous it was, but he still has to do what his client is asking him to do, and here we are with another...
Mr. Henderson over here was like, I agree to be on your team if you don't force me to ask for the most embarrassing, crazy shit that Sarah Boone's going to ask us, okay? You do it. Owens, you do it. All right? I'm not asking for the snackies. The hair and makeup. Nope. You do it, Mr. Owens. That's all you.
Crazy request from Ms. Boone.
Yes, Randolph, you're so right. You said what we are all thinking, that attorney would never want to ask those questions of a judge. Would never think of that. But because he's got a bossy client, he did what she probably pushed him to do. I think your analysis is spot on. Here's another clip I want to show you, Randolph, where she's probably pushing for more outfits. She's very concerned about how she looks. We know that she wanted a glam squad. She wanted a professional hair and makeup artist, to do her hair and makeup for this trial. I mean, it's incredible to me. Let's listen to what her lawyer said to the judge about that.
She expressed, it's a 2-week trial, she wanted to wear something different every day. They expressed to me that if I would just bring...
You don't need to wear something different every day, okay? Just have 4 outfits and recycle through those. I don't know. It would be really funny, though, if they made her wear the same thing every day. And you know how every morning the judge is like, all right, well, Sarah Boone's sitting at the table in the gray suit, same outfit that she was wearing the day before, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before that.
her clothes every morning, whatever she wanted to wear, and then pick them up in the evening, the clothes she wanted that day.
Hold up, Mr. Owens. My client, Sarah Boone, also wants to make sure it's dry clean and it's pressed, okay? No wrinkles whatsoever, all right? And she wants that, you know that scent they got with the downy one? Yeah, give me the one with the little bear hugging the little tushy thing.
That would work.
The lavender scent.
Them instead of going to the visitation center and that whole process. So I think that is probably the way to go.
Okay. Well, then that saves the phone call that I had set up with Captain DiGiovanni at 12:30 today to try to figure out what the issue was with the clothing.
Is always an issue with her, Randolph, as you know. Would you speak to how things typically go when you're getting a client ready for a trial and if they're being held in jail prior to the start of the trial? Certainly there are challenges. We acknowledge that. Would you kind of speak to what's normal in the process, Randolph?
Sure. So each jurisdiction is different, and it depends on how the sheriff's department or the department that controls the jail and does the transport.
Look at that. Court TV thumbnail. Sarah Boone denied snacks for trial. See what happened? They clipped it. They clipped it. They knew it. They knew it.
Deals with each inmate. Some departments would rather have the attorney bring the clothing or the family member bring the clothing to the jail, allow the defendant to get dressed at the jail, and then transport them that morning in the clothing. Some jurisdictions, the sheriff's department, rather the lawyer bring the clothing. And obviously all this stuff has to be searched, right? Because they don't want things from the family maybe being snuck in. So that there are security concerns that they have about checking the clothing, make sure that there wasn't something put in there by a family member. So it is a lot for the sheriff's department or whichever the police department that's handling that transport to deal with this every single day. It is doable, but it's a lot of work to add on top of. Remember, she's not the only one in that courthouse that day. They're bringing other inmates over. So it's not the Sarah Boone show. It is the sheriff's department having to bring multiple.
Excuse me, Randall. Did you not get the memo? It is a Sarah Boone show. Do you not know? It's a Sarah Boone show.
People,
You
and
get the
she's
memo.
probably gumming up the works with all of her requests.
Oh, you're so right, Randolph. You're so right. Can you imagine her in the transport van? Because, that's the way it goes for our wonderful courties. There's a big van that goes from the jail, multiple trips sometimes, and you have multiple prisoners in it. As Randolph noted, it's not the Sarah Boone show, although she'd like to make it the Sarah Boone show. I wonder what those other inmates think about her, what they're saying about having to spend that time in the van with her and hear about these crazy requests.
They might be doing the same thing. They might be like, oh, wait, you've requested for Pop-Tarts? I'm going to do the same thing.
Oh my
me get my
gosh, I bet they
cinnamon
have
Toast
stories to tell. I have another clip I'd like to play for you, Randolph, and this is where her attorney, if you recall the other day, the judge was asking about the defense witness list, and Sarah Boone threw her excellent counsel right under the bus and said, I haven't seen the list and I'm not agreeing to it because I don't know what's on it, and really made it seem like they haven't communicated. And we know James Owens is a very seasoned attorney and has communicated with her. And so here, fast forward to the other day, she finally agrees as to who is on the witness list. Let's watch.
Me, Your Honor. Could you please repeat the question?
Sure. The question was, without going to any specifics about conversations that you've had with you and your attorneys, are you in agreement with the persons that have been identified in that list that may be called as witnesses in your case?
I'm not familiar with everyone that's on here, but I do agree with whoever it is that they have on here.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. Randolph, she's, what do I want to say? What's the expression? Dumb like a fox, right? She kind of played a little dumb there about, well, I don't know who's on the list, but I guess I agree.
That's an expression. I've never heard that expression before.
Do you think she's trying to set up some kind of post-conviction relief for herself or ineffective assistance with some of these comments she makes?
I certainly think she is.
If she loses this case, though, y'all better expect to get some Sarah Boone letters about her complaining about her attorneys. I hope she doesn't do that. I hope she doesn't.
Probably trying to lay the groundwork for either a appeal or some sort of complaint against her attorney saying that they didn't provide me this information. I never got to look at it. And that could certainly be a basis for an appellate court.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Sly like a fox. I never heard of dumb like a fox. I've only heard crazy like a fox.
To look at this case and say, well, you know what? We need to give her a new trial. She's being very sly. Again, this is the Sarah Boone show. She thinks she's smarter than everybody else. And so I certainly think she's being cryptic. I think she's maybe trying to be a little difficult, which, look, she's going to be difficult through this whole trial. There is no doubt about that. So, with the food request and the clothing request. And by the way, Julie, do you have any more Pop-Tarts? Could you send some to me, please?
Yes, Randolph, absolutely. You deserve all the Pop-Tarts. You're one of our favorites.
Oh my God. It would be funny. It would be funny if someone in the gallery start opening a bag of Pop-Tarts. Sarah Boone's like, is that strawberry Pop-Tarts they smell?
Legal analysts and gosh, I know, I wish I could send some through the television to you right now. Yeah, we should get snacks, right? We don't snack, we do our jobs. That's what we do. My goodness. Randall, do you think the judge, before we hit a break, do you think this judge is going to grant this request? Because at the end of the day, it's in his hands, as you know. What do you think?
No, this judge seems to be a no-nonsense kind of judge. He's going to call it right down the middle. Remember, judges are there to call balls and strikes.
Oh, no, she specified. She said strawberry Pop-Tarts. She specified. Just like when you ask for Lunchables, you got to distinguish between you want the turkey one or you want the ham one or the nachos or the pizza one.
And they're going to take the law, they're going to take the current rules that have been set up by the courts, and they're going to say, look, I'm looking at what you've presented to me. I'm going to look at the facts. I'm going to look at the law and what the courts have said, and I'm going to make a call here. I'm going to make a balls and strike decision here, and we're going to make it reasonable. And so I think he's going to make reasonable calls, but I don't think he's going to put up with her shenanigans as this trial proceeds.
Right. And we know she doesn't have a medical issue of low blood sugar and doesn't have a need to have candy or juices there at the desk. And
it's actually kind of crazy. Imagine like being sleepy and falling asleep to your own trial when your life is at stake. You would think that alone would pique your interest to tune into your own fucking trial. If you're like sitting there for someone else's trial and you falling asleep, yeah, it's not your trial. Who cares? You fall asleep. This is your trial. Your life is on the line.
the jury's not getting it, right? The jury's not getting snacks to munch on. So why should she?
Hey, Julie, 2 hots and a cot. That's what we always say, and that's what you get, Trust me, the sheriff's department is providing plenty of food. It sounds like she's getting a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and it sounds like she's even getting cookies. I don't even get cookies during my lunch, so she's doing better than we are.
We got to talk to somebody about that. We got to get some cookies for Randolph.
Okay, let's see if there's anything new on the court website. I don't think so. It seems like these are just like notices. Depot of Julie Harper, depot of Dr. Warner, provision of the supplemental witness list, Mr. Cacciatore. We have Mr. Cacciatore, notice supplemental discovery. Digital investigators, Udon's property form, page 982. Copy of listed items we provided under a separate cover. Damn! Previous discovery provided including pages 1 through 100. 981 pages. Have fun with that, Mr. Owens. 981 pages. Okay, what about from yesterday? Yesterday. Are these new? Defendant's objection to state's digital exhibits. All right, we went through this already. I think this is the one that they went through today, right? Or is that yesterday? I feel like so much has happened. I don't fucking remember anymore. State's motion in limine regarding anticipation of affirmatively pled intent to use battered spouse syndrome evidence. The defendant has filed an intention of using battered spouse syndrome evidence in trial. The defendant has not abandoned her intention to do this. Therefore, the state should be able to outline in opening statements and present evidence in its case in chief in anticipation of the use of this evidence by the defendant. She wants a glass of wine right now. She should have stuck with Cashman. Her team is now a bunch of, I don't know. I feel bad. I mean, Henderson, Beck. Well, actually, I haven't seen Beck in action yet. Henderson, Owens, they hopped on the case last minute, okay? They doing their best. I think Henderson's been okay so far. Owens, hiccupy, but I think the reason why I'm starting to think the reason why Henderson is hiccupy is because Owens is the one who's leading the charge. I think that's why. Because remember when the judge was asking Henderson about, like, what's the overt act, blah, 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 blah. I think it's possible that Owens didn't tell him what the overt act was, and that's why Owens is like, that's why Henderson was like, let me go confer with my team really quick. And then when he came back, he, like, blurted out the overt act was, like, the finger sticking out. And I thought it was Henderson that made that up on the fly, but I think that's what Owens told him. Because when Henderson said it, he didn't say it with conviction and with confidence. Seems like he kind of just blurted it out. I don't know. And then Owens, on the other hand, I don't know. We'll give him a chance. We'll give Mr. Owens a chance. We'll make fun of like some of the stuff that happens between him and the judge because sometimes it sounds really silly, but we're trying to give him a chance. Yeah, they parachuted. I know it's so funny when the judge said that they parachuted last minute. I was like picturing Owens coming in with his whole team, just like parachuting in really quickly, Oh my God. Someone needs to make a graphic of that. No, they already took their lunch break, Queen. They are not on lunch break right now. They're on East Coast time. So they're taking a 15-minute break. And they will be back. Actually, they should be back by now. Yeah, they're back. Oh, is that Mr. Billy Lane? Billy Lane, is that you?
Wearing the same clothing from this morning. All right. State. CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State. Bless you. Defense.
Carrie has a parachute graphic. It's really cute. Oh, I have to take a look at it. Oh my god, I was gonna make one, but I was like, I'm lazy. I want to do one with like Owen's like parachuting in, you know, with like the parachute goggles and everything. It'd be really funny.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. All right.
I think it's Billy Lane. Billy, is that you, Billy? Here, y'all watch Billy while I get some water. Shiro. You have a little snacky for Shiro? Oh. Shiro, come here. Shiro, come here. Over here. Snacky here. Good boy. All right, they're just talking right now. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Let's see if Kathy has an update for us. Kathy.
Parties are going to continue reviewing their notes before we proceed with selection in this matter. As addressed at the bench, we will begin with jurors seated in seat 1. The state will have the opportunity to accept or reject those persons seated in odd seats. Then it will proceed to the defense for all even seats to accept or reject. Both parties have 10 preemptory challenges for the purposes of selecting our panel of 6. Once we have that panel of 6, backstrikes will be permitted. If there are no backstrikes, we will then proceed with selecting as many alternates as possible. When the parties are ready to proceed with selection, please let me know. We'll be off the record until that time.
Update. Opening statements expected Friday in Sarah Boone. Ooh, we gotta wake up early tomorrow, y'all. Defense voir dire has concluded next steps. Each side has 10 preemptory strikes, and then the final jury will be selected. All right, Friday. Oh, Rebecca, we will be streaming the trial. Yes, we will be streaming the trial. I think the plan for that is we're gonna stream it live. And then when court goes on its lunch break, I will just leave the stream up and go eat lunch. And then we'll continue the afternoon session. I think last time what I did was did we separate into 2 separate streams? I think that's what we did. I don't remember. Actually, what I used to do, I think I would just stream the whole thing because I was always a late starter. So I would like stream like 3 hours and then catch up during the lunch break and then hopefully catch up by the afternoon. But I think for this one, we're going to cover it live. Live. What about what about the hearing? I don't know. That's true. They're probably, actually, I do wonder if the judge has any other cases that he has to do in the morning. So I don't know if it's going to be like the judge has cases that he has to handle and then the motions and then the opening statement. We'll see what the judge says today. Oh, God, we're zooming in on Sarah Boone. All right. Zoom in on Sarah Boone. The Richardson hearing. The Richardson. Which one is the Richardson hearing? Oh, I did want to watch the. Where's the other? Oh, actually, hold on. Let's go to the beginning because I think they did mention how long opening statements were going to be. Hold on, let me see. I think they did.
Election. So, Digital was not providing recording services yesterday. So it would have been Madam Court Reporter. So I would have to beg and plead if she's able to get me a copy of what it was so that it can be re-reviewed so that we're all on the same page for that.
Oh, and
Madam Court Reporter, how long do you think that would take? Is that acceptable? Can we address it at 1:30 before we...
Court needs to stock up on caffeine. I actually don't really drink caffeine. Once in a while, I have like a green tea because sometimes I run out of my decaf tea. But yeah, I don't really drink caffeine. But I guess like I don't drink tea or coffee that has caffeine in it usually.
I agree with you, and I'm not trying to submarine anybody or put anybody in an appropriate box. But
I need to know what I'm going to be allowed to say.
I don't disagree. But is 1:30 acceptable? No. Okay. Well, then, short of taking a break right now and having her create it, I don't know what else to tell you.
Can we finish jury selection? Mr. Henderson's going to take a minute. This afternoon, we start at 10:30 or 11, and that's going to spill until probably late afternoon before we actually get a jury pick. And we just agree on Friday morning, starting opening statements. That gives her time, him time, me time.
State?
I'm trying to figure out if they mentioned how long opening statements are going to be.
We have an out-of-state witness and people that are scheduled to come in, so we do see problems with that.
Okay. I don't know how long jury selection is going to take this morning. I can't recall off the top of my head how much time the state said, or the defense said they were going to need for the purposes of their questioning. So, Mr. Henderson, how much time do you think you're going to need, sir?
Hour and a half, 2 tops.
Okay.
Oh, no, this is for voir dire. Yeah, I thought it was for jury selection. Nope, this is for something else. History. Sarah Boone. I guess we can watch this for a little bit.
Trouble.
Oh God, I'm sorry. That was loud. Turn it off.
Thank you. Thanks, Mama. I'll call you later. Hi.
That's your
night termite, sir.
That's your
I
son?
love you, baby head. Yes.
Oh, with your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. And this is where he lives?
Yes. Ooh, I can't see. You're going to my place?
Mm-hmm.
123 Foxtrot, you know, check? Fucking police, you know,
Yeah.
I can't see the,
That's your decision.
Well, I don't have to do it otherwise.
If you want to wear it, you gotta click it from this side and it buckles on that side. Tops it.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
So what happened here? Because I actually don't have. I guess no one got arrested.
We're all gonna go inside, aren't we? Who all lives here? Sorry? Who all lives at this apartment? Okay, you and your boyfriend? Oh, wait. Well, I'm parking. We're all getting out. Where?
Oh, she ran to Brian's, called the police on George. Gotcha.
What's his name? Okay. Does he have a car?
I'm sorry?
Does he have a car?
No. That's my car right there. He does have my keys, though.
Mm-hmm. You have a key? Oh.
I'll see if he's even here, guys.
You have both of these?
Yes.
Why would the officer bring Sarah back to the house though? Isn't it better to keep them separated?
I can't get out of the house. You told me you already getting kicked out.
No, I can't.
Is there a back door or sliding door?
Yes.
No, you're good. You go take a look. Yep.
I said, not down.
Lock on the back.
No, somebody locked the back too.
You're the back lock. Hey, you want to call your ex-husband? You have a phone? Okay.
It's not to say he's not in the house.
Excuse me?
It's not to say he's not in there just because the doors are locked.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. You think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, when you keep someone inside, see if he's inside. That's what I'm getting at. And if your phone's got there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh, yeah. If he's in the house, he's not coming to the door, but you have my spare key. I can't get in. If you could, there's no other way of me getting in the house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me the spare key? Yes, please. The front door and back door. I have no way of getting in.
Where's he live at, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
You said that's your ex? He was just right down the road.
Somebody heard me.
Perfect, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
I'm going to slow it down when we see George. I'm just fast-forwarding to this.
This is your, who thinks your ex-boyfriend, is that correct?
This is my place.
Okay, it's a simple question. Your boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know what to call him.
Okay, it's one of the other, pretty easy one.
Yes.
Okay. Does he have any weapons?
No.
Okay. Here's
So she won't clarify if it's ex-boyfriend or if it's a current boyfriend.
last week for Becky D.
You guys actually get this in my ear.
I saw you arrested before. Was that on you also like a month ago?
I don't know, man. It's just like something about her. I think she just really liked being a drama queen. Like being the damsel in distress, having all these people rescue her. Call Brian, call law enforcement, property manager, the neighbors.
It was last week.
Here. What? That's why I told you that. And again, I was sleeping. He hates it when I sleep.
How much has he had to drink tonight?
Only God knows.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
2 drinks. And that was, what, 4 hours ago?
So what's the layout of the house? Is it both floors? Is this part your... Or not? So these two windows right here. What kind of vehicle does he drive? I guess they have no idea around that.
She's so demanding in every walk of life. At least she's consistent. She just wants people to cater to her.
That's him?
Y'all can have to sit. Y'all can open the door.
Hey, you're going to stay outside so we can make sure nobody's inside. He's hanging out here.
I'm not going in there.
Is his name George?
There's nobody.
Okay.
That's Lucas's.
I know, but...
Oh my God. Brian had to come all the way back here too. So can y'all tell me, is George... Oh, George is in there? Okay. We're just forwarding it just to pass all this stuff. Because I've never seen George in a body cam footage before. So that's the one that we saw earlier.
You guys don't have to do that.
Man, we have a way to do things. Just like everything, okay? No, I'll do Sheriff's office, get in there, come on out. Sheriff's office, get in there, come on out. All right, Patty. You're okay. There you go.
Defense.
James Owens for Miss Boone.
Oh.
Kevin back on behalf of Sarah Boone. All right.
Video redacted for approximately 10 minutes. Oh. Hello?
Upstairs. Okay, Sarah.
Yes.
George was hiding in the bathtub upstairs. Okay?
Yes.
So, he gave me his side of things. I need you to give me your side of things in person right here. And we kind of talked on the phone, but I need you to tell me what happened tonight. So what happened?
Okay, well, pardon my language, because it's not me. I was called a cunt and a bitch.
Okay.
And I'm not a mother to my son.
Okay.
All the while, nonetheless, I was sleeping before that.
Okay. So you're woken up to him calling you. Is that what you're saying?
I thought that I'm like, feed the beast, go outside and smoke a cigarette with him.
Okay.
Try to calm things down. Well, the whole time I was there saying nothing. Nothing. I was called names.
Okay. So you guys were smoking a cigarette, and he was calling you names, being verbally aggressive with you. Verbally abusive.
Before that, where I'm like, I don't want to get hit anymore, so I'm just going to go downstairs and smoke a cigarette with him to try to calm him down.
Okay. So you're saying, okay, I'm trying to get a timeline of things. So start from the beginning and give me the timeline.
I was asleep.
I don't, not literal time, but in a reference of incidents, how they occurred tonight.
I was asleep, and again, he comes in and wakes me up.
He wakes you up. Okay.
He's out of sorts.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure things out.
Okay.
Where it's like, don't make it worse. just go downstairs with him because he gets mad at me because I go to sleep.
Okay.
I go downstairs, smoke a cigarette. The whole time I'm being belittled.
Okay.
Pardon me for saying talk shit about.
And then?
I walked off barefoot.
Okay, so when did he hit you? You said he hit you.
That was in the bedroom.
When? I just asked for a
Well,
timeline.
he woke me up.
Okay. He woke you up. By hitting you? Is that what you're telling me? Or what happened? I need you to
He
tell
kicked the door open. He's kicked the
You're
door.
adding a lot of details that I need you to be very concise with.
Yes, sir.
When I'm telling you, I need a timeline of the events.
Yes.
So I don't know if she's drunk or if she's adding details as she's talking to the police officer, but he's getting frustrated.
How am I going to corroborate your story?
He kicked the door open 4 times. The 4th time, I gave in. Okay? That's when I got punched in my ear. On the 4th time. Where I was like, don't do it anymore. Just go downstairs. Go smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
And that's what I did.
Okay.
And then I walked off barefoot.
Okay. And on the phone, you told me that you attacked him as well.
I didn't attack him.
You said you exchanged, you had a physical altercation on the phone. That's what you told me.
I pulled him over me.
He said he has marks because I was fighting for my life.
I was being honest with you.
Okay.
You just said no.
So what happened? Because you didn't include any of that in there.
I wonder if this officer has responded to Sarah Boone and Georgia before, and at this point, the reason why there's like, I'm sensing a lack of sympathy is because he's dealt with her before. And he's just kind of like, okay, I'm here again. All right, tell me what happened between you and George. All right, let's do this. Don't be lying now.
This is what happened.
But you didn't include any of that information in the story you just told me, so I'm trying to get a timeline of what happened.
Then I come downstairs.
So he kicks the door open.
4 times.
He kicks the door open 4 times. And then what? And then what happens?
He's always talking about his kids. I'm, pardon me for saying, a cunt and a bitch and not a mother.
Okay.
I'm just trying to sleep.
Okay.
So, feed the beast. Go downstairs. That's after this.
So why are you leaving that out? You're not telling me how that happened. Again, that's like the 3rd time you've done
I
that.
don't know what you want me to tell you. He got on top of me and punched me in my ear.
That's what I want you to tell me.
Yes.
And I've asked you like 4 or 5 times.
Hey, why didn't you need that specific?
I didn't know that you need that specific. Oh, ma'am, please. You know what's a line that she's probably used to saying? I'm just trying to sleep. Okay, so feed the beast. Go downstairs. I'm going to go have a cigarette.
You didn't even include it at all.
Me and ear. I saw white.
Okay, so he kicks the door open, jumps on top of you, punches you in the ear. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Okay. And you're just sleeping in bed.
As I was last time. He doesn't like it when I sleep. I just try to avoid it, so I go to sleep.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? I just would rather sleep. I'm always tired.
And why was he back here?
You tell me, and we'll both know.
You tell me? What the fuck is he going to tell you? He doesn't know.
Well, he's been here for days. No, he hasn't been here for days, and you guys haven't been getting along all fine and good.
He was here, what's today? Wednesday? I'm going to say he was here on Monday.
Okay.
His bike is here. His clothes are here. Get what you have to get and go. He doesn't like it when I say that. That's why this happens. It's not fair. Ask the neighbor down here. Ask that neighbor over here.
Okay.
Ask his boss.
Sarah, I'm asking you.
I'm telling
How come when he contacts you after you know he has no contact order, why don't you call the police?
I don't want to get in trouble.
Why are you getting in trouble if he contacts you?
I got in trouble last time.
One last
I
time.
gotta take my son to school tomorrow. Sleep in my bed. It's not fair. Remove him, please.
Sarah, I'm going to do my job. Don't worry about that. What I want to know is why you're not doing your part in all of this.
Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
So when he contacts you 3 days ago, why didn't you call the police? Knowing that he's not supposed to be contacting you. Why are you doing that? I would love that.
His whole family despises me.
I wonder why.
I'm afraid.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
Okay, but you called us tonight.
Yes.
Right?
Because that.
Okay.
That makes sense. That's why he was hiding in the bathtub, because they were probably hanging out and then maybe a fight happened and then she went to Brian Boone's. She called the cops. I don't know why George just stayed at the bathtub and hid there. Why he didn't just leave? I don't know. Maybe he's drunk too.
There's so many things that he has done.
And you guys are going back and forth with each other. This has happened numerous times. But for some reason, you guys still live together, right? You guys still are together.
Technically doesn't live here. He lives at his parents' house.
Okay. You're getting caught up in that. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Why are you feeding into an unhealthy relationship?
Sometimes
You don't have
that's
an
what I'm
answer.
supposed to do.
Okay.
I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of his family. My son can't come over here because he's here.
I thought he doesn't live here.
He doesn't live here.
Why? Okay.
He did previously. But since all of this has happened and I continue... I'm surprised my ex-husband even brought the key over. I think he wants to do the same thing where it's just get him out. I want to see my son. It's not fair.
Okay. All right, well, how much of it is you going to fill out all the paperwork for me? All the domestic violence paperwork?
Like, have all this.
Is that a yes? I'm looking for a yes or no. A yes?
He was hiding in the back. I told you guys he was here. Yes.
All right, come over here.
Morning. 5 possible number of Hartsfield Drive in Walmart.
He may have locked himself in there from her and did not hear her leave. Oh, maybe he thought that she was still in the house and coming back to come after him. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, if he knew that the cops were coming, wouldn't he just, like, leave the residence instead of hiding in the bathtub?
Let's go to the front. I'll bring it to you. What?
You never think I'll call you out. Ever. I can have my son come over?
It's your house.
Yeah, everyone just sounds so fed up with her.
Mm-hmm. I write your name. What happened tonight? To include you being struck. I need all of the information there. Okay?
I can take a picture. I went downstairs and all that good stuff.
I need whatever you told me over there. I need you to write down. All right. Go to the front. Go to the front here. Let's go to the front. Let me see what we got. I'm sleeping on George. Get the door.
Never.
All right. You said you've had one of these before? Yeah. So you got a couple? All right. If the injury worsens, how your head swells up, anything like that, you want photographs of it, go to that address or call the phone number. All right. Somebody take pictures. So you keep that. Since I'm not going to give you a booklet, that's going to be your case number, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, wait. That's not right. This one here. This is the last one. No? Yes.
The one from last week?
Yeah, that's okay.
That's the right one?
Yes, that's the right one. 79759.
So they're going to call me tomorrow and say, hey, you need to show up for court? If I don't show up, do I get in trouble?
If you just explain the circumstances why you can't, then you won't get in trouble. That's for sure. So, nobody's trying to reschedule with the day that works for you or whatever.
But I have to go?
Just discuss with them on the phone. I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you that. All right? So, you are going to go stand by that car. I'm going to have Ben bring him down. He's going to get in here, and then you can go inside. Good?
I can go inside.
Well, after I bring him out, put him in my car. Found it. There we go. Take care. Yep.
120 charge.
Wait for him. Once he gets in the car, just hang out. Don't say anything to him. Oh, George. You already knew you were in trouble? So.
Let me do a quick search.
Yeah. Stand right here against that flag. He's going to pat you down.
Okay.
Make sure you ain't got no weapons on you, nothing like that.
You got no pockets in these shorts? No, you got pockets in these. Okay. Stay with me. Go ahead. All right.
Grab a seat.
I don't know. I sound a little giddy. I don't fucking know.
You all right? Yeah.
Did he have a wallet or anything?
I couldn't find it. You said he found his cell phone. Didn't work wallet.
I think my phone's somewhere in the house. It don't really matter.
I'll ask her. But,
Can we get his side of the story, or we don't get to listen to that? Because so far we've only seen just Sarah Boone's side of the story.
Like the normal, the right way. Probably wear seatbelts. There, man. He doesn't have nothing in his pocket, so they're over in the house.
Where is she? She's behind your door.
Look, man. She's gonna keep getting you in trouble. You gotta stop coming around her. Right? Or no? You don't agree? That's up to you.
No words spoken between George and the officer for the entire 23-minute ride.
Landers Rock Station, WJRR. No surprise, history have tried to get stuff for free, including...
Alright, this is a... it feels like it's a GTA or something.
I'm an ugly 42-year-old man. Yeah, hopefully not gonna work unless you...
I'm an ugly 42-year-old man. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy.
You know, key?
Is this like a different perspective?
I'll say these even here, guys.
Is there a back door or a sliding door in?
Yes. And he locked the back, too. That's not to say that he's not in there. Just if he's in the house, he's not coming to the door, but you have my spirit.
Where's he live at, ma'am?
I'm sorry? No.
Okay.
No.
He was arrested last week for bad TV.
If you guys actually want to take a picture of my ear, you can see.
Maybe we get a footage of them talking to George?
That's what I told you.
Alright, so we
I
saw
thought he was
this
arrested
part.
before. Was that also like a month ago?
Last week. How much did he have to drink tonight?
My God knows.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
2 drinks. And that was what, 4 hours ago?
So what's the... Is this the only place he has?
He has his parents' house to go to.
Where's that at?
He walks me out all the time. So I'm going to say that, though. If those doors are locked, he has to be in there.
Charlie.
I'm just telling them.
Thanks, sir. You're welcome.
I kind of wish we started with this angle. I think this angle was better than the other one.
Can we get minimum traffic for a building search? Excuse me. Just step up right here for me, please. I just gotta get in the turn. You're okay.
Oh, wait, hold on.
He's gonna pat you down.
Okay.
Make sure you ain't got...
Is it the white one right there?
Video redacted for 31 minutes.
Try not to step on your laces, and I'll cinch them up once we get over to the car.
It might be one that's in her car, if anything.
Is it the white one right there?
Yeah.
The white Kia?
Yeah. My phone, black phone.
Okay.
Oh, I think that's about it.
He's asking about his phone. Do you know where that'd be?
No, I don't know where his phone is.
Okay. You don't have it in your vehicle or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
I happen to find my phone. Wait. I need my car keys.
Okay. They're not on him. They're inside the house somewhere.
You seen them?
I haven't seen them, but they're in there somewhere.
Oh, she's doing her weird, like squealing face thing. Good thing it's dark. We can't see her face, but I could hear her squealing.
They're not on him because I had to search him before he got in the vehicle.
Is it too much to ask if you could ask him where they are, please?
Okay, I
I
will.
only have one set.
Okay. You don't know where his phone is? Okay. She's asking about her. She's asking about her car keys. She said we asked him. Should we ask him where they are?
He doesn't have nothing in his pocket, so...
Okay.
Where is she?
She's behind your vehicle.
One overall?
Doesn't know where they are.
Ma'am, do you mind? You stay right there.
Trying to get her keys.
They're going to be coming this way, so if you want... Okay.
Is there a back door or a sliding door in?
Oh, is this a perspective of another body cam footage? Okay, got another perspective. They're trying to get in. I just wonder if they have any footage of inside the house. I don't think so, I guess.
Keys the back one. 83.
Is the spare key,
You're gonna stay outside so we can take yours. George?
There's no weapon.
Okay.
Guys, don't have to do that.
Ma'am, we have a way to do things. Okay. Just let's do our thing, okay?
Now open the door.
Can I make announcements?
Alright, they got in.
Sheriff's office. You in there? Come on out.
A little louder. A little louder. Get in there.
Sheriff's office.
There you go.
You in there? Come on out.
Right, man. You're okay.
There you go. Good, good, good.
Redacted for 31 minutes. The same thing.
Grab a seat.
Doing fine. Yeah, he said he thought it was... Huh? No, he didn't have anything in his pocket.
Okay, I think that's it for the 2019. Let's see what's going on over here. Let's see. Oh shit, I have it muted. I'm an idiot. We're back to... Oh, did I have it zoomed in again? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Yes, the court, they are still picking the jurors. I think they've narrowed down the jurors, and then they're just going to narrow down to their six, and then the 8 alternatives. This is a feed from Trial TV Live.
Record case number 2020, CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Sure, I have to say,
Defense.
James Owens for Miss Boone.
Coming back on behalf of Sarah Boone. All right, thank you very much. The state has advised to the juror members that they would like to follow up with 40, 49, and 51. Defense, do you have any juror members that you would like to follow up with other than 13? Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and bring in juror in seat 40 wearing badge 201, and we'll stand when that juror enters.
Oh, that's polite of them.
Let me be seated. Thank you. Ma'am, thank you so much, juror number 40, for coming back in. We've got a couple of follow-up questions to ask of you. State, you may proceed.
Okay, yes, fine.
State, you may proceed. Thank you.
I believe towards the end of Mr. Henderson's questioning, there was a question about potentially feeling uncomfortable or something to that effect?
Yeah, so it was mostly because of the time. I have to be at pickup of my kids by 6, and if like yesterday I made at 5:59, so if at any point we go over 5, then I would not be able to make it on time.
No follow-up.
Any follow-up? No. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
At this time. Juror in seat 40 wearing badge 201 will be stricken for cause by...
Okay, another juror coming in.
Thank you, everybody can be seated. Juror number 49, good afternoon, sir. We just had some follow-up questions to ask of you, okay? State, you may proceed.
Sir, I believe at some point during questioning there was a point in time where you indicated you'd like to speak without the other juror present, am I correct?
I did, but to be honest, I can't recall.
So he wants to speak without the other jury present. He says he can't recall.
Yeah, everything's on.
Apologies. I did say that, and I don't recall in what respect that was to, other than my comment late yesterday afternoon.
Did that have anything to do with a friend being murdered, potentially?
My brother.
Your brother, okay. And what details you want to share in private? Or?
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't omitting anything as we were discussing everything, or as you were asking the questions. It happened so long ago that I didn't really bring it up at the correct time. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew.
Well, I understand that's a deeply painful experience that you went through and the rest of your family went through. That experience that you and your family and his loved ones and friends all went through with his loss, is that going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial in a murder trial? As opposed to there's lots of other trials you could have done. You're going to be excused today if you don't make this one. They're not going to make you do another trial. But are you?
I'm not concerned with my ability for jury status. I do not believe that it will influence me because it was 30 odd years ago.
Thank you.
Oh, so sad.
Any follow-up? Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. State any position as to juror in seat 49.
Yeah, that's why I was saying they should not have given her the eyeliner, because the eyeliner, as the day progresses, it's going to slowly melt down, and then it just looks like she just has like emo eyes.
Defense? Okay, thank you. Let's remain standing. We'll bring in the juror in seat 51. Juror number 51, good afternoon. We wanted to bring you in because we had some specific questions to ask of you. State, you may proceed.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Was there a certain point in time during questioning that you indicated that you wanted to speak to us without the company of the
There was, and I think it had to do with it was the personality, mental stuff. Our daughter has had a lot of physical and mental health problems, has been diagnosed with multiple medical or, mental illnesses. At one point, she was diagnosed with a borderline personality disorder, which I think they decided that wasn't it. So she's just had multiple diagnoses. I think that's the question that you had wanted clarified. And I think there may have been something else. If so, I can't remember.
That was my one note. And so my question is, potentially in this trial, there might be testimony about disorders that are recognized by the DSM-5-TR, which is what your daughter would be diagnosed from.
Mm-hmm.
If there's testimony about that, either by civilians or by expert witnesses, is that going to present a problem for you to sit and fairly and impartially decide that testimony and evidence that you hear and see how it applies to this case and to this defendant and this decedent?
I don't think my experience with my daughter would influence me. I think mental disorders can be complicated, though.
Okay.
So.
All right, and so just to phrase it a different way without going into the airplane ticket scenario that we use that in every trial. Do you have any doubt in your ability to be fair and impartial if you hear that sort of testimony and evidence?
No, I do not.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Defense, any follow-up? No follow-up. All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. You just leave the microphone right in the seat next to you. Thank you. All right, let's remain standing, and we'll bring in the juror in seat 13 wearing badge 2130.
Oh, 7 years ago? I can't imagine. It'd be so sad.
Ask of you, Mr. Henderson, you may proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
I'll speak up. Podium.
Yeah, podium's right here, Mr. Henderson, front center.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Okay. I believe it was yesterday when it came up, but you said that you're going to be testifying in a case.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
Could
sir.
you tell me what case that is?
It's a case, the state against my ex-husband for a domestic battery charge.
All right. Are you the alleged victim in that case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Due to the nature of this case and what you've heard in the questioning, do you think you can be fair and impartial?
I think so, yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel...
I feel like if I was the state, I wouldn't want her. If I was the defense, I'd want her.
What's your relationship with the state attorney's office now?
I don't have one.
Okay. Do you feel because they are representing you, well, not really you, they're representing the state, but you're the victim in the case, does that give you any feeling that you have allegiance with them or anything like that?
Oh, good
No, I
question.
would hope that this would have no impact. I would assume so.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Any follow-up? Thank you, ma'am. Any motions with regard to juror in seat 13? Defense? Okay, all right. You all can be seated. Thank you. Are there any additional cause challenges on behalf of the state? Yes, sir.
May I remain seated?
Yes, sir.
Seat 2.
Response?
Stipulate.
Juror in seat 2 wearing badge 651 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 22.
Stipulate.
Juror in seat 22 wearing badge 13 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 34.
I'm sorry?
34.
Stipulate.
Juror in seat 34 wearing badge 310 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 44.
Stipulate.
Juror in seat 44 wearing badge 506 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 48.
Stipulate.
Juror in seat 48 wearing badge 4045 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
No additionals.
Any additional cause challenges on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I believe that leaves us with 38 potential jurors remaining, if my math is correct. We will begin with selection at this point in time, starting with seat number 1. State, acceptable?
Judge, excuse me. Can we make some seating arrangements because I have to receive because I'm
Sure. If you need to move, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Judge, we're ready.
All right, starting with seat number 1. State, acceptable?
Acceptable.
Defense?
Acceptable.
Seat number 2 was previously struck for cause by way of stipulation. 3. State?
Acceptable.
Defense?
Acceptable.
4. Defense?
Acceptable.
State?
First peremptory.
Any response, defense? Any response to the peremptory challenge as to juror in seat 4?
No.
So stricken. Seat 5.
Acceptable.
Defense?
Acceptable.
6. Defense?
Acceptable.
State?
Acceptable.
7. State?
Acceptable.
Defense?
Graham.
Any response, state?
No, sir.
That will be juror number 7 wearing badge 380 will be struck by virtue of the defense's first peremptory. 8. Defense?
Acceptable.
State?
Second peremptory.
Any response?
None.
Juror in seat 8 wearing badge 361 will be struck by virtue of the state's second peremptory. 9. State?
I'm sorry, acceptable.
That's fine. Appreciate you. Defense?
Acceptable.
10. 10 and 11 were previously struck by way of stipulation for cause. 12. Defense?
Graham.
Any response?
No, sir.
Juror in seat 12 wearing badge 837 has been struck by virtue of the defense's second peremptory. 13. State?
Acceptable.
Defense?
Acceptable.
It's nice to see a different angle of the courtroom.
I believe that we have a panel. Our panel currently is jurors in seats 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 13. Any backstrikes? State.
Seat 6.
Any response?
Sarah looks like she's marking bingo cards.
Juror in seat 6 will be struck by virtue of the state's third peremptory. Any additional backstrikes? State.
No, sir.
Any additional backstrikes? Defense.
No, Your Honor.
Oh, are they in a different room?
Picking up on 14. Defense.
Graham.
Any response?
No, sir. So that's alternate strike 1.
We don't have a panel, sir.
Oh, I thought we
No, we had 6. Currently have 1, 3, 5, 9, and 13.
Acceptable. I'm sorry, no objection to their peremptory, because that's...
Juror number 14, wearing badge 537, will be struck by virtue of the defense's third preemptory challenge. 15, state.
Acceptable.
Defense. Believe that we have a panel. Our panel currently is 1, 3, 5, 9, 13, and 15. Any backstrikes, state.
No, sir.
Any backstrikes, defense. You may.
Oh, where'd it go?
Any response, state.
No, Your Honor.
Juror in seat 1, wearing badge 134, has been struck by virtue of the defense's fourth preemptory. Any other additional backstrikes?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional backstrikes, state?
No, sir.
All right, picking up with 16. Defense.
Acceptable.
State?
Acceptable.
I believe we have a panel. Panel is 3, 5, 9, 13, 15, and 16. Any backstrikes, state?
No, sir.
Any backstrikes, defense?
Judge, could you read the panel?
I can, sir. 3, 5, 9, 13, 15, 16. Yes, sir. Of course.
Oh, reading your guys' message right now about the guy from One Direction. Dude, that's crazy.
Juror number 3, wearing badge 899, has been struck by virtue of the defense's fifth preemptory. Any other additional backstrikes? Defense.
No, Your Honor.
State? Yes, sir.
How many strikes do you have for defense?
You've used 5.
Okay, thank you.
Any other additional backstrikes? State.
No, Your Honor.
Picking up on 17. State.
Acceptable.
Defense.
Acceptable.
I believe we have a panel again. Jurors 5.
Sorry, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I need to go back on 17.
Yeah, he's so young.
We don't want to use a preemptory.
Any response?
No, sir.
Juror in seat 17, wearing badge 57, will be struck by virtue of the defense's sixth preemptory challenge. 18.
Wait, but he was found like face up. So I guess like fell backwards from the third-story hotel.
Defense. State.
Fourth peremptory.
Any response, defense?
None.
Juror number 18, wearing badge 7, struck by virtue of the state's fourth preemptory challenge. 19. State.
Acceptable.
Defense. Any response?
No, sir.
Juror number 19, wearing badge 891, will be struck by virtue of the defense's seventh preemptory. 20 was previously struck for cause. 21.
Acceptable.
Believe that we have a panel. Panel is 5, 9, 13, 15, 16, 21. Any backstrikes, state.
No, sir.
Any backstrikes, defense. The first, of course.
Yeah, my friend had a guy
Okay. Our jury.
that they were like drinking and partying, and then the guy, they were like pretty high up though. The guy decided to like sit on the balcony rails, and then he like fell backwards. I was like, wow, that's crazy, scary. TMZ posted a picture of the dead body on the floor. They took it down after the cry of people. What? They did? That's something that I wouldn't expect TMZ to do. Isn't that something that you would expect on like fucking X or Reddit or something?
Jury panel will be jurors seats 5, 9, 13, 15, 16, and 21. We will now proceed with selecting any alternates. Yes, sir.
Did you announce the jury?
I can't, sir. 5, 9, 13, 15, 16, 21. Thank you. Juror number 22 was previously struck for cause. 23 for an alternate position. State. Acceptable. Okay. Juror number 23 will be serving as our first alternate. Moving to juror in seat 24.
Ooh, we get into the alternates now.
Defense. Any response?
No, sir.
Juror number 24, wearing badge 235, will be stricken by virtue of the defense's eighth preemptory challenge. 25 was previously struck for cause. 26. Defense.
I have a question on the process. We're at the alternates now.
Correct, sir.
So at this point in time, it starts over because we have alternate down two. Is that correct?
Yeah, the way I marked his down was as defense alternate 2 strike, just because it was our second alternate, but We should have as many alternate strikes as we seat alternates is what I believe our agreement is.
All right, that's fine by me. All right.
I thought I only had one alternate strike.
Well, but I just marked it as because we're shooting for alternate number 2. So I'm just trying to keep track of that. But
I understand what you're saying. So I've used one alternate strike.
yes, sir.
That's correct.
All right, I'm ready to take.
25 was previously struck for cause. 26, defense.
Graham?
Any response?
No, sir.
26, wearing badge 165 will be the defense's second alternate preemptory. 27, state.
Why would they post that? They did. If you Google, you still see people reposting it. They did the same when Kobe passed away. What? I remember the Kobe thing. Law enforcement, it was like whoever responded, like the emergency people that responded, they were like sending pictures to each other. But did they send it to the news outlet and they posted it? Fuck Jen Soto. I hate Jen Soto.
Acceptable. Defense? Acceptable. Juror number 27 will be our second alternate. 28, defense.
Acceptable.
State. Acceptable. Juror number 28 will be our third alternate. 29.
Acceptable.
That's the state's call. It's odd.
I'll use an alternate strike.
Any response, defense?
No response.
Juror number 29 will be struck by virtue of the state's first alternate strike. 30 was previously struck for cause by way of stipulation. 31, state.
Acceptable.
Defense?
Graham?
Any response?
No, sir.
Juror number 31 will be struck by virtue of the defense's third alternative strike. 32, defense.
Acceptable.
Acceptable.
32 will serve as our fourth alternate. 33,
Oh, they have a panel?
Look it on.
state, it's odd. Obstruction, defense, would you like me to read 38? Accept the panel.
Confirm.
Yes, sir.
They cropped it to just show the torso and his arm.
Very good. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Are they not scared of getting sued? Oh, I don't know why. I thought they had 8 alternates. Did I misremembered? I feel like we need more alternates, just in case.
Ms. Boone, good afternoon, ma'am. I have a couple of things to go over with you before we bring in our panel. You were previously sworn this morning. You've been present throughout the entire jury selection process that began on Monday. You've been seated at counsel's table either here in 23 Alpha or 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse, and you've been able to observe the jurors during that entire process. Were you able to hear the questions asked of the jurors and their responses?
Yes.
Did you confer with your counsel about who you wanted or did not want to be selected for your jury?
I did.
Do you believe you were given a meaningful opportunity to participate?
Yes.
Is there anyone that you wanted to keep that your lawyers struck?
No.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's performances so far in this trial?
Absolutely.
Do you agree with the panel that has been selected for your case?
She said absolutely. Okay, remember that, y'all. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Is there anything you would like to bring to my attention at this time?
No, thank you very much.
When the court reads the 2.1 preliminary instruction defense, would you like me to read the defendant's right to remain silent section of same to our panel?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you very much. bring our panel in. State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring back in our panel. We will stand. Madam Clerk will identify them by their badge number. I will ask them to remain seated where they are, and then we'll excuse the balance of the panel. I will give them an instruction. Court will then read the 2.1 instruction and 2.1a note-taking instruction and provide explanation for where we will be tomorrow morning. So let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel. Do you have a blue pen? And we have a black. Thank you.
Thank you. I already have their certificate ready downstairs and send them back to them. Okay.
Thank you.
Really? I never had to. Anyone was having to refresh chat to see what anyone else is saying. I've never been this bad before. Oh no. I haven't had any issues today. No issues today.
State, you recognize our panel.
Yes, sir.
Defense, you recognize our panel.
Yes, Your Honor.
I thank you all can be seated. Members of our panel, we have been able to select a jury to serve in this case. Madam Clerk is going to call you out by your badge number, not the paddle number that you've been using all yesterday and today. Please stay in your seats when your badge number is called. Madam Clerk?
Juror number 295. Juror number, you want to understand? So.
Please, if you could stand when your name is...
What was the side about the snacks? Denied. No snacks. She's going to be treated just like any other inmate. You get your peanut butter and jelly. You get your second meal. You get your cookies. That's about it. You don't get extra snacks, okay? No Pop-Tarts, no Smarties, no whatever else was that she asked for. Chips, Lay's, Doritos.
Your badge number is called, please. Thank you.
Lunchables.
Juror number 9. Remain standing. Juror number 569. Juror number 515. Juror number 130. Juror number 249. 249. Juror number 448. Juror number 110. Juror number 306. Juror number 33. Juror number 519. Juror number 2130. Juror number 413. And juror number 102.
State, you recognize the jury is selected. Defense, you recognize the jury is selected. Bless you.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You all can be seated. Thank you very much. To the members of our panel that were not selected, I thank you so much for your time and your participation and your attention in this very important process. You have my thanks, the thanks of the lawyers, and the thanks of Ms. Boone.
I wonder if they're like, yes, we don't have to serve for jury duty. Yay!
It is entirely up to you whether or not you would like to discuss this case. You may do so, or you may decline. The privilege is yours. Please proceed now back to the jury assembly room, where they will validate your parking, provide you your jury certificates, and give you further directions. Thank you, God bless you, and have a great rest of the week.
I know, everyone else will start asking. For snackies as well. Okay, so opening statements tomorrow.
I'm just going to do a roll call.
Y'all can be seated, thank you.
Just going to do a roll call. You don't have to stand, just raise your hand. Juror number 295. Juror number 9. Juror number 569. Juror number 515. Juror number 130. Juror number 249. Juror number 448. Juror number 110. Juror number 306. Juror number 33. Juror number 519. Juror number 2130. Juror number 413. Juror number 102.
Yeah, Owens was like 1 day. The judge is like, I don't know, 2 to 3 days.
Thank you. Members of our jury, I have a couple of instructions to read to you. Oh, yes. Madam Clerk needs to swear you in. So if you could please stand up and raise your hands, please.
Do you swear or affirm to truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defense and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Thank you very much. You can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. This is a criminal case. Ms. Boone is charged with murder. The definition of the crime charged will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as proof of any guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Ms. Boone in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys...
Wait, can they also not do opening statements? Have we ever seen a trial where they didn't do opening statements?
...a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law.
Make go lucky.
I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone.
There better not be a Becky on there. Becky, clerk of court, you better behave, okay? You better behave. No Becky on there.
Nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off.
Oh, that's right. The judge did mention the Richardson motion, right? For this case? I think when someone mentioned it earlier, I was like, Richardson? What's a Richardson hearing? I mean, opening statements tomorrow? Maybe not like 9 a.m. sharp, maybe 11?
And not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. End of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. The contact phone number will be provided to you. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home,
or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result, which would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers.
No mistrial, please.
If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions, such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant
She ain't gonna remain silent.
to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever.
No,
The
Roger Moore
attorneys are
sounds so
trained in the
different.
rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it was made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last.
Owen's already said that she's gonna take the stand. She's gonna take the stand in order to show what sort of evidence might be relevant.
When such conferences occur, they will be conducted as so to consume as little of your time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Members of our jury have one additional instruction to read to you regarding note-taking. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. With that, members of the jury, we will pick up tomorrow morning in courtroom 12A of the Orange County Courthouse, and we will begin with opening statements at that time. I instruct you to follow the instructions that I've just read to you, including not reading any newspapers or watching the local news, having any conversations with anyone, or conducting any independent research or investigation as to the persons, places, things in charge in this case. With that, again, I thank you for your service, and we will see you in 12 Alpha tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. May the parties approach for one moment.
Bye. Have a good night. She's gonna say she stepped on a bee. Yeah, I wonder how long tomorrow's motion is going to take. What are we thinking? Oh no, a juror fell asleep? Oh, I was watching the Leilani Simon's opening statements. I didn't finish it though. I just got to the beginning of it, but she looks so different. I didn't even know the person that is being prosecuted was the same person as the thumbnail picture. I was like, is this the same person? It didn't look like it. Look completely different.
Mr. Owens, once you've had that conversation with her, just let me know.
Oh, I can hear Mr. Owens. I hear you, Mr. Owens. I just want to see if the judge is going to address anything else for scheduling for tomorrow. Oh, really? 5 women? 1 man? Which discovery was in violation? I don't know if I even took notes. Trying to think. I could probably rewind it back to the moment when it happened. Hold on. I'm trying to remember. Owens was looking for something. They were supposed to address it. He didn't have it.
I've conferred with my client about the issue on cross-examination of her ex-husband, Brian Boone, about the family law case, the dissolution of marriage case. And through my cross, if I explore those issues, it may come out that she's been in jail pending her arrest back in February the 24th of 2020, so 4.5 years. She understands that may open the door. It may come out. She understands that I have to make a decision about whether to explore that area of cross-examination, but I believe she's going to say that she trusts my judgment. She is concerned about it coming out that she's had 8 prior attorneys. She does not want that coming out, but that's her biggest concern.
We'll address that in just a moment. Ma'am, I don't want to go into the specifics of any conversation that you've had with any of your attorneys on that issue. I just need to know whether or not you've had those conversations, okay? Is what your lawyer just represented accurate? Is the conversation that...
I thought it wasn't a discovery violation. I thought that he dumped a bunch of shit on the state, and then he kind of, you know, got a little bit of a jab from the judge, trying to figure out what's relevant and what's not. And then there was something else that they were supposed to address tomorrow morning because Owens didn't have something on him. And then the judge was like, okay, we'll just like do it tomorrow instead. And then we'll do the Richardson thing. I don't know. It all jumbled up.
that you've had as to that issue regarding cross-examining your former husband, Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand the risks that if he seeks to impeach or call into question the bias and credibility of your former husband, Mr. Boone, as to what has transpired in your dissolution of marriage case, it may open the door to the fact that you have been incarcerated since February of 2020?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with that strategy, understanding those risks?
I am.
Okay. Now, with regard to your concern, ma'am, over having 8 prior attorneys, I don't intend on allowing it. I'm sure that's not part of the state's case in chief.
No, Your Honor, I don't see how it would possibly become relevant, but if we somehow believed it did, we would certainly have a sidebar before anything about that.
If, by some circumstance, that somehow becomes relevant.
What if Sarah Boone testifies that she generally gets along with people and the people that generally like her? The state's like, well, actually, why did you have 8 attorneys then?
Relevant. I'm going to ask the state to approach before we even get near addressing that issue in front of our jury. Okay? Ma'am, do you have any other questions for me at this time?
Or the letters.
All right. State, anything further?
They don't need to bring up the 8 attorneys. They don't need to bring up the letters, okay? They got Sarah Boone.
No, sir.
Defense, anything further?
No, sir.
All right, we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The court will conduct its regular docket at 8:30. Thank you. We're off the record.
What was that look that she gave Mr. Owens? But I mean, here's the thing though. Wouldn't the jury understand that he wouldn't want to pay alimony if she was locked up? She's not taking care of her son while she's being locked up. She's locked up. She's got free food in jail, free shower, free housing in jail. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. They might not start on time depending on how long it takes for the judge to deal with his 8 o'clock docket. But man, long days for the judge. Long days. Because alimony is like for a spousal support. But I'm like, does she need spousal support if she's being housed right now, even though it's at jail? It seems the defense will be more likely to bring up the prior attorneys to explain why they're not prepared. How long is the trial supposed to be? They said 2 weeks. But I think it's 2 weeks without jury selection. So with jury selection, 3 weeks. Ew, not the honey buns. The honey buns are nasty. I like the there is these Rice Krispie bars that you can get, or they're not really Rice Krispie. It's like chocolate Rice Krispies. I forget what they're called, but they're like the little Debbies. Those are my favorite. It's like chocolate Rice Krispies with caramel. Those are so good. So they should be acquitted. Oh, maybe get the back pay for alimony. Have I ever been to jail? No, I don't think I've ever been to jail before. That's it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, Trial TV. Thank you so much for streaming that. All right, guys. I'm tired. Holy crap. We covered a lot of stuff today. We covered a lot of stuff today. I don't know if I even want to do a video for today. I'm so tired. We did a motions hearing this morning. Motions hearing. Let's see. Last night the state said they received 382 pages of records of Sarah Boone. He said maybe about 5% of it had to do with mental health. Everything else was just physical treatment. There was some back and forth with the judge and Mr. Owens. Judge is like, how is this relevant in any way? Something about prior criminal history. Back and forth with the judge as well. I think the defense ended up withdrawing that. There's a family case law file with Boone v. Boone in regards to the non-payment of alimony. They're going to use that to impeach Brian Boone to show that he's not credible and biased, I guess, because he hasn't been paying alimony when she was being incarcerated. Oh, and then we got into, oh, yes. Mr. Owens asking for the statement of particulars. So Mr. Owens was like, if they got to renew their motion to exclude battered spouse defense, well, I want to renew my motion for a statement of particulars. And I was like, no, don't go down that route, Mr. Owens. Don't do it. Don't do it now. He wants a statement of particulars. He's claiming that the reason why he's throwing so much shit out there because he doesn't know what the state is going to accuse Sarah of, how George was killed. Something like that. We don't know what they claim she did that constituted second-degree murder. That's why he wants a list and he wants a statement of particulars. And then Mr. J for the state was like, okay, I'm confused because I was at that meeting. Mr. Cacciatore was at that meeting. Mr. Owens and Werner were both at that meeting. Why is he acting like this was a surprise? We knew what the final version of the story was from Sarah Boone. We were all there listening to it. It's not like it was finally revealed because it was forced out yesterday. And so he doesn't understand what the defense meant when the defense said that they had to force their cards to show their ace up their sleeve, I guess. But he went over and basically reenacted what Sarah Boone did to George. We found out that Sarah Boone hit George with the baseball bat. Because now I'm thinking, what if Sarah Boone got drunk, got really angry because she remembered everything? She was just like, she's an angry drunk. It seems like that's what Brian Boone said, that she's an angry drunk. She got drunk. She got angry at George. Maybe she hit him with the baseball bat, forced him to the suitcase, zipped him up, and then start beating him with it, start humiliating him, start flipping him in the suitcase, start filming it, start zooming in on him, start talking shit about him. And then here's the thing. I don't even know if I believe anymore that she fell asleep. I don't believe that she went upstairs and fell asleep. She might have just sat there listening to him, whimpering, crying, begging to let him out. And she might have just fell asleep on the couch. If she fell asleep, maybe she just sat there the entire time, just marinating in his torture. I don't know if I even believe that she went upstairs and fell asleep. I'm starting to think that she probably just sat there listening to him die. She probably passed out at some point, though, because she was so fucking drunk. Woke up the next morning, was like, oh, fuck, there's a suitcase in front of me. I wonder if he's still alive. It just gets worse and worse and worse. I don't know how she thought that she was gonna, what a stupid story. Oh, he was in the suitcase. And then when he said he couldn't breathe, that's when I was triggered. I was so triggered that I started attacking him while he was defenseless in a suitcase. And the moment that he started sticking his fingers out, that's when I was worried that I was going to die. He was going to come after my life. And that's why I started beating him. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. It just sounds like bullshit. You had 4.5 years to come up with this, and this is the best that you could do. But no, it'd be too hard for them to go after her for first-degree murder. I think it's appropriate to do the second degree. I think first degree would have been too hard for them to prove because you never want the defense or the state to overreach. You want to make sure that you're charging them appropriately, and that way that doesn't fuck with the jury's mind. So I think second degree was good. Brian can't be held responsible for not paying alimony because it's an ongoing case in family court. They cannot go further it until the criminal case is done. Yeah, the judge is like, wait, this is ongoing. It's ongoing right now. How are we supposed to be going after this guy and making him look bad for not paying alimony if it's an ongoing thing? And then the defense is like, but yeah. We're looking at, I don't know, I think 2 weeks, I guess. 2 weeks now, which will be 2 weeks. I hope it's going to be a 2-week trial. We'll see how long it will be. Waking up at 5 a.m. every day is going to be pretty rough. The state's going to take care of her. It's not his court jurisdiction. Yeah, he's like, I'm not even familiar with this case. I'm not the judge on it. I don't know anything. I don't know fuck all about this. All right, y'all. So tomorrow, opening statements. Opening statements. Now, we don't know if opening statements is going to happen in the afternoon, in the morning, late morning. We'll have to see. But we will be here at 9 o'clock-ish. We'll be here live and we'll see what happens. I'm sure they're going to be live streaming the motion. I want to see what happens. But so far, just seeing how the defense is, it's been really rough. You know it's tough when you go up there, put your best story, your best foot forward, and then the state shits on you. And then on top of that, the judge also kind of shits on you. It's rough. It's rough. I think only once did the judge address the state, was like, hey, I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. Can you explain it further? So I feel like mostly, the one that's like the trouble child, it's mostly the defense. Openings at 9 per the judge. No, but I thought they were doing the motions and stuff like that. There was like a motion that they wanted to address tomorrow morning. Let me see if I can go back to, am I on the full screen? Give me a second. YouTube. Oh man, I'm hungry. I didn't really eat a proper breakfast.
Okay. Called as witnesses, and the defense shall pay for any and all expedited transcripts.
All right, Judge, the same as should apply to them. There were 3 people that they gave us late that we didn't have before: Rachel Finner, Meredith McCaskill, and Victoria Shelton.
It's unavailable during trial periods. Expedited transcripts.
Okay, all right. Juror number. Yes, let me address that. Jury Services has told us that she is not. Do not need to report. Being provided all the same DM. Defense. All right, we'll see you all at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Court's off the record. To the witnesses that have been identified. Okay, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Defense is to provide an edited version of only the records that pertain to anxiety or their lack of thereof to the state before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so they have to go to the medical records, the 382 pages of medical records, redact it, and give whatever's relevant to the state. Let me see.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020, CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record. Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at council table wearing the same clothing from earlier this morning. All right, it is 11:24. With regard to the Richardson hearing, with regard to item 6 in the defendant's 5th amended reciprocal discovery list, the court is going to reserve and have that hearing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
I'll slow it down.
11:24. With regard to the Richardson hearing, with regard to item 6 in the defendant's 5th amended reciprocal discovery list, the court is going to reserve and have that hearing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Defense is to provide an edited version of only the records that pertain to anxiety or their lack of thereof to the state before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Judge, number 6 was cured by agreement.
It wasn't number 6. It was
Okay. Did that happen when I was not here?
No, it happened
I did number 2, I
earlier
think.
while we were here.
Then what specifically was the Richardson violation for then, if it wasn't for number 6? And I apologize.
Number 2 is the 119 new JPEG pages purporting to be from Winter Park Advent Health, and they're a little bit different than the 81 pages that I previously received.
Okay. So the ruling remains the same. Court's going to reserve, address the Richardson hearing tomorrow, and you were to provide an edited version of those records that you seek to offer into evidence. Mr. Owen.
So something about Winter Park. I guess that's the apartment complex where they live, and then the Advent Health, where I think Sarah Boone and maybe even George got care. Mom Zana, thank you so much for the 2 with a little cute corgi. Oh, I loved your profile picture too. That little ratty. Thank you so much for the 2. I appreciate your support. Thank you. It'll pop in the court records at 8:59 a.m. Oh, it's a city? Okay.
Before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Regarding the paragraph number 2, regarding the Winter Park Advent Health records, the 119 that we gave him this morning.
That is correct, sir.
Yes. The JPEG images.
With regard to the witnesses that have been identified by the defense in paragraph 60.
And then if y'all didn't hear it again.
For any and all expedited.
It's unavailable. Who were the fine.
Been deposed. It's 11:27. Jury selection. Called. Sick child. That child will be struck for cause. We'll advise or tennis motion as to Ms. Boone's request for snacks. The or tennis motion is denied. Ms. Boone is being provided all the same services as to
Denied.
any other inmate
That's it.
being transported for the purposes for trial. Anything else we need to address, State, before we report back to 23 at 1?
All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. We have a hearing for the item number 2, 119 JPEG images, Winter Park Advent Health. No soup for you. Damn, I love soup. All right, guys, that's it for today. I'm like, should I edit today? I'm so tired. I'm going to go eat lunch and then we'll figure it out. All right, y'all. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. Thanks for hanging out on Twitch and on YouTube. We stream on both platforms. Join the Discord if you like. And then we have a, I put my vlogs on a separate channel. Feel free to check it out if you like. And that's about it. Oh, did I not make a command on Twitch? Let me see. I don't think so. Command add. Let me see if that works. That's about it for today, y'all. Have a good one. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for lurking in the background. Thanks for chatting. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Let me see if my Twitch thing works. We have a long couple weeks ahead of us. 9 a.m. like Christmas morning. Oh man, it's gonna be a struggle to wake up. It's gonna be a struggle. See everyone.